This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 724 Comoros. Lieutenant General Du Shirlyan of the Alliance Navy paced anxiously in the bridge. He was waiting for news from Martini. After learning that one of Wang Jiarong's caravans was missing and suspected to be robbed, he rushed over in a hurry. After Yilicia left, he became the temporary supreme commander of the entire Alliance Navy. The safety of the entire Alliance, including the spider web universe, and the Alliance ships sailing on the Star Sea, is his responsibility. If there is an accident with the Star Sea merchant ship, he must be responsible. And it's probably not a leadership responsibility. When Yilicia left with Gu Heng, she specifically explained the work of the Navy, and the focus was to establish Star Sea defense measures for the entire star domain in the spider web universe. At the same time, the Alliance government had also notified him that the merchant fleet of Wang's merchant company was coming and asked him to be prepared. As a result, something happened. He felt that he was also wronged. No matter how much defense he took, he couldn't defend against the black skin. Before this, the Alliance had never dealt with the Dark Eldar. For Du Shirlyan, this was a blind spot. Not only did he have no experience, he had never even thought about it. In addition, the Dark Eldar themselves were characterized by coming and going without a trace, which made it even more difficult to guard against. But he also understood that these were all excuses after the fact. In the Alliance Navy, except for Admiral Yilicia, who was the most stable, the others did not have a particularly large gap in terms of qualifications and abilities. Du Shirlyan was indeed a veteran. When Governor Gu began to step onto the Shanghai stage during the Battle of Korosia, he, as a brigadier general of the Imperial Navy and a captain of the Pegasus fleet at that time, provided help to Gu Heng. Moreover, in the subsequent series of choices, he fought correctly and finally reached his current position. However, there are also some rising stars like himself in the Navy, and their performance in battle is also quite outstanding. He does not have absolute merits to ensure that he can always be the commander of the Navy. Now that Yilicia has left and his position has been revealed, he has been given the task of taking charge of a matter of time. If he messes up, the road ahead will be difficult. It may give people the impression that he is incompetent. Things have already happened, and Du Shirlyan has no other choice. What he can do now is to clean up the situation as soon as possible. First, he must find the lost caravan. It is definitely a dangerous situation, but the dead must be found alive, and the black skins who harmed them must be exposed. Otherwise there is no way to explain. Secondly, he has to plug this hole. Seeing that the Alliance is developing the spider web universe, a large amount of materials are being exchanged in the Star Sea of the spider web universe. These merchant ships and transport ships must operate efficiently to meet the needs of the Alliance. And this so-called efficiency, everything else is false. Safety is the most important. If there is no safety guarantee for commercial transportation, it will take a huge amount of time and cost on escort, detour, and exploration. That is definitely unacceptable. If there are endless Dark Eldar pirates, causing the Alliance merchant ships to lose one after another, then his term as acting commander-in-chief will be over, let alone further progress. It would be good if he was not sent back to be the captain of an ordinary cruiser, the astropaths and navigators of the Navy. In short, the psychic powers that can be used have been running around in the void of the Yangyu galaxy like crazy under the leadership of the warships, trying to catch some clues. But this efficiency is a bit low, and there has been no harvest so far. Secondly, he shook people. Since the black skins can have people lurking in Yangyu, maybe there are more lurkers? Perhaps some people who have been corrupted and bribed by the Eldar? Will they know some news? So, he asked Marshal Tadius, a higher level, that is, the Ministry of Military Affairs, to dispatch the masters of the Military Intelligence Bureau to try to find some more clues. Of course, what he was most looking forward to was the interrogation of the black-skinned prisoners by the judges. After hearing that the inquisitors of the Anti-Foreign Order had a big move, he ordered the fleet to be ready at any time, and also informed the two companies of the Fury Flame Regiment that were accompanying the ship to make preparations for the war. Then, Judge Martini took the people of the Anti-Foreign Order on his ship and told him the good news. They determined the location of the enemy. The Dark Eldar pirates had a temporary base on an inconspicuous asteroid in the Yangyu galaxy. There was even a spiritual door there. Du Shirlyan was anxious and ordered the entire army to go out. And on the way, He listened to some popular science about the Dark Eldar. After listening, his face was quite uncertain. Zerno's lurkers, from the high platform, watched tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of captives, carrying supplies on the asteroid where they were, under the whipping of blood slaves. Normal mortals certainly could not move freely on the asteroid without protection. In order to allow these humans to move, a passage was built from the temporary anchorage to the spiritual gate with a diameter of about 60 meters, which was assumed to be on the asteroid. Several huge life support facilities were placed along the way, and a thin layer of energy protected the passage area, blocking the deadly cosmic radiation and maintaining the oxygen and temperature inside, allowing people to move. There were originally more than these human captives. They plundered more than a dozen ships in this great harvest, and drove them all back to this temporary base. On more than a dozen ships, there were a large number of crew members alone, not to mention a large number of immigrants on board. However, after they arrived here after plundering the ships, most of them were killed in less than 10 days. There was no resistance. Unarmed human captives, first of all, had no way to resist. Several armed merchant ships that resisted fiercely were destroyed and turned into space junk. The captives were also Dark Eldar with blood slaves. They broke into the ship and slaughtered all the armed guards. Then, they poured special drugs into several internal air circulation devices of the ship and knocked all the people down. Then they easily completed the capture. This is what Dark Eldar pirates often do. They are already familiar with it. Even after completing the looting, they have a fairly mature plan for these captives. Looting the population is the most important goal of the Dark Eldar to rob. People, whether human or any other race, are all high-level creatures with emotions, wisdom, and souls. They are their targets. The development of Comoros requires a large population. The Eldar is a sparsely populated race. If their own population is insufficient, they can only rely on foreign races. Supplementing the labor force is only the smallest of the many reasons why the black bean sprouts capture prisoners and slaves. The biggest goal is to kill, abuse, and have fun. It sounds a bit outrageous, but it is true. There was a long time when Zernos did not kill or abuse properly. He felt that his soul was about to dissipate. No, it was not a simple feeling, but a reality. The Eldar race was the real overlord of this universe countless thousands of years ago. They had a highly developed civilization, boundless territory, and a brilliant culture. But all of this was completely destroyed by the Eldar race in the boundless enjoyment, indulgence, carnival, and depravity, with the entire Eldar race as a sacrifice. The youngest of the four gods of the subspace was born. Its birth was based on the destruction of a race of cosmic overlords. The glorious civilization and glorious country of the Eldar were completely annihilated, and their gods were either fallen or corrupted by Slaanesh, becoming her toys and lackeys. The remaining Eldar were divided into two groups. They all believed that they were the true successors of the Eldar. One group, the white-skinned Eldar, was called the Ark Eldar. They built a sanctuary, which was often an ark sailing in space. The ark was equipped with a soul stone, which was a virtual space. The souls of the Eldar were placed in the soul stone, cutting off the connection between their souls and the subspace. They practiced abstinence, asceticism, and strict spiritual protection, so that they could prevent Slaanesh from detecting them during their lifetime. And after death, their souls would return to the sanctuary and become the fuel of the ark. The other group, the black-skinned ones, lived in the magical city of Comoros. Comoros is located in the curtain between the subspace and the real universe. The reality veil should not have the concept of thickness, but the technology level of the Eldar in their peak era is incredible. They can carve out a space in the veil and build a city. This city is different from the conventional sense, since it is not in the real universe, but in the veil. It can use the subspace to open a door in the city at any time, just like the astral tunnel, leading to any place in this real universe. But they are not in the subspace. So when the storm that ravaged the entire subspace and the real universe was set off when Slaanesh was born, they were lucky to escape. However, escaping a disaster does not mean that everything is fine. All the remaining Eldar cannot escape the control of Slaanesh. And this is not just talk. Unlike the Ark Eldar, who built a shelter and promoted abstinence, the Dark Eldar took another path. Their souls are connected to Comora, which can ensure that their souls will not be sucked away by Slaanesh in the first place. If this connection is cut off, it will be over. Their souls will be directly sucked away and enter the realm of Slaanesh. becoming her eternal toys. That is the most painful thing. If they die, their souls will return to Comora and be preserved in the soul box they left behind. Among the Dark Eldar, the superb flesh engineers called the Haymonkey will process a body to revive their souls. Of course, this will have a long period of weakness. Therefore, the best result is to bring the dead Dark Eldar body back and then perform surgery, which will be much better. Once the surgery is not performed for too long, or the death time is too long, the Dark Eldar will really die. After death, their souls will belong to Slaanesh. This is the most feared thing for every Eldar. They are more afraid of real death than all other races. Because, for other races, death is death, and death will return to nothingness. And if they die, it means eternal torture and imprisonment, and they will not be liberated until the destruction of the universe. But even if they are not completely dead, the Dark Eldar are more likely to be favored by Slaanesh than their counterparts in the Ark. In other words, Slaanesh is always watching them and sucking their souls. However, with the protection of Comora, this process will be slower. If they do nothing, maybe 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? In short, their souls will be slowly sucked away. The way to prevent your soul from being sucked away is to find a substitute. Through torture, violence, killing and other means, creating endless pain. Such souls will be sucked away as substitutes, so that your soul can be preserved. Even, it can make up for the lack of your own soul to achieve the effect of extending life and strengthening strength. The most powerful family archons can even really achieve immortality. This is the real reason why the Dark Eldars continue to plunder foreign populations. Xerno's Bloodcurse leads such a plundering team. He is a middle-level cadre of the Bloodcurse family. The Bloodcurse family is one of the top families from Comora. His mission in the family is to lead a plundering team, often attack, and reap benefits. By using the characteristics of Comoros, that they can open a door to the real universe at any time. They can come and go without a trace. However, the Curtain Spirit Gate is not completely without restrictions. The place where the Curtain Spirit Gate can be opened must be the location where the Dark Eldar have built a physical Curtain Spirit Gate in the real universe as the coordinate. The place where Xernos has been active for a long time is not in the Spiderweb universe, but in the Devouring Star universe in the north. The previous tragic war in the Spiderweb universe was a bit shocking even for the Eldar of Comoros. There are plenty of places to plunder, so there is no need to come here to make trouble when humans and Void Zerg are killing each other. Not surprisingly, they will not set their sights on the Spiderweb universe for a long time. However, a transfer order from the upper echelons of the family sent him here. He had to take his plundering fleet back to Comoros first, then enter the coordinates of the nearest Curtain Spirit Gate in the Spiderweb universe, which was located in the Sword Gate Star domain in the north of the Spiderweb universe, and then sail for a long time in the real universe to the Fox Moon Star domain, and then establish a Curtain Spirit Gate, and then start the plundering operation. His plundering target was the Alliance. In other words, it was another force that traded with the Infinite Star domain. Chapter 725 The Emperor's Most Rational Son. Xerno's Bloodcurse is not a small character. His position in the family is decent. He is a middle-level cadre anyway. He is not ignorant. With a lifespan of more than 1,000 years and countless experiences of looting, he can be considered knowledgeable. If there is anything in the Infinite Star domain that can be regarded as an important target, it is of course the reason why this star domain is named the Infinite War Band. In the legend, there is a prophecy: the youngest evil god, the most rational son, will return to the world in the End Era to determine the final fate of the Eldar. This prophecy is quite intriguing. Each element needs to be chewed a little to understand what it means, and there are many different interpretations. Who is the youngest evil god? That is obviously not the Ancient Three in the Warp. In the past, it was generally believed to be Slaanesh. That is, the fourth evil god who rose at the cost of the demise of the Eldar Empire, the overlord of the universe. But if it is Slaanesh, does she have a famous rational son? It's hard to say. It's impossible to expect to find a Slaanesh demon or a demon prince who can be called rational in an absolute sense. It's ridiculous that the Slaanesh demons who pursue indulgence, recklessness, and ecstasy can advocate rationality. However, if we pay attention to the word most, it seems to be interpreted as a general among the short people. It's not impossible to find a relatively rational one. This is one interpretation. Another interpretation is that the youngest evil god refers to the sublimated emperor of mankind. But is he already a for-God existence in the warp? There is a debate within the Eldar, and it is not certain. But if we put aside the debate and think that he is the fifth main god of the warp, then the word son is very representative. That is, the legion commanders, who commanded the various space warrior legions when the Empire was established. Each of them is a demigod created by the Emperor according to his own genetic template. Each warband is a degraded version created further according to the genes of these demigods. In theory, every demigod is an immortal, a son of the Emperor, and now can be called a son of God. As for the most rational one, it is a bit hard to say, but it is generally believed that it is the former commander of the Infinite Legion. Although they are immortal, after the Emperor ascended, his sons gradually disappeared from everyone's sight due to various reasons, either falling or disappearing. Only this commander of the Infinite Legion presided over the splitting of the Space Marine Legion into small war bands, compiled the Space Marine Codex, a book that was regarded as a Bible, and once became the regent of the Empire and ruled the Empire for a long time. But in a war, he suffered a fatal sword from the Demon Prince and his life was in danger. His subordinates could only put him in a stasis position to save his life for the time being. The only function of the stasis stance is that time will no longer flow within the stance. The regent saved his life, but he was forever stuck in the moment of imminent danger. The method of removing the stasis stance is not difficult, but once it is removed, he will quickly face death. He has been on the Infinite War Corps' home planet, Ultra Star, for nearly 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, the Infinite War Corps has been trying to find a way to save their genetic father all the time. There are some results, but who dares to gamble when the success rate is not high enough? So, until now, the regent is still in this state. Putting aside other interpretations, a considerable number of people have determined that the person with the volume in the prophecy is the former regent of mankind, the son of the Emperor, and the genetic father of the Infinite War Corps. Robert, according to the prophecy, he will wake up in the End Era. Is it related to the Eldar? What is the End Era? What will be the fate of the Eldar? The interpretations of these things are even more varied and difficult to define. Not only are the interpretations of the prophecy different, but the attitudes of the top leaders of the various families and Comoros towards this prophecy are also different. Even if the prophecy comes from the witch spirit cult and is made by the oldest great witch spirit with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, even so, not every family's governor believes it. Comoros is a cold-blooded city full of conspiracy. Who knows if this prophecy was fabricated by the witch spirit cult with some unspeakable secrets? If you believe it, won't you fall into a trap? The struggles between the various families in Comoros are not only as complicated and tortuous as the political struggles on the sacred terra of mankind, but also more intense and bloody. Once you make a mistake, you will be doomed. Some of the unbelievers completely ignored this information. Some strongly opposed it, and some pretended to believe it and used it to do something else. Some believed it, but believing it does not mean that everyone has a unified opinion and action plan. Some think it should be used. Some think it should be destroyed in advance. Some think it should be actively connected. And some think there are too many, and they are true and false. Xernos himself cannot clearly distinguish the thoughts of his fellow tribesmen. He is even not sure what the Blood Curse family, where he is, really thinks about the prophecy. But one thing is certain. The Blood Curse family is one of the top families with the most interest and the most action in the prophecy. They have united many allies and made many arrangements. These arrangements have even lasted for hundreds or thousands of years. Xernos is only responsible for a small part of one link, the trade blockade against the Infinite Star Domain. It is not completely unrealistic to lock down the Infinite Star Domain with military force. Even if the Blood Curse family had this kind of power, they would never want to use it to fight the powerful Infinite War Group, and the final result would definitely be crushed. They adopted the overall strategy of raiding. They did not attack the Infinite Star region directly, but basically surrounded the Infinite Star region and attacked the ships that traded and transported with the Infinite Star region. Dispersed looting is the method that the Dark Eldar are best at, and it makes the Infinite Star region and the Infinite War Group seem quite at a loss. Even now, they are still not sure whether the actions of the Dark Eldar are aimed at them. Chapter 726 Unable to sleep and eat. It is not accurate to say that the Infinite Core did not feel that the Dark Eldar were targeting them. They just had no definite evidence, had some doubts, and were not sure. After all, isn't it common for the Dark Eldar to engage in looting? The attack ships were not just merchant ships in the Infinite Star Domain. but also other merchant ships. The attacks did not necessarily occur in the Infinite Star domain, or even in the surrounding areas. But when those merchant ships just set out, they were attacked. Is this definitely targeting them? Of course. They came to their senses after a long time. No matter what the Dark Eldar's goal is, at least the final result shows that the Infinite Star domain is at a loss, and their development is greatly affected, although it is not completely cut off from the outside world. Foreign trade requires a lot of effort, and a lot of troops are drawn to carry out escort missions. The efficiency of trade and transportation depends on safety. The situation is so unstable that there is a probability of being robbed, which means that a large number of caravans that pursue profits have low tolerance for losses, and have low risk resistance will directly give up the idea of doing business with the Infinite Core. And the remaining ones that can successfully do business also need to invest more costs in security protection. More escort fleets even require the Infinite Core to frequently dispatch and personally protect them. This undoubtedly reduces efficiency and increases trade costs. The development of the Infinite Star domain has suffered a certain setback. Of course, it is definitely not enough to rely on this strategy to cause a real blow to the Infinite Star domain. But it doesn't matter. This is just one of the means. There are many other arrangements. The reason why Xernos came to the Spiderweb universe, which had never been there before, is because the Alliance wants to do business with the Infinite Star domain here. It seems that the scale is still large, and stable connections will be established in the future. That's it. The Dark Eldar's raid will naturally burn to the Spiderweb universe. However, what he didn't expect was that the Alliance reaction speed was a little too fast. Xernos was an experienced plundering captain. He had robbed many human forces in his life, and even some so-called big forces. As long as they succeeded, they often had enough time to quickly evacuate with the super convenience and concealment brought by the curtain spirit door. Then, with the help of the lurkers with strong camouflage ability, they continued to inquire about the news in human society. Wait until the storm is over, and then come out to do another job. However, what he didn't expect was that the lurkers were caught so quickly. As soon as he confirmed that the lurkers had lost contact, he made a judgment here. Logically speaking, his fellow tribesmen should be very tight-lipped and not afraid of being tortured with just these means of humans. Compared with what his fellow tribesmen did with drugs, surgery, and the double torture of body and soul, it was nothing. In fact, if the means were not enough, they would regard these pains as enjoyment. They were not afraid of death. If they died, they would return to Comoros and be resurrected by the blood orc supported by their families. They would just be weak for a while. In this case, the lurkers were caught, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Right? That's what Xernos' men thought. They had planned to continue transporting supplies and prisoners at the established pace, send them into the Curtain Spirit Gate, and enter the privateering port of Comoros opposite. They could even hold a ceremony to temporarily expand the Curtain Spirit Gate so that several starships could be stuffed in. However, Xernos called a halt to the operation. He asked everyone to speed up and transport as much supplies as possible, and then massacre the prisoners on a large scale, absorb soul energy, and maintain the expanded version of the Curtain Spirit Gate so that the privateering ships could pass quickly. Under normal circumstances, the Curtain Spirit Gate is a gate with a diameter of several tens of meters. When it is not activated, it does not connect Comoros and the real universe. When it is activated normally, the two sides are connected, and people and supplies can travel freely. If a large number of painful souls are temporarily invested, the Veil Gate can be temporarily expanded so that the starship can pass through. However, it should be fast. If it is slow, the souls will be gradually consumed and the gate will shrink until it is impassable. The Dark Eldar's own ships are designed to be as slender as possible to facilitate the shuttle through the limited size of the Veil Gate. There are also some technologies on it that can expand the gate in disguise when passing through the Veil Gate, and the shape can also change with the appearance of the starship. Not necessarily a pure circle, which makes their own starships much more passable. Human ships certainly don't have any special design in this regard, so it takes a longer time to get a human ship of the same size as a trophy to enter, and it is used to carefully kill each person, forming enough fear and pain as fuel. But now, there is no time. Under normal circumstances, the lurkers will not reveal. But judging from the fact that the lurkers were captured so quickly, I am afraid that the humans have mastered some special methods to quickly identify and find the lurkers. Since they have this technology, Is there any way to quickly pry information out of the lurkers? He thinks it is very likely. Don't bet on such things. He forced his subordinates to give up everything and just kill people quickly to quickly open the curtain spirit door to a sufficient degree so that they can evacuate on the ship. But even so, the Alliance fleet arrived before they finished their work. Zelnoz's face did not change. He told all his subordinates that the progress was good now, and the faster killing program had been started. The door would be opened to a sufficient degree soon. He asked some of his subordinates to go and harass and contain human ships. After forcing the order to send out several privateers, he turned around and took the rest of the people and ran away directly, closing the curtain spirit door. The supplies that leaked out, the people and ships that didn't come back, were all gone. At the same time, it also cut off the possibility of humans chasing in from the curtain spirit gate. It was so decisive. After the victory, Du Shirliang still felt a little bit unsatisfied. The looted ships were recovered, but the supplies were half gone. 80% of the personnel died, and the survivors also suffered serious mental trauma. The most important thing is that the annoying black pirates ran away, although 4 privateers were left behind. These 4 small boats were obviously thrown down as cannon fodder and sacrifices, and they were not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. But the main force of the black pirates ran away under his nose. The curtain spirit gate left behind was only a 60-meter diameter silver-gray metal arch. According to the judges, this is the beacon of the curtain spirit gate in the real universe. After destroying it, the Dark Eldar will no longer be able to open this door unless they sneak over in the real universe and build this door again. Hearing this news, Du Shirliang breathed a sigh of relief. The recovered ships, supplies, and personnel were returned to Wangjiarong. The relevant reports will be submitted to the Alliance government, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and copied to all relevant parties. At least this matter has been explained. But then he began to have a headache. Who knows how many veil gates the Dark Eldar have built in the entire spider-web universe? And where are they located? If he doesn't clean it up, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Chapter 727 Defense Plan. Du Shirliang was not criticized. After Wang Jiarong received the recovered ships, goods and personnel, she expressed her gratitude to him and requested more escort forces. And the entire caravan started to move again, although they were still worried about pirate attacks. The caravan's mission had to be completed well, and the report to the Alliance government and the Ministry of Military Affairs was not scolded. Marshal Tadius had a communication with Du Shirliang, without spending time reviewing what had already happened. Tadius was most concerned about the overall plan of the Alliance Navy to carry out security work within the entire Alliance. A simple robbery incident was not critical. It is understandable that the newly emerged enemy, the Dark Eldar, caught the Navy off guard. Tadius would not question Du Shirliang in these aspects. But this situation must be eliminated in the future, and must not happen again. The Alliance government is also very concerned about this. Before this, the Alliance had not suffered any particularly serious pirate challenges. Even during the war, the safety of Star Sea transportation is relatively high. The Dark Eldar, an extremely elusive organization, poses a great challenge to the safety of the Alliance shipping. Thaddeus urgently wants to know whether the Navy headquarters defense plan is reliable. Du Shirliang, as the acting general manager of the Alliance Navy after Yi Lixiao left, is under great pressure. He is actually a little unsure in his heart, and he has no experience in dealing with the Dark Eldar. But fortunately, he has no experience. But someone else does. Inquisitor Martini used to hang out in the Eastern Space region for many years, where he suffered from the invasion of Dark Elf pirates. He has a set of conventional plans that can be summarized for reference. Then, there is the more important Heretic Inquisition. They are experts in dealing with various aliens, and the special means of interrogating Dark Elves are what they come up with. And they can also provide a lot of help. With the help of these two parties, Du Shirliang came up with a plan that barely passed the test. It is mainly based on active attacks and sweeps, supplemented by passive patrol defense. Let's talk about the so-called passive defense first. The frequency of the Alliance Navy's attendance has increased significantly. More escort for the Alliance caravans, disperse the fleet a little more, and conduct advanced detection of key trade routes and the routes of the tax fleet to ensure safety. This is a relatively conventional method, but you can't rely entirely on passive defense. As long as the Dark Eldar sneak into any galaxy, they can find an uninhabited asteroid or an uncolonized non-habitable planet in the vast universe and build a curtain spirit door at a low cost. And it will be a success. in the future. Just open a door in Comoros, their hometown, and come over anytime and anywhere. Faced with such high flexibility, passive defense is definitely hard to defend. And the defense line will be riddled with holes. More importantly, we still have to rely on active means to explore and clean up the curtain spirit doors that the Dark Eldar may have built in every galaxy. If the door is destroyed, they can't come over. This is the door, which is generally about tens of meters in diameter. On the scale of the universe, it is a drop in the ocean and is too difficult to find. Moreover, it does not have to be built on a habitable planet. As long as there is a place where the curtain spirit door can be fixed, the experts of the Inquisition have some ways to find it quickly. To be honest, the reliability is not particularly high, but it is relatively more efficient than searching aimlessly. At the same time, the Alliance has another advantage that many places do not have when fighting against the Dark Eldar. That is psychic power. The Storm Mage Corps does not belong to the Alliance military, the Alliance government, or the Alliance Legal Affairs Center. Their role is more like the Holy Lily Sisters or the Phoenix Space Marines, an independent organization outside, including the Mage Corps itself, as well as the Alliance National Mage College established on many planets. In other words, they are the Alliance Psychic Order. In terms of power structure, they directly obey the leadership of Governor Gu. Of course, in reality, they are still eating the financial meal of the Alliance. At the same time, before leaving, Gu Hang also asked the Mage Corps to cooperate with the work. In fact, Du Shiroyang's request for help from the Storm Mage Corps received a positive response. The Mage Corps also wants to improve, and they must also show their own value. This was the case when the governor was here, and it was also the case when the governor temporarily left. With the help of a large number of psychic masters, combined with the means of the tribunal, such a solution that also has a certain ability to search for the silent curtain spirit gate is relatively reliable. In addition to clearing the curtain spirit gate, it is also necessary to strictly prevent the spirit race from establishing a spirit gate. The good news is that the Eldar do not directly use the warp engine for interstellar travel. Relevant researchers believe that it is not that they do not have the relevant technology, but that they dare not use it, fearing that after entering the warp, they will directly deliver to the door of the warp evil god, who is very interested in them. Therefore, the Dark Eldar travel across galaxies. In addition to using the Comoros curtain spirit gate for very convenient navigation, they also use the star tunnel for normal navigation. Often, the Dark Eldar ships that sneak over to build the curtain spirit gate are relatively small in scale, and they also have very powerful ship stealth technology. The technology that humans can only achieve on ships of traveler specifications, they can achieve at the frigate level. This means that even if interstellar outposts are built at the jump point, it is easy to miss them, unless many outposts are built at each jump point, and judges and psychics are deployed for long-term stationing. This is obviously impossible. Too many, and the cost is too high, but it can be done in key hub areas. In short, after listening to Du Shiroyang's entire report, Thaddeus was still satisfied. The budget required by Du Shiroyang was also approved. The General Logistics Department and the Navy Logistics Department will work with the government's production department to start more outpost construction and resettlement plans. The Alliance began to formally welcome the challenge of the Dark Eldar pirates to the development of the Alliance. The most direct manifestation can be seen from the opponent. Zerno's Bloodcurse encountered a lot of trouble when he brought his plundering fleet out of another curtain spirit gate and found a merchant fleet of the Alliance. He dared not to attack. The escort force was relatively strong. If he attacked, the loss might be relatively large, and it might be blocked by humans because of the delay and this hesitation. 10 days later, a larger human naval fleet arrived in this galaxy. They seemed to have noticed something. Although they did not catch Zernos' fleet, they found the curtain spirit gate and destroyed it. The fleet of the Bloodcurse family was trapped in this galaxy in the real universe. Chapter 728. My own clan is trying to trick me. Zerno's Bloodcurse is now 100% sure that he has been tricked. He has been tricked by his own clan. This is not surprising. It is normal for the Dark Eldar to mess with each other. There is no race that is more serious than the internal fighting within the Dark Eldar. And there are many ways. However, this time, he really couldn't think of who was tricking him. It's not because there are no candidates, but because there are too many candidates. Is it someone in the Bloodcurse family who doesn't want to see him make a contribution? Is it someone who he has offended and took this opportunity to trick him? Or is it another family outside the Bloodcurse family who wants to trick Bloodcurse and himself? It's all possible. But no matter who did it this time, no matter what purpose they had, they really forced him into a dead end. He led the team through the cursed spirit gate and entered the real universe, but was blocked on this side. The cursed spirit gate was also destroyed. This actually doesn't matter. At worst, he could just play hide and seek and find another place to build one. The 60-meter diameter curtain spirit gate is essentially a beacon. It is not difficult to build. He has equipment, materials and manpower on his ship. The difficult part is to open the door, which requires a painful soul. But he is not worried. He dare not rob those escorted fleets. He sends small boats and landing craft, relying on excellent stealth technology. He sneaks around the surface of the human planet and attacks some villages, or goes to the lower city of the so-called human hive. He can always rob the population. In fact, according to his experience, in most cases, they can do it secretly, let alone stop them. The local governments of humans often take a long time to realize that a large number of people are missing, or even never realize it. A few thousand people are missing in the lower area of the hive, or 10,000 or 20,000 people. Isn't that a normal fluctuation? But the Alliance taught him a lesson. When he tried to rob, he did succeed. The stealth technology of the Dark Eldar was good enough to bypass the planet's defense system. The most dangerous stage was over, and the rest should be very simple. According to past experience, he chose an inconspicuous poor area, kidnapped more than 3,000 people, and then turned around to run. But at this moment, a big problem occurred. They were discovered. They had successfully passed the most dangerous landing stage on the surface. So how could they be discovered when they were robbing people? Later, he found that it was his past experience that misled him. The control and management of the Alliance over the grassroots of society were not the same as the imperial world in the general sense. When 100 people were lost, the grassroots reacted. When grassroots officials were also lost, the higher level sounded the alarm. When thousands of people were lost, the officials who managed this area were already sweating profusely, and they had to bear a lot of responsibility. Of course, at this stage, they did not realize that the enemy was the Dark Elves, but thought it was an insect pest again. The local defense forces of the planet were the first to arrive, and they were defeated by them, as they should be. The combat effectiveness of the Dark Elves is still very strong. Their population is pitifully small among all the monsters in the universe. If their individual combat capability is even worse, it would be too outrageous. Let alone the real black bean sprouts. Even the blood slaves who were transformed and controlled by the black bean sprouts, using the flesh and blood technology, as well as the interstellar mercenaries who drifted to Comoros and worked for the black bean sprouts for various reasons, are actually quite strong in combat. But the small number is always a problem. This is not their home ground, and they will be doomed if they are dragged down. So, despite their superior force, they were still forced to give up the results and evacuate quickly. When they returned to the ship, they also attracted a wave of really difficult enemies. The Alliance's garrison on this planet arrived. This is a real Alliance army sequence. The Alliance army became stronger and stronger under Gu Heng's persistent gift point cultivation, the Alliance's increasingly vigorous military production scale, and the baptism of countless wars and victories. They have a stronger combat power than the ordinary star army of the Empire, which impressed Cernos very deeply. His blood slave troops and mercenary troops composed of various alien races were beaten back by the same number of Alliance army. Cernos had to send out his true lineage, his pure blood guards. These Dark Eldars holding guns, sharp blades hanging on their waists, and covered in black armor are deadly battlefield killers. Although there are only a few hundred people, they play a role similar to that of Space Marines, and quickly defeated the two most advanced regiments of the Alliance army. With their help, they finally covered the large force, and returned to the ship smoothly. The Dark Eldars who escaped from the surface of the planet by avoiding anti-aircraft firepower not only gained nothing on this journey, but also suffered heavy losses. More importantly, their whereabouts were completely exposed, and they were delayed on the ground for quite a long time. Before they had time to escape too far, the human pursuit fleet arrived. They could only chase and flee with these human fleets in the vast sea of stars. After finally getting a certain distance away, they accelerated to a jump point and prepared to jump to another galaxy. But when they were only 1 or 2 hours away from the jump point, they suddenly sensed that a human fleet had emerged from the jump point. They could only turn around and run again. The longer the time dragged, the more human fleets came. At this moment, Xernos was still not panicking. Although he did not capture enough people, and had no space to set up a curtain spirit gate, it meant that they had almost no way to go back alive. However, they could still return dead, knowing that the humans might have a way to cut off the soul connection between the Dark Eldar and Comoros. Xernos would definitely not let himself fall into the hands of the humans. It would be better to end his life than to be captured. At worst, he would endure a period of nothingness and be resurrected by the Haymonki with the soul box left in Comoros. Although that meant losing all the blood slaves, the entire plundering fleet, and paying the Haymonki a high price for resurrection. But after all, he survived and returned. But the most terrifying thing happened at this time. They suddenly couldn't feel the connection between themselves and Comoros. Not only him, but all the Dark Eldar were the same. He quickly ruled out that this was a human method. They didn't have the ability to cut off the soul connection at such a long distance. That could only mean that on the other side, in Comoros, all of their soul boxes were controlled. Only then did Xernos feel his blood run cold. Chapter 729 Great Era. Xernos thought for a moment, and decided to surrender. He could accept death, but not real death. For any Eldar, the soul falling into the hands of Slaanesh is more cruel than any torture. His soul box was tampered with, and he could not go back. But at least, he was not directly separated from the connection with Comoros. The protective effect between the curtains was still in effect. So he and his subordinates would not have their souls sucked away instantly. But if they died, it would be over. Their souls would fall into the hands of Slaanesh if they could not be resurrected from the soul box. It is better to surrender. Although, falling into the hands of humans does not mean there is a way to survive. Those most crazy racial purists in this universe are very hostile to all aliens. But Xernos also has a certain understanding of humans. Among humans, various aliens also have a certain priority of extinction. Even some races are actually quite different from humans, such as dwarves, ogrins, halflings, beastmen, mutants, etc., which have also been accepted by the human empire. They are classified as subhumans. And although they suffer discrimination, and are even wiped out in many places with a high degree of insanity, but in some relatively enlightened or chaotic areas, these subhumans will have a certain living space. Even the Astra Militarum and the Inquisition may recruit these subhumans into the army. The Eldar are definitely not subhumans. But if you really compare them, they may look more like humans than some subhumans. In addition, the Eldar themselves are very intelligent. Even the Dark Eldar. Their cunning and smart characteristics. At least they can communicate. Unlike the Greenskins and Void Zerg, who only know how to work mindlessly. Kill, and eat. They are also different from those chaos traders and demons. Even some imperial caravans that have obtained special qualifications will trade with the Eldar on a stable basis. This makes surrender negotiations possible. Of course, how could the Alliance accept conditional surrender under such circumstances? The Alliance gave the Dark Eldar pirates an ultimatum, requiring them to lay down all their weapons and surrender unconditionally. This was the only way to surrender. Xernos accepted it skillfully. Then, the human marines, accompanied by the space marines, boarded the ships, took control of all the ships, and disarmed all the living units such as the Dark Eldar, blood slaves, and alien mercenaries, and escorted them to ships specially used as prisons. The interrogation began. I thought it would take some effort. But in fact, these Dark Elves who surrendered voluntarily were very cooperative, and said whatever they were asked. Where else in the spider web universe did they set up the curtain spirit gate? On which planets did they set up lurkers? What was the contact method? And how to catch them? They told all this information. In addition to this, they also told all the information about the Dark Eldar themselves and Comoros. There was no psychological burden at all. With such a cooperative attitude, I just want to die. The most important interrogation target is the plundering Captain Xernos Blood Curse himself. He is a middle-level senior member of the Blood Curse family. In the past, the Inquisition also captured Dark Elves, but there are still very few captives of this level. The Anti-Foreign Order is quite interested in him. However, the first person to interrogate him was Martini. Martini got a heavy news from Xernos. About the prophecy. About why they came to the spider web universe. About the all-round raid strategy led by the Blood Curse family against the Infinite War Band. After listening, Martini was shocked. He also realized the value of this information at the first time. After pacing back and forth, He told Zernos later. There will be some inquisitors who will interrogate you. You must tell them everything you know. But don't tell them these things. Can you do that? Zernos spoke the common human language with a strange accent and asked back, won't they kill me? I know that the Order of the Foreigners, the Inquisitors, have very powerful methods. And I may not be able to keep the secret. If they find out that I am hiding something, I will die. If you tell it, you will die too, Martini said. You have no choice. Alien. After that, Martini comforted him a little more. When they interrogate, I will also be by your side to provide you with some cover and help. I also believe that you aliens are best at lies and deception. And you will pass. As long as you follow my requirements. I guarantee your life. And maybe there is a chance to release you back to Comoros. I hope you keep your promise. Zernos actually doesn't believe in anyone's promise. However, as Martini said, he has no choice. Moreover, he easily revealed all the information. On the one hand, to show his value, to win favor with a cooperative attitude, and to save his life. On the other hand, it is also a means for him to retaliate against his family and his fellow tribesmen in Comoros with malicious intent. If it was his family that betrayed him, then this is revenge. If it was other families that got his soul box in order to fight against the Blood Curse family, then it was also the fault of the Blood Curse family, who made them fail to protect my soul box. Even if the final outcome is still inevitable, and he still has to fall into the hands of Slaanesh and accept eternal torture, then he hopes that the more information he reveals can make more of his fellow tribesmen have the same fate as him. This is the only consolation. Zernos successfully passed the subsequent interrogation. The Anti-Foreign Order is very interested in him, but their main interest is in the information about the Dark Eldar and Comoros. Although they were asked why they came to the spider web universe to plunder, it was not the key. In their view, it was normal for Dark Eldar pirates to appear anywhere to carry out plundering, with their attention not here, and with Martini's cover, and Zernos being really good at concealing things. He passed the interrogation smoothly. The Inquisitors began to discuss how to deal with these Dark Eldar. Quite a few people believed that these aliens that had been drained of intelligence should be purified. But Martini stopped this matter. He said that perhaps there was some other intelligence that had not been obtained, and they could be interrogated slowly. The prison of the Alliance Demon Hunters was built according to the standards of the Inquisition, and could be used to detain these aliens. Maybe it would come in handy in the future. After appeasing his colleagues in the Anti-Foreign Order, he reported to his superiors without stopping, requesting a separate direct conversation with Governor Gu Hang. Thank you for your intelligence. Well done, Judge Martini. After listening to the report, Gu Hang praised the judge's achievements generously. He resisted the discomfort and said a few more words to Martini before hanging up the call. Are you okay? The wife beside him asked worriedly. Yi Lixiao was right next to him. She could see that Gu Hang, who was in a normal state, turned pale after listening to the report, and even had some cold sweat on his forehead. This was unusual for Gu Hang. Only a few times before, when I witnessed Gu Hang fighting against powerful psychic opponents, did I see Gu Hang in a similar situation. Huh? Gu Hang breathed heavily. He stroked Yi Lixiao's hand and said, I need to be alone for a while. Yi Lixiao was very sensible, and would not say anything more at this time. She just hugged Gu Hang slightly, then turned and left, leaving Gu Hang alone in the office. At this moment, Gu Hang rolled his eyes, and immersed his mind in his kingdom of God. Here, there are already turbulent waves. The violent thunder and lightning flashed fiercely in the sky above the entire kingdom of God. The heroes raised their heads, looked at the unusual scene, and talked about it. Gu Hang's kingdom of storm god is indeed a kingdom of lightning. But for a long time, under Gu Hang's control, the thunder and lightning would not roar so uncontrollably. It should be very stable, occasionally flashing, and the thunder was not loud. But now, the constant roaring thunder not only always illuminates the sky, but the thunder sounds echo throughout the kingdom of God. Gu Hang is not unable to control it, but he doesn't have the mind to do so now. Flash for a while. It won't kill anyone. His mind is all focused on the scene in the center of the kingdom of God, surrounded by lightning and thunder. Between the dark clouds, the images were a little blurry and fuzzy, but it didn't prevent Gu Hang from seeing clearly what they were: prophecy. He saw the figure of Robert, a legendary figure of the Empire, one of the Emperor's sons, and the genetic father of the Infinite Legion. It was natural for Gu Hang to recognize him. His portrait was widely circulated throughout the empire. In the state religion, he was a high-level religious mythological figure, the son of God, and the object of faith. In the official propaganda of the empire, he was also the mighty general who laid the foundation of the empire. Among the Space Marines, especially in the propaganda of the Infinite Legion, the largest number of war bands in the current generation, their genetic father was also the most famous among all the sons of God. And such a person, in the cloud image projected by the kingdom of Storm God, sat quietly on the throne. Stasis force fields were released from the devices at the four corners of the throne, and a faint blue light enveloped his body and the entire area, making the time there no longer flow, and making him forever stop at the moment before his death. Gu Heng had also seen this scene in a picture book. It should be a work praising Robert's achievements. At the end of the book, the sad writing style was accompanied by a picture of Robert sitting quietly in a static force field, which was exactly the same as what Gu Heng saw now. But the difference was that in the picture in Gu Heng's memory, there were people kneeling beside the throne. They looked at the Son of God with reverence, pain, and expectation. However, what was revealed in the picture of the Storm Kingdom's clouds was that a bloody and cruel battle was going on next to the throne. On one side, it was the Infinite War Group. They had a set of iconic indigo pure color armor, and many of them had quite fancy carvings, medals, and shoulder armor decorations. These things clearly showed their identities, especially the embodiment of their past merits. Moreover, they were not pure decorations that had no effect in battle. On the contrary, these sacred ornaments that embody their past military exploits have the power of faith and can truly make the Space Marines who wear them stronger. Some strength enhancement, some luck bonus, faster reaction, more agile body. The blow that would have penetrated the armor is deflected. Speaking of it, it is quite metaphysical, but it can indeed play a similar role. Gu Heng also noticed that most of the Infinite Warriors fighting here have golden eagle visors on their helmets. This is also very symbolic, representing that these Infinite Warriors are the most famous troops in the war group, the ever-victorious army. In the past, in the Legion era, the ever-victorious army was the personal guard of the Father of Genes, and the most glorious honor guard in the Ultra 500 world. At the same time, unlike ordinary honor guards, they are only for show, but can really be put into the battlefield. Their heroic posture can often play a decisive role on the battlefield and win merits. To this day, the ever-victorious army is also the most elite force in the Infinite War Group and the personal guard of the war group leader. With so many ever-victorious army here, then, sure enough, Gu Heng saw a majestic warrior, the current commander of the Infinite Regiment, Kellerman. He was covered in blood and fought hard, being able to break into the Infinite Regiment's home, Ultra Star, and under the full defense of the Infinite Regiment. They even attacked the most core position of the entire Ultra Star, which is where the Gene Father, who has been guarding the regiment for 10,000 years, is located. It can be seen how critical the situation has become. And who did all this? They are Space Marines wearing black armor. However, looking at their paint, they are significantly different from the Empire's Space Marines. Beside them, there are a small number of demons, but each of them looks very powerful, accompanying them in battle. There is no doubt that this is a group of Chaos Space Marines, the origin of the Empire 10,000 years ago, and the biggest traitor. Under the leadership of Kellerman, the ever-victorious army fought very bravely. However, their number is too small. On the contrary, their enemies seem endless. If they continue to fight like this, the Infinite Warriors will surely lose. At this moment, a portal suddenly opened at the top, and a mixed army descended here to assist the Infinite Warriors in launching a counterattack against the Chaos Traitors and Demons. Their composition structure is very complex, and their clothes are different, but it does not mean that they are weak. Among them, there are Black Crusader Space Marines wearing black armor, Inquisitors of the Demon Tribunal and his bounty hunters, Mechanicus elites led by a Mechanicus sage in a fighting posture, and a combat nun army led by a living saint with wings on his back. If it were just that, it would be fine. Gu Heng also saw a group of strange humanoid troops wearing red armor. Although their faces were not revealed, Gu Heng still recognized their identity from their equipment style. Eldar. Not the Dark Eldar, but the real White Eldar. Their arrival stabilized the front line, but it was not enough to turn defeat into victory. At this time, a leader of the Eldar, a female Eldar warrior, wearing a set of armor, approached the throne under the escort of the mechanicus sage. They seemed to have said something to the captain of the Kellerman, and there was a dispute. But in the end, under Gu Heng's shocked sight, he saw that the stasis field was closed, and the set of armor in the hands of the Eldar seemed to have life, floating and unfolding its structure, quickly attached to the body of the Son of God, and quickly closed. In the close-fitting azure armor, the son of the Emperor stood up from the throne. He picked up the Emperor's sword that had been silent in the stasis field with him for thousands of years. In an instant, a raging fire ignited on the sword. Robert strode down from the throne, and the soldiers of the Empire and the Eldar automatically made way for him. The Son of God, holding the sword, killed the traitors and demons one by one like a storm. The picture gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. The abnormal lightning and thunder in the kingdom of Storm God also gradually subsided. The heroes who had also seen these pictures whispered to each other and talked about it. Not everyone can understand all this, but it does not prevent them from realizing that it is probably a big deal. Gu Heng waved his hand slightly, and a voice reached the hearts of every hero. Keep it secret. The heroes stopped their actions and saluted in the direction of Gu Heng. Gu Heng was still relieved about the heroes. The essence of the heroes is his power in the external manifestation, and they will not betray or leak secrets. What Gu Heng cares more about is what the picture in the clouds of his kingdom of God just now is telling. He fully understands the content. Ultra Star will be attacked by the enemy of chaos. And Robert, the descendant of the Emperor and the genetic father of the Infinite War Core, will wake up. But this is not history. Right? I have never heard of such a thing happening. Is it now? Is it ongoing? It is possible, but not likely. The Alliance is still doing business with the Infinite Star region. It is peaceful there. Apart from the looting of the Dark Elf pirates in the surrounding area, there is no news of any unrest. Even if the Chaos Army launched an attack on Ultra Star, it would take time. It is impossible for people to break into the core area without any news. Is that the future? What you see is what will happen in the future. It is very likely. Gu Heng didn't know why he saw these pictures. However, he did not forget that the reason for seeing the pictures was because Inquisitor Martini told him the prophecy he had interrogated. After listening to the prophecy, he felt that his kingdom of God was in turmoil. The subspace was surging, and these pictures appeared in his kingdom of God. Combining the pictures with the prophecy, Gu Heng realized, it seems that the Blood Curse family in the Dark Eldar clan has interpreted the prophecy correctly. The youngest evil god Emperor. The Emperor is certainly not an evil god, but in the eyes of the Dark Eldar, he is. The Emperor's most rational son is Robert. It makes sense. After returning to the real universe from the kingdom of God, Gu Heng sat alone in the office for a long time. He was thinking about what this big event that he knew might happen in the future meant. How could he use it? Should he tell the Infinite War Core? Should he tell Holy Terra? This thing is said to be in the future. But how long in the future will it happen? What role will the Alliance play in it? What will the situation be? The Great Era is coming. Chapter 730 How the Prophecy Comes True. Comoros. This is a place between the subspace and the real universe. In the gap between the curtains, the Eldar Empire at its peak carved out a magical space with supreme technology. They built cities in it, and the core was a cosmic bone, the highest crystallization of Eldar technology. Many of the Eldar's technologies are based on the so-called spirit bone. This is a material developed by the Eldar themselves, which is highly extensible after technical processing. It can almost show any physical properties required by the Shaper, and can be used in all places where the Eldar need it. Warships, armor, Eldar Titans, are developed by splicing spirit bones. A high-level spirit bone, combined with countless processed materials, generates everything. The cosmic bone is the most advanced existence among the spirit bones. Even when the Eldar were still the overlords of this universe, the entire Eldar Empire had to use all its strength to create only a few. In their heyday, they used it to transform galaxies and build space cities. Each one is the most proud work of the Eldar Empire. A magnificent creation, an invincible war machine, and a supreme work of art. They arrogantly call this supreme creation the bone of the universe. They sincerely believe that this is the skeleton of the universe, and the Eldar Empire is the flesh and blood on the skeleton, and they will be immortal. However, endless greed and indulgence, at the peak of the Eldar Empire, in the depths of the soul resonance of all the Eldar, gave birth to the evil god Slaanesh. The subspace storm caused by her birth not only made the entire subspace turbulent, but also echoed in the real universe, destroying the entire Eldar Empire in an instant. And the last bone of the universe made by the Eldar Empire was placed by them in the curtain between the subspace and the real universe. After they mastered the method of opening and controlling the curtain, they planned to use this bone of the universe to build a curtain city, which can quickly connect the subspace and reality at any time, and can go anywhere at any time, as a transit station in the universe. When the Eldar Empire was destroyed, only a few Eldar living in the Veiled City were lucky enough to escape, although they had to worry about being sucked away by Slaanesh all the time in the following tens of thousands of years. At least they survived. And their Veiled City survived to this day. That Veiled City is Comoros. The Eldar who survived in Comoros are the Dark Eldar. They took Comoros as their home, and lived between the Veils for tens of thousands of years. During this period, they also constantly plundered materials from the outside world. And with the bone of the universe as the core, they devoured and transformed these materials to add bricks and tiles to Comoros. Today's Comoros is not a city, but rather a planet that is constantly growing and expanding between the Veils. Even if the development of tens of thousands of years is slow, its scale has far exceeded the general concept. To this day, there are many families of all sizes in Comoros. They were established at different times, some close and some far away. The recent ones may be in the past 1 or 2 years. Because of the conspiracy changes, new families were established. The distant ones may even be traced back to the glorious era of the Eldar Empire, which lasted for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, there are big and small ones. The big ones are like the Blood Curse family, which is one of the pillars of Comoros. The small ones are 3 or 5 nobles who stick together to make some profits. Speaking of nobles, this is also a feature of the Dark Eldar. The birth rate of the Eldar is ridiculously low, and the mortality rate is still very high. Newborn babies are easily eaten by Slaanesh directly, and they must be produced in special equipment. But even so, the risk still exists. There is a big gap in their manpower. Every Eldar born normally is precious. This kind of Eldar is called aristocrat, and it has the highest ceiling in the society of Comoros. Not every noble can really become a superior person, but at least there is no upper limit to their development. If they have the ability and opportunity, they will have a channel for upward mobility. In addition to the nobles, the so-called civilians are second-born children. This is the Dark Eldar created by genetic technology, not naturally produced. Their lifespan is much shorter than that of normal Eldar, and so are their offspring. Compared to the nobles, their bloodlines are degraded in all aspects, and it is easier for Slaanesh to eat their souls. But no matter how degraded, they are still Dark Eldar, and the nobles also regard them as the same kind. However, even if there is genetic technology to directly clone and derive new population, it is still not enough for the huge manpower gap in Comoros. A large number of foreign mercenaries and slaves, on the contrary, constitute the largest manpower pool in Comoros. They are controlled and enslaved by the Dark Eldar with cruel and bloody technology, doing the hardest and most tiring work, serving as cannon fodder in battle, and being sacrificed in blood when necessary to fill the souls of the Dark Eldar that are constantly being absorbed by Slaanesh. The nobles lead the family. The second-born sons form the main force of the family, and the slaves and mercenaries are at the bottom. Countless such families constitute the general framework of the entire Comoros. Above all the families, there are 3 major organizations: the Witch Spirit Cult, the Blood Orcs Association, and the Black Witch King Victor. The first 2 do not lead the family, but almost every family has witch spirits and blood orcs, who are also members of the cult and association. Sometimes, they will be loyal to the family, but most of the time, when the interests of the cult and association conflict with the family, they tend to stand on the side of the cult and association. There are also families that are willing to go through fire and water for both, and destroy those families that dare to conflict with the cult and association in order to seek greater benefits. As for the Black Witch King, that is a person. It is said that although Victor has noble blood, he started from humble beginnings. He started as a mercenary, and in 1,000 years, he established a great reputation and established his own family. Then, he united countless families, with the Black Witch family as the foundation. Conspiracy, blood, terror. These most commonly used methods of the Dark Eldar are perfect in his hands. His own strength makes people fearful and dare not compete. He is the most powerful warrior, a great wizard, and a wise ruler. In the past, It was almost impossible to unify the Dark Eldar and Comoros. But in the last 3,000 years, Victor has achieved it. Comoros is still not a unified regime, but it has a unified leader. He tried his best to maintain the entire Comoros structure, and only he could mobilize dozens or even hundreds of families to act together. In the last 1,000 years, no one has resisted him, neither dare nor want to. Not daring is fear of his methods and fear of his strength. I don't want to, because it's really good to unite around him. He can really lead the team and hunt for benefits. And at this moment, he is with the leader of the Wuling cult. The leader of the Wuling cult, the old woman of the Great Wuling, has a faint purple light in her eyes. The picture revealed in her pupils is the same as what Gu Hang saw in the kingdom of Storm God. After a long while, the light in her eyes faded, and her body involuntarily stepped back a few steps. After a moment of breathing, she bowed slightly to Victor and said, "He has seen it." Victor nodded. His expression was quite melancholy. He never showed this expression to others. It was very dangerous for his rule, but only in front of the old woman. He could show a little bit without worrying too much. On the one hand, the old woman would not reveal it, nor would she become his enemy. On the other hand, only the old woman knew what kind of pressure he was under. The pressure of the fate of the entire Eldar. Prophecy. Prophecy. Do you know that I used to be the last one to believe in fate? If I believed in fate, I would bow to it. And how could there be Victor today? He was talking to the old woman, but it was like he was mumbling to himself. He had the right to say so. At the beginning, he was really just a mercenary. Victor, who had fought his way out of obscurity, did not find his surname until he became famous, or his surname found him. During this period, he had too many moments of being about to die. If he had not believed in fate, kept a cool head at all times, and did not lose his desperate blood, he would have really lost his life in those countless times when his life was hanging by a thread. How could he accept his fate? The old woman understood, but smiled and said, "Perhaps this is your fate? You are destined to lead our race. The sufferings in the past are all gifts given by fate." He, Victor sneered. Fate. Fate. Does it mean that the final fate of the noble and great elves will be decided by humans? Just based on those humans. Are they worthy? Their race is so humble and ignorant. There is no reason or wisdom in them. They follow the crowd. They are blind. They are so easy to be controlled. Look at the slaves at the bottom of Comoros. Most of them are them. They are only fit to be slaves. When will it be the turn of this inferior race to be king? Their ridiculous empire has such a huge territory, but it is ruled like a bloated zombie. The poor governance ability is not what it should be in this era. The overlord of the galaxy? I have never seen a hegemon attacked by various forces in the past 10,000 years. It's ridiculous. Victor cursed and listed many of the unbearable things of the human race. The old woman was beside him, just listening quietly. After Victor had vented, the old woman spoke softly, "But their number is endless. Oh, they are just endless slaves. Among them, there are also many heroes. They have their emperors." At this point, Victor stopped talking. The emperor. Who dares to deny this? The existence that stands in the warp and can compete with the four evil gods can be feared and hated, but no one can ignore or deny it. And then to talk about the heroes among humans. The Eldar pirate group plundered the human empire outside and had many dealings with humans. In most cases, the Dark Eldar can always rely on their excellent technology and elusive actions to gain advantages and get the results they want. But they are not really invincible. There are often times when they turn over. Maybe the Dark Eldar themselves failed. But there is definitely no shortage of so-called heroes among humans, who turn the tide and save the battle. What's more, there may be a new god among them, the old woman added softly, making Victor even more uneasy. He paced back and forth, and couldn't help asking stupid questions. Are you really sure? Are you sure of all that? No. The old woman spread her hands and said, "We have discussed this a long time ago. Haven't we? Prophecy. This thing. We only know that it will come true. But no one knows how it will come true, and in what way. Maybe we are wrong. The Blood Curse family is right. It's very simple. The human emperor and his son, who is destined to wake up, are the fulfillment. It is also possible that the Ender family is right. The human emperor is still not a real god. He has not yet sacrificed the entire race on which he depends on to ascend to become a real god of the warp. The youngest evil god is still the Slaanesh we fear. What we are looking for is a son of Slaanesh. It is also possible that what I said is right. The Storm God, who has already occupied an ecological niche in the warp, and will probably grow more in the future, is the youngest. His already born son is the one who decides everything. Maybe we are all wrong. But it doesn't matter. We have enough power to try every route. Victor couldn't help but say, destroy Robert. Or destroy Gu Hang's alliance. Kill his son. Maybe we can reverse the prophecy? All those who try to violate the prophecy will always make the prophecy come true in another way that they don't want to. Huh? Victor sighed, and finally fell silent. Chapter 731, Gate of Triumph. On Holy Terra, a grand triumphal ceremony is unfolding. This ceremony is not just to welcome Gu Hang, but Gu Hang is definitely the most important guest in the triumphal ceremony. It has been 8 days since he arrived at Holy Terra, but he has not been to the ground. Instead, he was arranged to visit and wait on the moon, the natural satellite of Holy Terra. Here, Gu Hang met many comrades who had parted before. There are those from the Western Front and the Northern Front, Space Marines, Navy, Astra Militarum, Inquisition. All are there. Marshal Leroy, who has entered the Dreadnought mech. Oh! He has now removed the title of Marshal of the Second Fleet of the Black Crusaders. The current Marshal of the Second Fleet is Marshal Shirui. Shirui's Fourth Fleet has all merged into the Second Fleet. It is said that the two fleets were crippled in the last war, and even Leroy was put into the Dreadnought Iron Coffin. The Second Fleet was already in name only, with only a few cats left. The Fourth Fleet is a little better. In this case, it is meaningless to keep two organizations. After merging them together, the battle history will also be merged together. Marshal Shirui, who should have been rewarded but had some flaws in his record, will be promoted 2 ranks to lead the Second Fleet. Even after the merger, the new Second Fleet is not yet fully staffed. However, the Black Crusaders are replenishing their personnel very quickly. They will soon have enough troops to fill the Second Fleet, and the troops and fleet will be fully staffed. At the same time, a new Fourth Fleet will be established. Su Lai of the Phoenix Regiment is also there. The internal communication of the Space Marines has been completed. He has basically confirmed that he will replace Organgron of the Death Angels Regiment and become the new Space Marine representative. This will help him to obtain resources from the Empire and restore the vitality of the Phoenix more quickly. Lou Salilius of the Ortopus Regiment is also there, as well as several generals and admirals of the Astra Militarum who participated in the war. Admirals and admirals of the Navy, the Sage of Mars, the Battle Sister of the Inquisition, and the Chief Judges. Many people were waiting. Some had arrived several months ago, and some had just arrived. But no matter who they were, there was only one person to wait for, the undisputed Commander-in-Chief of the Iron Armor War and the Zerg War. The first meritorious person, the leader of the Alliance, Mr. Gu Hang. On Gu Hang's side, there were not only him and his wife's family, but also the 2 war leaders of the Phoenix and the Blood Shark. Not to mention Martins, the war leader of the Blood Shark. Alma Ewing could hardly contain his excitement. In the past, their Blood Shark was a war group walking in the dark, unknown and disdained to be known. But since he was determined to change the current situation of the war group and return to the glory of the Empire, then today's occasion was what he had dreamed of. The war group became famous in one shot, and with the Alliance as a very good partner, it can now play a role on the most open and glorious stage of the Holy Terra Triumph. Of course, it is not the protagonist, but it is not light. How can he not be excited? This triumphal ceremony was held for them to celebrate the victory of the Iron Armor War. It's a bit embarrassing to say that the news of the victory of the Iron Armor War has been reported back for 2 years. But the triumphal ceremony has been delayed until now. But there is no way. There is no set time for holding the triumphal ceremony. Even after the news of the victory of the war was reported back earlier, the masters on Holy Terra did not want to hold it for a while. It costs a lot of money to hold such a grand ceremony. Moreover, the army that has won merits has to go to the capital of the Empire for the triumphal ceremony. It is impossible for the central government to return with honors without any expression. Right? Although it is necessary to give enough rewards. The replenishment of personnel, equipment replenishment, promotion, resettlement of retired soldiers, and additional rewards for active soldiers. However, if these troops do not come to Holy Terra and return to their own homes, these rewards, reinforcements, supplies, And appropriations. When will they arrive? It's hard to say. I didn't say I won't give them. It's just that the central government is indeed in a difficult situation now. Wait a minute. And you will get them. It's normal to delay war rewards, especially in times of financial difficulties. However, the masters on Holy Terra still have to have some dignity. You can't come to Holy Terra to hold a triumphal ceremony without paying. Right? I was hesitant about whether to hold it or not because of these considerations at the beginning. Later, didn't they discuss a new tax plan with the Alliance? It is expected that there will be a considerable amount of income. And the war is over. After a year or so, the central finances of the Empire have recovered a little. My mind became active. The headquarters of the two major forces of the Navy and the Star Army are urgently wanted to be held. The Military Affairs Department also wants to do it. Space Marines also want to do it. Secondly, the Inquisition, Mars, and so on also want to do it. Those who have directly fought the war, paid huge sacrifices and won the war, always want to show their faces. This kind of thing is originally a way to accumulate political capital and expand influence. What's more, it is also beneficial to approve the subsequent budget through the triumphal ceremony. They are naturally very active. The Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Taxation, the Ministry of Justice, the State Religion, the Assassin's Court, etc. don't mind it too much, and even have some opposition. After all, these things have little to do with them, but they cost a lot of money. The attitude of Chibodu, who is in the middle of the decision, is the most important. For the Prime Minister, holding a grand triumphal ceremony is also very attractive. After all, this war was also led by him in a sense. He even went against all odds and invested a considerable part of the power of the Solar Star region centered on Holy Terra to carry out expeditionary operations. At that time, in order to gain support for the war, he clearly told people from all walks of life on Holy Terra that this war was not a distant and indifferent matter. It was not only a part of the Empire, but also concerned the safety of Holy Terra itself. If left alone, the enemy would have the possibility to break through from the east and hit Holy Terra. Originally, people on Holy Terra were skeptical about this. But when the Western Front Legion collapsed for the first time, the threat seemed to become more substantial. And the person who quickly led the reconstruction of the Second Western Front Legion and eventually won the war, that is, Prime Minister Chibodu, could have led this victory as a wise leader, further consolidated his ruling position and strengthened his authority. He was motivated to hold this triumphal ceremony, especially when the finances allowed. In addition, he needed to meet with Gu Hang to see whether this actual battlefield hero, the big man who rose in the east of the Empire, was a hero who could be used by him or a tyrant with two minds. So, the triumphal ceremony was decided. But there were problems after it was decided. The overall preparation time for the triumphal ceremony takes a long time and costs a lot of money. At the same time, as the protagonists of the triumphal ceremony, they did not get the news of participating in the triumphal ceremony at the beginning. Many people fought the final battle in the Spider-Web universe for several months, and some returned to their hometowns. Now, this group of people have to gather all back to Holy Terra again, which must be very tiring and take a lot of time. For example, Gu Heng has been on the road for almost a year. There are others who are farther away, and they will set off earlier than Gu Heng. However, in general, most people are still willing to participate, even if they have to spend a long time on the road, putting aside all the actual interests. The sense of honor alone is enough to drive the soldiers to make a trip. This is the honor they have won with their own hands, brought by the sacrifice of countless comrades in arms. They have to take a trip and pass through the most famous triumphal gate on Holy Terra, which the expeditionary army led by the Emperor 10,000 years ago has passed through, so that their life will not be in vain. Because of this, the soldiers who responded positively arrived at the location before the scheduled time. Of course, it is impossible for all the participating troops to participate in the triumphal ceremony. Otherwise, do the Alliance army with more than 1 billion and hundreds of warships have to come? How much money will be spent on the road? Who will guard the territory of the Alliance? Even if these are not considered, will Holy Terra agree? Will the Imperial guards responsible for security in the palace agree? Gu Heng's family came. Martin's came. Yuan came. Plus some Alliance army generals, Navy generals, and some troops with outstanding representative contributions in the war. All in all, no more than 50,000 people. For example, The Alliance army can only send one representative per division. The same is true for other troops. Only the people of the 2nd Western Front Corps, which was originally in the Sun Star region, are more. There are about 300,000 people who will participate in the triumphal ceremony. Half of them are local people in the Sun Star region. In the days waiting for the ceremony to begin, the comrades who had fought side by side toasted together to celebrate. Gu Heng was the absolute protagonist among them. After reconnecting with these people, the grand triumphal ceremony officially began. Gu Heng was on the long red carpet, under countless cameras, with the Moon Defense Force standing on both sides, riding a chariot, half of his body exposed, as the first of the 300,000 expeditionary representatives being reviewed. He slowly drove forward. He kept waving to the crowds on both sides, and every time he passed a place, the soldiers on both sides would put down their guns on duty and stand at attention to salute. The crowds farther away, who could only see Gu Heng's figure, and the clearer picture needed to be seen through the big screen of the broadcast, cheered, in the life support shield covering the entire moon. The sound waves were even more deafening than those on a normal planet. In this way, Gu Heng, as the first vehicle, entered the lunar orbital elevator, entered the lunar starport, and boarded an Emperor-class battleship that was allocated as a vehicle. The battleship sailed out of the lunar starport, and then more representatives boarded the subsequent battleships. They circled the human mother planet Holy Terra, one circle after another, and each circle was closer. In this picture, many warships of the Sun Fleet stood on both sides of the navigation track like guards, with their bows facing the fleet led by Gu Heng, showing boundless respect. Whenever the ships passed by them, the artillery fired upwards and downwards, respectively, and grand fireworks were set off in space. The fireworks were so conspicuous that when people in the night half looked up, they felt that the sky had become colorful. When the Emperor-class battleship that Gu Heng was riding gradually approached the low Earth orbit, a magnificent triumphal gate came into everyone's eyes. It is like a huge metal beast lying across the universe, made of a special alloy that gleams with brilliant golden light. Under the endless brilliance, it is full of glorious power. At the top of the triumphal gate, a huge energy crystal emits a dazzling light, which is like a lighthouse, guiding the returning heroes. Both sides of the gate are engraved with reliefs, depicting the glorious journey of mankind in interstellar warfare, from the initial difficult Terra Unification War to the great expedition led by the Emperor, and the bloody battles with various alien races. And then later, some of the most significant battles are all represented in it. Each relief is lifelike, telling those magnificent stories. It is a giant structure built at the end of the victory of the great expedition led by the Emperor himself. This is the Triumphal Gate of Holy Terra, and it is also a huge satellite-level defense platform on Holy Terra. Because it is a ring shape, even the largest Queen of Glory-class battleships can pass through the middle. So when the triumph comes, the victorious team will pass through it. This has become the highest honor for the soldiers of the Empire. And if there is anything more glorious than passing through this triumphal gate, it is to engrave your own glorious deeds on it. The Iron Armor War has this honor. Although there is only a relief of 80 meters by 30 meters, it is not very eye-catching on the entire triumphal arch. But at this moment, the 2,400 square meters of relief flashed the brightest light. The battleship slowly passed the triumphal gate. Gu Heng stood at the bow, looking at the building that was gradually approaching and more shocking. Even he couldn't help but feel a surge of blood in his heart. This is not only a magnificent building, but also a witness to the glory of mankind. Not only him, but also every triumphant of the Iron Armor War who followed him and approached from behind will be shocked by it, and then feel great honor. Die for the Empire. Die for humanity. Die for a good cause. As the fleet continued to move forward, it finally arrived at the starport of Holy Terra. The huge starport was full of various warships, like a steel forest. When Gu Heng's car was parked steadily at the designated berth, the 300,000 expeditionary representatives quickly and orderly began to organize the team. The warrior representatives were dressed in brand new uniforms, and their armors flashed coldly under the lights of the starport. They were neatly arranged, and their footsteps echoed in the empty starport. Gu Heng stepped off the warship and stepped onto the passage leading to the land. Behind him, the 300,000-strong army was like a giant steel dragon, slowly moving along the red carpet. On both sides of the red carpet were officials and representatives of the people who came to greet them. They held flowers and flags, and their faces were filled with reverence and joy. From the starport, They took the space elevator to the land of Holy Terra. The red carpet was laid for a distance of 5,000 kilometers all the way to the Terra Palace. Under the leadership of Gu Heng, 300,000 people will take vehicles and cross a distance of 1/8 of the circumference of Holy Terra in about a month to reach Holy Terra. They will not travel day and night, and the speed will not be particularly fast. Along the way, they will pass through countless areas of Holy Terra and receive the enthusiasm and cheers of the broadest masses of people on Holy Terra. Chapter 732 Terra Red Man. The triumphal team led by Gu Heng marched on the vast, complex and bloated land of Holy Terra. The places they passed through were of different styles. Some were ancient Gothic nest buildings with spires piercing the sky. Some were streamlined buildings full of modern technology, with glass curtain walls reflecting the sunlight, like building blocks of art, stacked into modern nests. There were huge factory areas lying on the surface, like steel behemoths. Each area was inhabited by a large population. On Holy Terra, trillions of people lived on the mother planet. The sea had long dried up, and every inch of land was built with dense nests. This meant that where the triumphal team passed, there were crowds of people. Every place was already full of cheering crowds. Some of them were on both sides of the street, and some were looking down from the high floors of the buildings. Children rode on the shoulders of adults, waving small flags in their hands. Young girls threw the flowers in their hands to the team. The old people, with tears in their eyes, silently blessed these returning heroes. At the same time, their actions, every minute and every second, were recorded and broadcast in real time by hundreds of filming groups on hovercrafts and airships. In order to ensure sufficient viewing angles, hundreds of filming groups were not enough, and there were also a large number of servo skulls operating cameras to follow the filming. The broadcast signal can be received on Holy Terra and even the entire Solar Star region. People can freely choose any perspective to watch these triumphant warriors. Among them, the most watched and most popular channel is the one that shoots Gu Heng from all angles. The biggest reason, of course, is that Gu Heng, as the greatest hero and commander-in-chief of this war, deserves the most attention. But in addition to this, there is another reason, which is equally important. The people on Holy Terra regard Gu Heng as a savior, and the reason for this is inseparable from Salahovic's work. At this moment, Salahovic was drinking a drink in a top-floor villa rented in a nest city on the edge of the Imperial Palace, watching the governor's heroic figure with satisfaction. In addition to this main screen, there are many other secondary screens next to it, showing a lot of data. The number of viewers, popularity, the first-hand information sent back by the staff of the Union Embassy from the field visits in various offices. All these things reflect the support and love of the people of Holy Terra for Governor Gu. As the ambassador of the Union and the most outstanding diplomat of the Union government, Salahovic was sent to Holy Terra very early. It is normal that for the Union, the most important diplomatic relationship is of course the relationship with Holy Terra. With the help of Gallardo, with the Union's investment of a lot of manpower support, resource and financial support, and most importantly, the fundamental factor that the Union has strong strength, he has established a firm foothold in Holy Terra. The Foreign Affairs Department, the Holy Terra branch, which he led, had almost the same power as the Alliance headquarters. It collected all valuable intelligence from the Central Empire and reported it to the Alliance regularly. At the same time, it also disseminated information that the Alliance wanted to convey to the people and officials in the Central Empire. And Salahovic himself also made friends with high-ranking officials of the Empire everywhere, and spared no effort to cheer for the Alliance. Visits, conversations, local gatherings. These can only be regarded as one of the means. More importantly, the Alliance Foreign Affairs Bureau and the Embassy made full use of the media industry. Serious academic research reports, artistic paintings and theme music creations based on the Alliance, musicals and stage plays created, were promoted to high-end people. Films, simple story picture books, and popular novels created based on the Alliance stories were circulated to the broadest groups. Every year, countless artists, novelists, and media workers who received funding from the Alliance created a large number of works to promote the Alliance and Gu Heng. These were all started by Gallardo. However, after Salahovic arrived, the work in this area was unprecedentedly strengthened. His work was fruitful. All of this is the result of his work over the years with his Foreign Affairs Department and the people in the Embassy. People know the Alliance, It is not a stranger who won a battle in the distance and has nothing to do with them, but a big IP that they are familiar with. But these can only be regarded as basic work. It just makes the people on Holy Terra, whether they are the grassroots people or the middle and lower level officials, realize that there is a beautiful, hopeful, ideal place in the Far East, the Alliance, which is bathed in the glory of the Empire. But this understanding is a bit empty, not solid enough, and not deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The opportunity to change everything, the opportunity to change from quantitative change to qualitative change, came from the assistance of Prime Minister Chibodu. To be honest, will the Iron Armor War really pose a security threat to Holy Terra? People of insight know that it is far from it. When the Iron Armor War was at its peak, it was just breaking through the Mager universe. It is true that their troops did enter the central territory of the Empire, but in fact, there is still a long distance from the Tianhuang universe at the edge of the central territory to the Sun universe. It is true that the Iron Armor Rebellion had a great impact on the Empire. The turmoil in the East Frontier, the huge financial pressure, and the impact of local separatist forces on the central authority of the Empire. However, these are not that relevant to the people and middle-level officials. The more people with higher cognition, the more they can realize that the Iron Armor was a big trouble at the beginning. But it is a dream to say that they can enter Holy Terra and subvert the Empire. However, in Holy Terra, a world with a population of 1 trillion, there are many people with high cognitive levels. But the proportion is not that large. Of course, if there is no source of information, the ignorant lower-class people will not know so much. But the one who played a big assist was Prime Minister Chibodu. At that time, for political reasons, Chibodu exaggerated the threat of the Iron Armor War in order to gain support for the war. Consecutive radio and television speeches repeatedly described the severity of the Iron Armor War. Newspaper reports, consecutive defeats in the frontline wars. All of these have caused quite serious waves in the hearts of the lower-class residents. The Empire is always at war. But on Holy Terra, in the lives of many people, there has never been a war that has been repeatedly broadcast in their ears, making them feel that the war is so close to them. And those so-called elites, who can see the truth, do not dare to say in public that this war does not matter. Wouldn't that be a thorn in the Prime Minister's side? After the purge, is the Ministry of Justice, which is now almost entirely the Prime Minister's dog, really eating for free? During this period, Salahovic was keenly aware that this was a very good propaganda outlet. He took advantage of the Iron Armor threat theory advocated by Prime Minister Chibodu to vigorously strengthen this impression. With the help of the central government of the Empire, the relevant propaganda will be twice the result with half the effort. Then, at all costs, he found the best team and launched a series of big-budget films. The theme is that the alliance led by Gu Hang will participate in the war against the Iron Armor traders and the Zerg. Then, soon there was news that the alliance officially joined the war and went north to form the Southern Front Corps. Taking advantage of the situation, Salahovic launched the first film in the series. Due to the excellent production, coupled with the IP of Gu Hang, which has accumulated a certain amount in the past. And Gu Hang is indeed on the front line of the Iron Armor War, reflecting the reality to a considerable extent, so that the first film in the series received a very good response. Then, with the victory of the Alliance over Alfonso's fleet, the second film became a huge hit in Holy Terra. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. During the 15-year war, the Alliance series launched 5 films that became a huge hit in Holy Terra, and even swept the entire Solar Star region, and even the entire Empire. Various derivative dramas and peripheral commercial products have been rapidly developed. Gu Hang, the absolute protagonist, has become extremely well known. Gu Hang himself only knows about these contents, but has no idea how popular they are. During the war, most of his time and energy were invested in the war itself. There were some extra ones that could pay attention to the development of the Alliance. Sometimes, marginal intelligence information like this could not even be delivered to his desk. Even if it was delivered, he would just take a quick look and that was it. So, when Gu Hang was in the triumphant team and received the enthusiasm of the entire Holy Terra people beyond his imagination, he was unable to connect this matter for a while, so that he was quite puzzled. In fact, it is not just Gu Hang, including Salahovic, the initiator, and even many bigwigs and high-ranking officials on Holy Terra, who actually did not think of it. Who could have thought of this? Under the system of the Empire, The entertainment industry is very underdeveloped. The high pressure of the social system, the control of public opinion, and the tilt of resources to industrial production and military industry are internal factors. The continuous war outside and the high military pressure also make it difficult for the entertainment industry to develop stably. In addition to these realistic factors, there are also surreal factors. The corruption of Slaanesh is very easy to spread through a developed enjoyment and indulgence environment. From the Inquisition to the Ministry of Justice, they are all suppressing this kind of behavior. Although, in some upper classes, this suppression is in name only and cannot stop the powerful and those with powerful backgrounds from living a life of drunkenness and dreams. However, when it comes to controlling the entertainment of the lower classes, it is quite powerful. If they don't obey, film and television works, literary publications, commercial entertainment venues and the like, all need a license. This has become a good place for the Ministry of Justice to make money, and it has also become a weapon for some producers, distributors, and casino owners with backgrounds to monopolize. Of course, the Alliance Ambassador is not a low status. Behind this Alliance Ambassador is the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, High Lord Gallardo, who can definitely be regarded as a top dignitary. In addition, he has a large budget and is in an absolute leading position in all aspects of film and television industry competition. In the past, it's not that no one has thought of using this method to make people famous. In fact, Gallardo did something similar for Gu Hang back then. It's just that the scale is a little small. But now, not only is the scale large, but the film is a hit. Not only is the film a hit, but the results of Gu Hang's battle are still real. What kind of person is that who can lead the team at the front and walk to the Arch of Triumph? A great hero. It is very rare to combine these two identities to such a high degree. Not to mention that both aspects can be achieved to such a degree. A simple film and television star? It is meaningless to be the top star. In the minds of normal people, the recognition of film and television actors is completely different from the feelings for truly admired heroes. A simple hero? That person is indeed well known and widely loved by the whole nation. But it is also difficult to be as likable as the celebrity personality that is intentionally created. What's more, heroic deeds can often only be known through text and through dissemination. Unlike film and television works, which are dramatic after being carefully packaged, the power of the two combined is truly amazing. At this point, Salahovic smiled. He even dared to make a bold statement now, in terms of popularity. None of the High Lords of Holy Terra can rival Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu is more popular than the High Lords. The Alliance Ambassador, the media tycoon, Salahovic said, after observing the triumphal parade for a month. All the statistics have proved this point. The highest popularity was of course the day when the triumphal arch was crossed in space. The second was the first day of the live broadcast of the triumphal troops landing. The subsequent peak popularity must have decreased. But in general, this matter continued to dominate the list of the hottest news in almost every class in the entire Holy Terra. Especially when the triumphal troops led by Gu Hang passed through an area. The triumphal ceremony would quickly attract all the attention in the area. Those who have the conditions to watch directly will flock to it. Those who don't have the conditions will also gather on TV and radio live broadcasts to watch or listen to the news. Finally, all the heat will be on the last day of the triumphal parade, when the triumphal procession will meet with the imperial guards, who left the palace in advance, and lead the way to the main gate of the imperial palace, with a company of 100 imperial guards leading the way. After passing through here, Gu Hang will make a triumphal declaration at the top of the palace gate tower to all the triumphant soldiers, high-ranking officials of the empire, representatives of people from all walks of life in Holy Terra, and TV and radio reporters. After he finished his speech, this grand ceremony that had been prepared for nearly 2 years, cost a lot of money, and lasted for more than a month, was successfully concluded. That day came as promised. Salahovic did not choose to go to the scene, but continued to monitor various data and watch the live broadcast in the Alliance Embassy. However, an unexpected accident happened. Chapter 733 Prime Minister Chibodu. The accident happened after Gu Hang finished his speech. The Holy Terra Palace is located on a plateau in Terra, which was once called the roof of the world. The road leading to the palace is a long climb. The east gate is majestic and spectacular, and the thick city walls, which are generally more than 100 meters high, rise from the ground. It is not just a simple wall, but more like a tall building complex named after the wall. There are many artillery holes and air defense platforms on it, which can be stationed by the garrison. Behind the wall, one tower after another, bunkers, and city walls are connected by bridges, forming a very complex and three-dimensional fortification. The wall of the Holy Terra Palace, which almost surrounds the roof of the World Plateau, is essentially a thorough military structure. No matter how much gold paint and relief decoration it is decorated with, those gorgeous decorations that seem to be carved in jade are all firepower weapons that can extend the barrel of the gun. But this is only the first layer of defense of the palace. Behind the city wall is a wide moat energy river. The river water is not an ordinary stream, but a gathering of energy fluids with a faint blue light, like a flowing star belt surrounding the palace. On the energy river, there is a bridge made of crystal at a certain distance, and the bridge body emits a soft halo. But these bridges are all closed when they are not authorized, and the bridge body is surrounded by defensive energy shield generators. Once an enemy approaches, it will trigger a powerful energy counterattack. Going deeper, you can see a huge arch made of pure gold. This is the throat leading to the inner hall of the palace, and it is also the east gate of the Imperial Palace, the Dragon King Gate. It can be called the pinnacle of human architectural art and military engineering. The door is made of pure gold and is indestructible. The door is engraved with the Emperor's holy image, emitting a sacred glow, which is daunting. On the arch, the glorious achievements of the Empire over the past 1,000 years are engraved. The shining runes seem to tell the glory and passion of the past. The walls on both sides of the gate are towering into the sky, and the battlements on the walls are densely packed, like the fangs of a giant beast. Every few meters, there is a heavy artillery, and the barrels flash with cold light, as if warning the invaders. On both sides of the Dragon King's gate, there are two Titan mecha statues as high as 100 meters. They hold giant energy weapons in their hands, majestic and solemn, as if ready to fight to defend the palace at any time. The surface of the mecha statue is engraved with exquisite lines, each of which contains mysterious power, and exudes an awe-inspiring atmosphere under the reflection of the sun. In the square in front of the crystal bridge of the energy moat, the representatives of the triumphal army lined up solemnly. Those who are fortunate enough to be selected can enter the city wall. Outside the Dragon King's gate, there are hundreds of thousands of cheering Terra people. Gu Heng stood on the tower of the Dragon King's gate and delivered a speech. In front of him was a microphone. His voice, through the loudspeakers spread all over the square, was clearly and loudly transmitted to everyone in the square. And at the same time, through the broadcast signal, it was transmitted to everyone who could listen and watch the live program. Of course, in this huge square that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, Gu Heng is only the size of a normal human, and it is difficult to be seen clearly. But it doesn't matter. On the walls on both sides of the Dragon King's gate, there is a curtain that stretches from the top of the wall to the feet at a distance. At a height of nearly 100 meters, Gu Heng's full body image was projected, so that people and the broadcast signal could clearly see the scene. Placing his own portrait on the entire wall of the Holy Terra Palace is indeed quite impressive. As for the content of the speech, there is nothing much to say. This was polished and written by the pen holders of the Military Affairs Department. Praise the Emperor. Praise humanity. Praise the Empire. Boast of military exploits. Reiterate the importance of war. Commemorate sacrifices. It's nothing more than these contents. Objectively speaking, the things written by the pen holders of the Military Affairs Department are still good. The words are solid, not exaggerated, but can move people's hearts. But to put it bluntly, these are all things that have been written thousands of times in the propaganda department of the Empire, and your ears are tired of hearing them. It's not realistic to rely solely on these to impress people. But when Gu Heng was speaking, the mountains and seas below never stopped for a moment. The key, of course, is the person who is speaking. Gu Heng's fart here is earth-shaking. After the speech, he waved to the crowd and stepped aside. After his speech, according to the ceremonial process, it was the Prime Minister Chi Bodu who came forward to prepare for the speech. The Prime Minister straightened his gorgeous robe, cleared his throat, and said a few words. But the people were still immersed in the fanatical worship of Gu Heng, and the cheers showed no sign of abating. He kept a smile on his face, raised his hands, and made a downward movement, trying to control the situation. The Prime Minister's Majesty seemed to be okay. The crowd gradually tended to calm down. But at this moment, There was a sudden burst of cheers for Gu Heng in the crowd. Among them, there were also some, "We want to see Commander-in-Chief Gu. Gu Heng. Gu Heng. Gu Heng. Chi Bo do go down." Old face aside, similar voices kept appearing. The most important thing is that they really led the crowd. The shouts for Gu Heng sounded again and became stronger. Prime Minister Chi Bo do had to stretch out his hands again and press down to try to suppress the cheers of the crowd. But this time, he failed. The voices of the crowd became more and more intense, and even tended to become uniform. Now, Chi Bo do put his hands down. He showed a kind smile, stretched out a hand, and made a gesture of invitation. It was as if he was generously letting the people cheer to their heart's content and showing their enthusiasm for hero worship. He even turned his head and signaled to Gu Heng to come up and say a few more words. Throughout the whole process, he kept a kind smile on his face. Just like an elder who came to such a lively celebration. He knew that he was not the protagonist, and he was very generous and did not care to return the stage to the real protagonist. But Salahovich knew that Prime Minister Chibodu was unhappy. No matter how normal he behaved, how generous he was, and how kind his smile was. The intelligence Salahovich collected about the Prime Minister through various sources never showed that the Prime Minister had any virtues such as magnanimity and open-mindedness. On the contrary, Salahovich believed that Prime Minister Chiboda cared a lot about his own authority. Would such a person not care about what just happened? Would he not have a grudge? Salahovich did not believe it. In addition to guessing, he had another direction. It was not empirical evidence, but it was also an idea. He had seen a lot of videos of Chiboda's speeches, some public and some obtained through private channels. From them, he summed up a characteristic. Chibodu is a person who is very good at hiding his emotions, and he almost never loses control of his expression. However, there is a subtle point that was still captured by Salahovic. That is, when Chibodu maintains a kind smile. If the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes spread out, it is a fake smile, which is pretended, and can even represent that he has at least uneasy, angry, dissatisfied, and other emotions in his heart. And this point was clearly observed by Salahovic in the live broadcast video just now. His heart sank. Something bad happened. He wanted to raise Gu Heng's political status, but he never thought of raising it to the point that Chibodu would be afraid. Wouldn't that be self-defeating? But this matter seems to be not that simple. Chibodu had already suppressed his voice just now, and the people were indeed ready to listen to his speech. But at the critical moment, what happened to the people in the crowd who were making trouble? There was indeed an atmosphere group arranged by Salahovic in the crowd. However, the atmosphere group of the Alliance would not show up at this time. Go and find out who did it, and find out the person. Yes, the agents of the Foreign Affairs Bureau in the crowd began to act. Salahovic fully believed that their agents of the Foreign Affairs Bureau would definitely be able to complete the task. In addition, they could try to track down the hidden mastermind through the traces revealed by the hostile elements who showed up this time. However, his mood did not improve at all. The current dilemma still exists. It is not a good thing to offend the Prime Minister. Salahovic knew that the Governor-General's visit to Holy Terra this time was not like others who simply came to receive honors, show their faces in front of the vast number of Terra people, and accumulate some political influence. Gu Heng came for a very clear political appeal. The alliance plan is the core, and Gu Heng even wants to go further. On the surface, the biggest opponent of the alliance plan is Luo Fei, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of the Interior. But in fact, Prime Minister Chibodu is the most critical person. Sun Lord Sohikam was once the most powerful person in the empire. The era of the Sun Expedition has only been over for more than 30 years. And Chibodu has been the Prime Minister of the empire for 60 years. 60 years ago, he became the Prime Minister with the support of the Sun Lord. He supported the Sun Expedition and can even be regarded as a great contributor to the Sun Expedition. He is a good partner of Sohikam, sitting in the center of the empire for him, allocating resources and extracting resources from the entire empire for the Sun Expedition. However, in the later period of the Sun Expedition, the empire's national strength was increasingly exhausted, and Chibodu was in the center of the empire, bearing the brunt of the pressure. At that time, not only the center of the empire, but also various local regions of the empire, had great complaints about the expedition. It was true that such a large territory was conquered, but what help would it have for the various regions of the empire that supported the expedition? Even the center of the empire had a lot of opposition. Although the center of the empire was oppressing others, the officials of the center also had to work hard and do a lot of work for this matter. If it was just the workload, it would be fine. But the more important thing was that the Sun Lord, who seemed to be the big daddy who was pressing on the entire empire's institutions, had too high a status and too grand a reputation. All the others were dark stars completely obscured by the sun's brilliance. You blocked the way. In addition, he was away from Holy Terra for a long time and was out of the center of the empire's power. So in the end his expedition could not be carried out. And he even died outside in the end, which was foreseeable. The empire announced that Sohikame died of illness. But the actual reason has always been shrouded in mystery, with many different opinions. The matter was still shrouded in mystery at first. But after 30 years, even if no confidential documents were disclosed, many senior officials in the empire gradually realized that this might be a collective betrayal of Sohikame by Holy Terra, or even the entire empire. If we look at it from this perspective, after the news of the death of the Sun Lord came back, it stands to reason that Chibodu, the prime minister who once supported the Sun expedition infinitely, would have to be in turmoil for a while. Right? No. On the contrary, his authority has been unprecedentedly strengthened. On the eve of the news of Sohikame's death, he was still supporting the Sun expedition, but he became the biggest beneficiary after Sohikame's death. And now he holds power. It is probably self-evident what role Chibodu played in the death of the Sun Lord more than 30 years ago. Even though he cannot take all the power into his own hands, like the former Sun Lord, he can still be regarded as the one with the highest status in the entire empire. The political demands that Gu Heng and the alliance want to achieve must be supported by him. At least, he must not oppose it with all his strength, so that they can be passed. Even if the mastermind behind the scenes is found, and he is chopped into pieces, it will be useless. As long as Chibodu has a grudge, things will go wrong. And it is unknown how much it will cost to recover. Cold sweat broke out on Salahovic's forehead. The live broadcast in front of him continued. When the Prime Minister extended an invitation to Gu Heng, Salahovic saw that Gu Heng first declined slightly, but he could not refuse. And the cheers from the crowd below became more and more intense. So Gu Heng had to step forward. Chibodu wanted to give up his position, but Gu Heng put his hand on his waist and stopped him from leaving. Then, he leaned his head closer and said to the microphone from the side, "Please be quiet." "Be quiet," Gu Heng spoke. And the people gradually quieted down out of respect. The enthusiasm of the people of Holy Terra is too unexpected. However, the victory of this war belongs not only to me, not only to the many armies fighting on the front lines, but also to the people of Holy Terra. That is, you, who have helped. And the supreme leader who leads you, leads the entire empire, eliminates all traitors, and eliminates all enemies of mankind is our great Prime Minister. After saying this to the people, Gu Heng turned his head and looked at Chibodu sincerely and said, "I have said everything I want to say to the people. Now, I am eager to listen to your vision for the future of the empire. Your words are the golden words to lead the empire and mankind to a bright future. Long live the Prime Minister." At the end, Gu Heng raised his arms and shouted, "Long live the Prime Minister." Then he let go of the microphone, let go of Chibodu's hand, bowed his head respectfully, stepped back 2 steps behind Chibodu, and hid himself behind the Prime Minister. In the distance, Salahovic, who was watching the live broadcast, saw this scene and quickly grabbed the microphone and connected the communication headsets of all the CIA agents on the scene. Cheers to the Prime Minister. Quick! He reacted very quickly. And the CIA agents also reacted very quickly. Long live the Prime Minister. Long live the Prime Minister. Voices rang out one after another, with Gu Heng taking the lead, the supporters in the crowd cheering, and the powerful Prime Minister Chibodu. The people followed suit and shouted. The atmosphere was not as strong as before for Gu Heng, but at least the awkward atmosphere was relieved, seeing that Gu Heng completely handed the stage to him, and stood behind him to strongly support him. Chibodu's brows relaxed slightly, listening to the countless people below shouting his name. He felt much more comfortable. In the past, he rarely had such an opportunity to face such a large crowd, and the experience was quite novel. Chapter 734 Appoint me as the Grand Master? Your Excellency the Governor has a really quick reaction, and has handled the situation very well. In the Holy Terra Palace, Salahovic was reporting to Gu Heng. When he mentioned what happened at the triumphal ceremony, he couldn't help but compliment Gu Heng. Gu Heng waved his hand and didn't respond. Indeed, his reaction should not have been slow at the scene. But how well he handled it is not certain. The matter was dealt with. But when Gu Heng realized the problem, he reacted and handled it temporarily. It was difficult to speak fluently in a moment of urgency. He wanted to praise the Prime Minister to avoid that embarrassing scene. But his words were straightforward and perhaps too purposeful. It's hard to say whether Prime Minister Chibodu was really relieved afterwards. After all, Gu Heng essentially didn't want Chibodu to be afraid of him, and didn't want him to think that he and the entire alliance were a person and force that would threaten him. It's hard to say whether this goal can be achieved perfectly. He was quite helpless about this matter. Ambassador Salahovich had indeed been active in Holy Terra for a long time, and he had Gallardo as his backer. However, Prime Minister Zibadu's status was still too high, and he was not in a circle, so he was not within the reach of Salahovich. He had some opportunities to meet the Prime Minister in public, but at those times, he naturally could not have the opportunity to communicate with the Prime Minister. As for private communication opportunities, there were even fewer. He did have the intention to place some agents of the Foreign Intelligence Agency next to the Prime Minister. He did do so, but he did not dare to do too much. He could only place some people on the periphery and be satisfied with being able to listen to some relatively peripheral news. Otherwise, wouldn't it be great to be a unit like the Ministry of Justice or the Tribunal? In fact, based on the current intelligence activities of the Alliance Foreign Intelligence Agency in Holy Terra, many institutions in the Central Empire may have noticed it. But on the one hand, the Alliance is an imperial force with a background, and it has not done anything out of the ordinary, so it is not easy to target it. Secondly, the actions of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau are registered in the Ministry of Justice, and are applied for in the name of the normal activities of the Alliance Ambassador. Although some of the things done by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau are on the edge of the line, it is still a little safer with official documents. But that's it. It's unrealistic to rely on this method to plant nails around the Prime Minister. They dare not use more extreme and powerful methods to cross the line, because if they are caught, it will be a big deal. So this is the only way. The Alliance and Salahovic have no way to influence the Prime Minister. It is even difficult to carefully explore his thoughts. This matter can only be entrusted to Gallardo. In the face of Gu Heng's request to explore the Prime Minister's inner thoughts, Gallardo accepted it. But he also explained that he could only help as much as possible. But the final result was difficult to guarantee. Gallardo has indeed joined the Prime Minister's political faction, but he is definitely not a direct line. He wanted to. However, he did not grow up in the Prime Minister's faction, but came from Ojiran's faction, with the notoriety of backstabbing his former boss. It is impossible for him to be fully trusted and treated as one of his own. At best, he can be regarded as joining or surrendering. Gallardo even suspected that after letting him transition for a period of time, sooner or later in the future, the Prime Minister would replace him. The Ministry of Military Affairs is a very important department. How can it be held by a traitor? Even if he is not taken down directly, at least he must do a lot of things to prove himself. But that day has not come yet. In this regard, he still has to rely on Gu Heng's support outside. Otherwise, it would only take a word from Chibodu for him, a ruthless Prime Minister of Military Affairs, to be taken down. The two of them can be regarded as supporting each other. After the triumphal ceremony, most of the people who participated in the ceremony left one after another in the following month. They often got what they wanted. Of course, Gu Heng has not left yet. He hadn't gotten what he wanted yet. Gu Heng didn't want to stay in Holy Terra for too long. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with at home in the Alliance. But, at this time, he had to complain fiercely about the low administrative efficiency of the Empire. The Empire was still studying the Alliance plan. Gu Heng had submitted several applications, hoping that at least everyone would have a formal meeting. Even if no results were obtained for a while, at least there should be a face-to-face conversation to push things back. Even if the worst consequence was that the Alliance plan failed to pass, and even to the point where the two sides had to go to war, that would be a conclusion. However, if it comes to that, it might be difficult for Gu Heng to return to the Alliance. In fact, it can be said that this is the fundamental reason why the central government of the Empire must have Gu Heng come here. If you dare not come, it proves that you have a rebellious heart, and the Alliance plan will definitely not be passed to you. And you will even have to prepare military forces to quell the rebellion. If you come, then the alliance plan can be discussed. But it is only discussed. If the final result is that the talks fail, then you, Gu Heng, should not go back. But Gu Heng still had to come. Faced with this practice of coming and dragging on without giving a clear explanation, he was helpless. He was angry in his heart. But he could do nothing about it. He could only keep exerting force in various other directions, hoping to make everything faster. And he could not express these emotions. So he could only remain calm emotionally. Walls have ears. His psychic power allowed him to clearly sense that there were many imperial spies around him at all times, monitoring him and his family at all times, and also monitoring many important figures of the alliance he brought with him. The monitoring of others was slightly lighter, but the monitoring of Gu Heng was particularly severe. According to Gu Heng's psychic power, he could easily eliminate all these spies. But obviously, Gu Heng would not do that. Instead, he openly showed his life in Holy Terra and his work status. This even included the content of his contact with the Alliance and guidance of the Alliance work every time. He showed his harmlessness without reservation to increase the favor of the Empire's high-level officials. Of course, there are some real secrets that cannot be shown. But Gu Heng had already explained to the Alliance that during the time he was still in Holy Terra, everything was decided by the Big Three structure composed of Asuna, Thaddeus, and Lambert. He has some special psychic means that can skip surveillance and contact the Alliance homeland. But there is no need to do that. If people notice that he has used some special psychic means, even if the Empire cannot track him, it will increase suspicion. Now that everyone is here, then everything should be honest. However, the wind does not stop when the tree wants to be quiet. The Empire's central administration is slow or simply deliberately leaving him alone and treating him coldly. But there are people who are impatient and eager to meet him and establish a relationship. That is the Imperial Psychic Order. The current chief mentor of the Psychic Order came to visit. Gu Heng met him openly and allowed the spies to investigate. Dou Xiao is now very old, counting the rejuvenation surgery that the Imperial dignitaries can access all year round. He is now 349 years old, and he should have some years to live. But for him, it is not. Normal people usually have the opportunity to undergo 5 rejuvenation surgeries, and the lifespan of 500 years is the upper limit. But he has completed all 5 rejuvenation operations. Now he can already feel that his time is coming, because he is an S-level psychic. For most people, it is a blessing to have a psychic talent and to gain a stable control over psychic power after receiving orthodox training. Psychic power is a very powerful force. If it is mastered well, it will be able to change one's destiny. However, no one can deny that energy can destroy the human body and soul. The subspace whispers that are always heard. When releasing psychic power, the body will be damaged. The personality will gradually change, and the lifespan will be reduced. Originally, after 5 rejuvenation operations, Dou Xiao could extend his lifespan to 500 years. But he could clearly feel that he would not live past his 360th birthday. In other words, he only has 11 years left to live. But he has nothing to regret. If it weren't for the psychic power he mastered, how could he have gone from being the son of an ordinary company employee to becoming one of the top people in the Empire? The president of the Psychic Order, an S-level psychic. Without these identities, he would not even be qualified to undergo a rejuvenation operation, and would have long since become a dry bone. And now, I have nothing to worry about anymore. Dou Xiao, who was sitting in front of Gu Heng, said very calmly, "If the Emperor summons me, I should go. But before I go, I must leave something for the place where I have fought for 300 years. What does the Psychic Order need?" I thought about it, and always felt that the Psychic Order needed a leader who was strong enough to truly unite countless psychics. I can't think of a second person except you. So, accept my invitation, Mr. Gu Heng. The next chief mentor of the Psychic Order will be you. This is not only my decision, but also the unanimous decision of the 9 great mentors of the Order. Gu Heng pondered for a while. This Dou Xiao is the current supreme leader and chief mentor of the Psychic Order. Before he came to visit and spoke out his thoughts, Gu Heng had a rough guess about his purpose. But he was still a little surprised by the Psychic Order's urgency and direct attitude. At the same time, he was also worried whether there was another trap in this matter. He asked cautiously, "I am neither a psychic from the Psychic Order nor have I made any contribution to the Psychic Order. What virtue and ability do I have? Decline first and see what happens." Dou Xiao shook his head slightly and said, This has nothing to do with whether you have made contributions to the psychic order. It only has to do with your strength. Your psychic power is beyond everyone's imagination. The so-called S level, S+ level, and even the alpha level that humans cannot stably control are no longer able to judge your strength. Such great psychic power is extremely rare in the entire history of the Empire. In the last sentence, Dou Zhao originally wanted to say that only the Emperor surpassed it. But in the end, he felt it was inappropriate and swallowed it back. He changed the subject. What's more, as long as you become the chief mentor, what are you worried about not making any contribution? In the future, you will have plenty of opportunities to contribute to the psychic order. At the same time, the psychic order will also be your help. Even at this point, Gu Heng still shook his head slightly. This matter is still too sudden. And the matter is too serious. Please allow me some time to think about it. I understand. Dou Zhao stood up. But before that, can you come to the psychic order? We have a special venue where you can release your power to your heart's content. Let us see it. Some younger generations do not understand the power of psychic energy, and they need to learn more. Some people outside also need to learn more. At this point, he added, perhaps, this can also help you with your current predicament. Gu Heng's heart moved, and he roughly understood what the other party meant. But he was still very cautious, and did not agree directly. He said that he would consider it, but before the sun sets tomorrow, he would inform the psychic order of his decision. After politely sending Dou Zhao away, Gu Heng immediately summoned Salahovic. He also did not hide it from the monitor. After telling the ambassador to Terra about the idea of the psychic order, Salahovic was a little surprised. During the time I was there, they never contacted me. Such a big thing is too sudden. He sighed and continued, however. This is also in line with the characteristics of those psychic masters. How do you say it? Gu Heng asked. Self-righteous, arrogant, looking down on others. But they are down and out, and have no actual power. They are often manipulated by others, and can only swallow their grievances. The more this is the case, the more they can only maintain that kind of nobleness and show their value. Gu Heng was quite surprised. I don't feel that they are noble or arrogant. Isn't Mr. Dou very kind and sincere? That's because he is facing you. Your Excellency the Governor. At this point, Salahovic told Gu Heng about the history and current situation of the psychic order. After listening to it, Gu Heng probably had some understanding of everything that Salahovic said before. The psychic order was established by the Empire to govern all psychics in the Empire. Its top leader, the chief mentor, even has the qualifications to be selected as a High Lord. This is the source of their arrogance. However, if they were really so powerful, there would be no descriptions below. Chapter 735. Interfere with the whole empire? The psychic order is scattered. In name, the psychic order is a powerful organization. They have the right to manage all psychics in the entire empire, and organize psychic groups to provide all necessary psychic support for other imperial organizations, from the army to the Inquisition to civil institutions. However, this matter was only realized when the psychic order was just established, and later it became a dead letter. For a long time, the power of psychic energy was a taboo in the empire, and could not be mastered. Psychic awakeners were severely persecuted, mainly by the Inquisition. Most psychics would be imprisoned or simply executed. Later, the imperial prime minister who followed the emperor to establish the human empire, and was called the Immortal, believed that although psychic energy was a dangerous power, it was still a power that could be mastered. He personally established the psychic order, and used the psychic order to cultivate and master the psychic power of the entire empire. At that stage, the psionic order performed its duties powerfully, trained a large number of psychers, and sent them to various units. The psycher experts of the Inquisition, the psycher troops of the Astra Militarum, the navigators and contemplators of the Navy, and even the think tanks of the Space Marines would communicate with the psionic order of the Empire. That was an extremely glorious era for the psionic order. The psionic order controlled a large number of psycher academies, screened people, and trained psychers. After training, all parties begged the psionic order to send people there. The chief Grand Master was directly led by the Imperial Chancellor, and was a very important member of the Supreme Council. He mastered the extraordinary power that the mortals of the Empire could master. The dispatched psychers, according to their colleges of origin and their ranking in the psionic order, were under the dual leadership of the psionic order and their own units. With a word from the Grand Master of the order, all the psychers of a certain unit could be drawn out. or assigned to a certain team. At the same time, the Psychic Order also has its own direct troops, which are mainly psychic, but also have a large number of professional anti-psychic units. Use psychic to counter psychic, or assist the mechanicus in developing anti-psychic weapons, equipment, and deploy elite soldiers to form a legion. Such a Psychic Order is certainly worthy of the status of a High Lord. But the good times did not last long. The Imperial Chancellor, who was supposed to be an immortal, died in a huge civil strife in the era after the Emperor's ascension. And without his support, the Psychic Order lacked the most fundamental political power. Of course, just this is not so tragic. But in the following time, their base was constantly eroded. The core problem lies in the dual leadership of psychics. In theory, any psychic in any unit should be under the jurisdiction of the Psychic Order. However, the first thing is that the Inquisition is not willing to do it. There are so many confidential matters in our Inquisition, many of which are related to various supernatural powers. Psychics are needed to deal with those matters. But how can you let the Psychic Order lead them? Wouldn't that be a leak? Even more, you psychics, listening to the whispers of the subspace every day, might be corrupted one day and explode, which is a huge harm, and must be supervised. With the Inquisition as the main force, the Psychic Order has been constantly challenged and suppressed in the long years to come. Other imperial forces also have sufficient motivations, and do not want their psychic teams to be controlled by the Psychic Order. After all, it is comfortable to have a dual-line jurisdiction and a single-line jurisdiction. The Astra Militarum does not want the psychic troops to be transferred away by the Order one day. The Navy cannot accept the navigators and contemplators being taken away from their ships. The Assassin's Court is such a mysterious place, and the psychic assassins they train never let the Psychic Order intervene. Of course, the Psychic Order will not relax its power, and has been fighting with all parties for a long time, even continuing to this day. However, the result of the struggle is obviously not very good. The main reason is that in this matter, the Psychic Order is almost against everyone. If it is just that, it is just a leg cut off. They still have a large number of psychic colleges. As long as they can control the training and allocation of psychics, they still have a considerable say. But at this point, they are also constantly deprived of their rights. Psychics are useful to everyone. So how can they be willing to be strangled by the Order? The training of psychics is not a patent, and it must be trained in the Psychic College. In the past, this was forced to be done mainly for good control. The Empire has relevant mandatory administrative orders. Administrative orders can be overturned and changed. Each family began to train specific psychics according to their own needs. For this purpose, the past psychic system was constantly opened. If too many holes were opened, the rules themselves would become riddled with holes. Then, the financial budget of the Psychic Order was cut, and the Psychic Academy gradually could not open so many, and was forced to close one by one. Each family had its own special psychic troops and anti-psychic experts, and the Psychic Order's own direct troops also gradually withered due to budget problems. At this point, there are still some Psychic Academy, but their proportion in the overall psychic training of the Empire is already very low. There are still direct forces, but the strength is really not enough to support the Psychic Order to eat at the table. The Psychic Order is now more and more like a club where psychics in the Empire communicate and learn together. Without strong enough actual power, it is naturally difficult to obtain a particularly strong political status. The Chief Grand Master theoretically has the qualifications to enter the Vocational High Council, but the Psychic Order has not been seen among the High Lords in the past 1 or 2,000 years. This is the current situation of the Psychic Order. They must be unwilling to accept this. Otherwise, they would not have approached Gu Hang. But it was also because of their unwillingness and the desire to maintain the posture of a powerful imperial central agency that Salahovich made some subsequent comments about them. They remained noble, as if the Psychic Order had never declined, and tried to maintain their dignity. But they were often very flexible. As long as there was something that could be related to them, they would stick to it and show their own value. How could others let go of such an easy target? For all kinds of dirty things, they dragged this group of psychic orders who were swollen and fat over. If an important person is missing, the Psychic Order will send out a consultant to see if it is related to psychic power. If the person is found, you will have made a contribution, and you are just a consultant. What else do you want? If the person is not found, then you will take the blame. When the war breaks out, the Psychic Order will send out some direct psychic troops. No, you have to send some out, or else you will have a reason to deduct the remaining budget. This is all extra work. Once a psychic disaster occurs somewhere, you will have no chance to escape and will be blamed. It's like a trash can where all kinds of dirty things can be thrown down and out, at the mercy of others, feeling aggrieved. It's pathetic. That is to say, the foundation is still strong. There are some psychic academies in the Empire and in Holy Terra, which serve as the foundation and forcibly keep alive. However, if this trend continues, the final outcome of the psychic order in the foreseeable future may still be inevitable collapse. After hearing this, Gu Heng recalled one of the ways that Gallardo had arranged for him before, which was to come and become the leader of the psychic order. At that time, he was still thinking that the psychic order was a top force after all. So why did they let Gu Heng, an outsider, become the leader? Unexpectedly. It was really that simple. There is no need to fight for it. People are eager to give it to you. However, if you want to push the chief minor to the position of High Lord, it is not a matter of hand, but extremely difficult. Of course, Gu Heng did not think that Gallardo was talking nonsense at that time. In fact, Gu Heng could guess how to make this happen. It was nothing more than selling his military exploits in the Iron Armor War. That wouldn't work. Turning back to the present, Gu Heng asked, "So, do you have any suggestions?" "My ambassador." Salahovic had actually indicated his preferred position in his gradual narration just now. "I suggest staying away from them. Your Excellency the Governor. It will be unfortunate to get too close to them." After a pause, he continued to add reasons. "The psychic order is now only a name and a framework. If you want to lead them to revive, you will not only have to invest a lot of resources, but also face many difficulties. The worst thing is that as you get better, the resistance you will encounter will be greater. The stronger the psychic order is, the more conflicts of interest it will inevitably form with many parties, which is very unfavorable to your big things." Gu Heng asked, "What if I only want his name and framework?" "After all, it's free. As long as Gu Heng nods, he can get the so-called title of Chief Grand Master at almost no cost. At least it is a top title that can enter the High Lord's Council. To put it another way, even a rotten ship still has 3 pounds of nails. The remaining strength of the psychic order is more or less a little bit. It can still get a budget of tens of billions of dollars from the Empire every year. Sometimes even tens of billions. Being a trash can in the center of the Empire can more or less win over a lot of connections." "No, that's unrealistic," Salahovic said. "Let's not talk about other factors first. There are also big problems within the psychic order alone. They invited you to be the chief mentor, hoping that you would lead them to revival. If you don't take any key actions, it will be difficult for them to continue to obey your will. At that time, not only will it be difficult for them to help you, but they may even hinder you." Gu Heng touched his chin and agreed with Salahovic's statement. However, during the conversation, he also had his own ideas. "What if I go to build the psychic order?" Salahovic was a little confused. "Didn't we talk about it? Giving up the psychic order's power over all psychics in the Empire. Isn't this the biggest contradiction between the psychic order and other imperial factions?" Salahovic is also a very smart person, and he reacted immediately. "You mean, focus on building the psychic academy and the troops directly under the order?" "Yes," Gu Heng said. "The future psychic order will be transformed into a training base for psychics. The existing psychic academy is a good foundation, and they also have enough talents. As long as the resources keep up, the psychic academy can expand rapidly. Increase the training of psychics. They can accept the commission of other imperial factions for training, or they can train themselves and then send them to the direct psychic and anti-psychic forces. As one of the highest level independent institutions in the Empire, the psychic order can, as I remember, carry out tasks that only need to be responsible to the Grand Master without the consent of anyone. As long as the order of the Chief Grand Master is given anywhere in the Empire." "Right?" Salahovic nodded. "Yes. Does that mean that I have the power to intervene in any affairs of the entire Empire?" Salahovic reminded calmly. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Putting aside the strength and the adverse effects of excessive intervention, even from the legal system, the psychic order's power to handle affairs throughout the Empire is limited to psychic matters. Although the action does not require the approval of others and is only responsible to the Grand Master, the Grand Master must have a reasonable reason." "Ah, this is a problem." Gu Heng's smile grew stronger and stronger. "Everything in this world can be related to psychic energy. Right? As long as you want. It is true. A governor who can't be described as alpha level. A professional psychic organization. What can't they make into something related to psychic energy? Or, in this universe, is there anything that can't be related to the subspace? But Salahovich was still worried. Will the Psychic Order agree? They have been clinging to the glory for thousands of years. And the heyday they dream of returning to is the era when all the psychics in the Empire are united in the Psychic Order. It may be difficult for them to accept giving up this claim. You will face great resistance if you want to promote this matter. Gu Heng restrained his smile. That is the task of Grandmaster Do. Why should I go directly to be this evil person? I hope he can clear out the old stubborn people in the Psychic Order and hand over a clean order to me, joining the Psychic Order as the Grand Master. Let's delay it for now. However, before Do Zhao left, he asked me to go to the Psychic Association to exchange ideas. Promise him. Is 3 days of preparation enough? I will clean his house for him and provide some help. At this point, Gu Heng waved his hand and removed the mental blindness of the monitor. Gu Heng tried to be as honest as possible on weekdays. But when there was sensitive content in the conversation, it was better not to let them hear it. These monitors with anti-psychic means had no idea who they were monitoring. As long as Gu Heng wanted, what they could hear and see were what Gu Heng wanted them to hear and see. It was nothing more than using it as little as possible and at a lower intensity to avoid being detected. Chapter 736. Let's go together. Do Zhao must be old and confused. I demand that the impeachment process against Do Zhao be initiated immediately. A person who betrays the order and wants to give up the most glorious history of the order is not worthy of leading the order. Daphne Margaret was in the Mentor Council of the Psychic Order, raising her hands high and passionately criticizing the current chief mentor. She didn't even look at the old wizard. Although the two had a mentor-disciple relationship, that was a long time ago. Because of ambition and conflicting positions, the two had already parted ways. She has become a clear opposition in the Psychic Order, competing with her other classmate, Anai Sun, who is also a student of Do Zhao, for the title of chief after Do Zhao left. Her enemies are her insidious junior brother and biased teacher. She has always thought so in the past. But she didn't expect that Gu Heng would suddenly appear. When someone proposed this proposal in the Mentor Committee, she strongly opposed it. However, the opposition was ineffective. This proposal was not only proposed by Do Zhao, but also by Anai Sun, who she once thought was sinister and mean, and only knew how to please the mentor. The entire Mentor Committee actually seemed to be collectively inclined to support it. The psychic power that Gu Heng showed on the front battlefield. The more experts who understand psychic power, the more they know how terrible the facts represent. What's more, Gu Heng is more than just powerful psychic power. He is also a powerful local prince of the empire, and a hero with outstanding military exploits. That means he still has sufficient political influence and economic resources to support and build the Psychic Order. If all these factors are combined, there is no one in the entire empire who is more suitable to be the chief mentor than Gu Heng. People with resources and status do not have such strong psychic power. Those with such strong psychic power, forget it. The entire empire has never seen such a strong one. It's as if the prime minister of the empire is still alive. Ask yourself, if there is no conflict of interest, Daphne Margaret will also think that it is a good thing for Gu Heng to serve as the Grand Master of the Psychic Order. But isn't this a conflict of interest? She wants to be the Grand Master herself. If the Grand Master is not me, then the revival of the Psychic Order is meaningless. Of course, you can think about this kind of thing in your mind, but you can't say it directly. She can only criticize it with other statements. But she can't criticize it. She is a little desperate, even discouraged, and ready to leave the Psychic Order. I am an S-level psychic after all, and I have a group of supporters in the Order. If it doesn't work, I will go out and do it alone, or join other forces. There will always be, until just now, a big opportunity was placed in front of her. After meeting Gu Heng, Do Zhao held a meeting and announced one thing, to discuss giving up the jurisdiction of the Psychic Order over psychics in the entire empire. This matter caused an uproar in the Mentor Council. Where is the greatness of the Psychic Order based? Isn't it based on the fact that all the psychic forces in the empire should obey the orders of the Order? If this is abandoned, what is the Psychic Order called? Countless people think that Do Zhao is old and confused. And some people who react faster can quickly realize that this is definitely not Do Zhao's own idea. This chief mentor suddenly proposed this proposal without any prior news after meeting Gu Heng. Although Do Zhao didn't say it, it is easy to guess This is probably the prerequisite for Gu Heng to take over the psychic order. People who heard this also have two attitudes. Some people turn silent. These people are probably in the same mentality as Dou Xiao. They think that the current situation of the psychic order is already very bad, and sticking to the rules is waiting for death. If you want to revive, innovation is essential. Abandoning the power that was nominally owned but actually useless, in exchange for a leader who really had the resources and ability to lead the revival of the order. That might not be a bad idea. But the matter was still too shocking, directly challenging the foundation of the psychic order, and they did not stand up to support it for a while. Some people did not think so. In their view, it was a betrayal. They were very disappointed with Gu Heng's attitude. In their view, such a revival was not the revival they wanted at all. And this was the opportunity that Margaret saw. She had already considered running away, but she seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and pointed the finger at Dou Xiao. Dou Xiao did not speak, and Enison stood up and had a fierce debate with her. At this stage, Margaret said some classic words. The law of our ancestors cannot be changed. This is a betrayal to us. Gu Heng is not here to lead us to revive, but to dismember us. Her words resonated with the crowd to a considerable extent, coupled with her inherent supporters. For a while, there were enough people to initiate the impeachment process against the Grand Master. The impeachment process requires 2 of the 9 Grand Masters to jointly initiate it, and it can be initiated with the approval of 1/3 of the members of the current Mentor Committee. After the initiation, all the Mentor Committee members need to vote, and more than half of the votes can overthrow the chief. At present, the total number of the Psychic Order Committee is 217, and there are 134 people attending the meeting this time. At present, she has received 57 votes, and there are still 52 votes to go. Victory is in sight. The remaining 70 votes at the meeting were not all against, but many abstained. These people can be pursued. There are more than 70 people who did not come to the meeting due to distance and responsibility. They are also targets that can be pursued. Margaret was ecstatic. This is something that has not been done for many years, and now it has been done. I am so lucky that the teacher is getting old and confused. Ignoring the noisy junior, Margaret looked at Dou Xiao with the attitude of a winner. The chief slowly stood up. Margaret shuddered for no reason. Dou Xiao has been the chief for a long time, and he has accumulated a great reputation and strong strength. The most important thing is that she knows that the teacher is not far from the deadline. A dying person can do anything crazy. For example, isn't this proposal that caused Dou Xiao to be unable to suppress the opposition with his century-long reputation crazy enough? The entire committee meeting was also quiet. He may be old, but he still has the power of a tiger. However, under her and the nervous gaze of the whole audience, Dou Xiao simply stood up without any more radical actions. He coughed lightly and said, I fully respect the impeachment process of the meeting. However, as long as the formal impeachment process is held within 15 days, it meets the rules. Tomorrow is the time I will ask Gu Heng to come to the guild for exchanges. In the name of the chief mentor, I require all committee members to be present tomorrow. I think you need to see what the real power of spiritual energy is like. Why are you so confident? After the meeting, Enison couldn't help but question the teacher. Of course, he was Dou Xiao's most staunch supporter, and spared no effort to charge forward at the meeting. But he actually had doubts. Dou Xiao shook his head and said, You will see it tomorrow. I understand. After all, you asked me to go to the front line in this iron armor war. I have also seen Governor Gu's great performances several times. I know that psychic power is a powerful force. A sufficient number of psychic troops, led by a powerful archmage, can determine the victory of a battle. Governor Gu has done a particularly good job in this regard. His psychic performance that exceeds the alpha level is true. I have never thought that someone could change the battlefield situation of such a scale by himself. But even if it is so, what can it do? A psychic, no matter how powerful it is, can it affect the victory of an entire battle? But can it also affect the entire empire? Our psychic order has never lacked powerful psychics. S-level psychics do not appear one by one, but in batches. But our situation has never improved. Speaking of this, Enison sighed, and his mood also fell. This has always been the dilemma faced by the psychic order. Individuals are strong? They are strong enough. S-class psychics can even abuse space marines. They can even fight against the champions of the chapter. Moreover, The functionality and large-scale killing ability of psychics are incomparable to the champions of the chapter. Moreover, this is a power that mortals can control. But so what? No matter how strong an individual is, under the huge size of the Empire, they are as faint as dust. Nothing can be changed. That's just that you don't understand the true power thoroughly enough. Enison turned his head and saw that there was a blue light in the teacher's eyes. I can see. I can feel. He is far from reaching his limit. But just now, it's enough. We are not just welcoming a leader. We are welcoming, perhaps, a new prime minister. Enison was puzzled for a moment. And then, he was shocked by the teacher's words. Prime Minister? The title of Prime Minister is different from that of Prime Minister. Prime Minister refers to the position, which refers to the head of the imperial government, in charge of the 4 major imperial administrative agencies: the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Taxation, and the Executive Yuan. Generally speaking, he will be the one with a higher status in the High Lord's Council. Some iron-blooded prime ministers with tougher tactics may even hold the highest power in the entire empire, and other high lords have to bow their heads. For example, the current Prime Minister Chibodu has shown some signs of this in the decades after the death of the Sun Lord. But the Prime Minister is different. Prime Minister is a special title. Just like the Emperor. It refers to the one who stood beside the Emperor when the Empire was established and can be regarded as the Emperor's closest comrade in arms. He is an immortal and the most powerful psychic in the history of the Empire. After his death, the Empire no longer has a Prime Minister. Isn't it a bit too much for the teacher to say that? Dojao stopped explaining, and the light in his eyes faded. The slightly tired chief mentor said to his most loyal student, "Go contact the Imperial Guards and tell them that there may be some movement here tomorrow, so that they don't make a fuss." Gu Hang touched left and right, and then said with emotion, "This is really well done." He arrived as promised today, and arrived at the exchange field of the Psychic Order. This place is located in the palace. The scope of the Imperial Palace is very large, occupying the entire area of the former roof of the world. Many of the most important institutions of the Imperial government are in the palace. The Psychic Order is naturally no exception. This is also the case with this exchange field. What Gu Hang admired is that this exchange field will not have any power restrictions for the psychics in it, and they can release their power without reservation. However, a strong defensive shield has been formed around the exchange field, limiting the psychic power from breaking through this critical point. The Alliance also has related technologies, which Gu Hang has extracted from the many technologies that do not need to be mentioned specifically. But the level of the Alliance Mage Academy is obviously incomparable to the current one. The cost is very different, and the technical level is also several levels apart. Having such a thing to cultivate and train high-level psychics will be very useful. At the same time, it will also be of great help in developing new psychic skills. Gu Hang is quite envious. Seeing his expression, a clear cold snort came from the crowd. Gu Hang looked over and saw a red-haired lady looking at him with undisguised hostility. Gu Hang just responded with a polite smile, then turned to face Dojao and asked, "Mr. Chief, what form should we take for this exchange?" Dojao said, "We have some non-mandatory exchange procedures, such as you can show your skills in psychic control, and you can also show your psychic strength. Finally, we can arrange some psychic masters to have some friendly psychic confrontations with you. During this process, the committee members will observe from the side, and we can have some questions and answers at any time." It sounds quite formal. However, I remember that you told me that you hope all the committee members can clearly understand the level of psychic power I have mastered now. Yes, I have an idea. I don't know if it fits the process, but I think it should be the most able to reflect your needs. Oh, please speak. Why don't you all come together? This exchange field is quite large, enough for all of you to show your strength, so that I can see what the Psychic Order is like now. Chapter 737, Controllable Alpha Class. You all come together. This sounds quite arrogant. Perhaps the psychic mentors present can all recognize Gu Hang's strength far exceeding that of S-Class psychics through the battle reports sent back from the front line. After all, many of them are S-Class psychics themselves. They cannot do what Gu Hang can do. So this comparison is very direct. But what is going together? At Dojiao's request, most of the members of the Mentor Committee participated in this exchange meeting, except for those who were far away and could not come back. The 9 great mentors are all above S-Class strength. The committee members of more than 200 people have at least the strength of A-class psychics. Among them, 7 have reached S-class, which is the same level as the Great Mentors. They are only one position away from promotion. Among the 16 S-class psychics, there are also S-plus level like Dojiao, Margaret, and Anai Sun. Although S-plus is not the official psychic level, it clearly refers to those who are one level stronger than the regular S-level psychics. Under the leadership of such a group of people, plus 200 A-level and A-plus level psychics, Gu Heng said that he would fight alone? Alpha-level psychics will also die on the spot. In fact, many of them have participated in the experience of dealing with alpha-level psychics. Alpha-level psychic power is considered impossible for humans to control stably. But it does not mean that humans will not have it. In fact, there are always some lucky people, or unlucky people, who are especially favored by the subspace. They will be like a funnel, completely connecting the real universe and the subspace. And the fierce subspace energy will be displayed on them in the form of psychic power. Their growth rate will be very fast after showing their talents, far exceeding the scope of normal psychics. At first, psychic power was still under the control of these extremely talented people, and the powerful power allowed them to do whatever they wanted. However, as time goes by, the power they control becomes stronger and stronger, and they must release the power. Otherwise they will explode and die. At this stage, the rampant psychic power will hurt the soul of the psychic. The warp chaos corrosion that comes with the psychic power will fill the damage to the soul, quickly distort, and reverse the character of the psychic, and finally distort him into a demon that is always connected to the warp. The whole process is irreversible. The Psychic Academy once tried to master this power. They used technology to suppress the strength of psychic power. Through education, they strengthened the control of psychic power by alpha talents. However, these measures can only work for a while. As time goes by, the infinitely expanding psychic power of the alpha psychic will eventually destroy all the suppressing equipment, devour the psychic, and turn it into a walking warp monster. At the same time, it will also form a channel connecting the real universe and the warp. The demons who have heard the news will take this opportunity to swarm into the real universe. The Empire has encountered many such psychic disasters. If it evolves into the worst case, it often means the destruction of a world. Therefore, the persecution of psychics in various human worlds is still endless now. Just because of this fear, if you are not careful, the world will be destroyed. And the destruction is very fast. Alpha-level psychics can quickly sweep the world with a group of demon armies, relying only on the defense force of the planet. In most cases, even the official rescue of the Empire cannot last. It is very important to identify alpha-level psychics in the early stage. The appearance of a psychic genius may be an alpha-level psychic with a very small probability. The stronger the talent, the greater the possibility, and the more it needs to be intervened in advance. That is, to execute it before it grows up. Those who have no identification ability can simply persecute and kill all people with psychic talents. But there is always a time when it is too late to intervene, and it has not yet evolved into a disaster of the nature of the whole world. Often, at this time, the joint deployment of the Psychic Order and the Inquisition is needed. Many of the experiences of dealing with alpha-level psychics present here are gained from such scenarios. Despite the help of the Inquisition and the many anti-psychic devices to try to reduce and control dangerous alpha-class psychics, the most core work is still performed by top psychics. They have personally experienced that the alpha class is indeed very powerful, even beyond imagination. But with various means, it can still be dealt with. Gu Heng is very strong. It can be admitted. But even if he has a stable grasp of the psychic power of the alpha class, at the same time, this is not like how they used to deal with out-of-control alpha-class psychics in the past. With the help of the Inquisition and the suppression of various anti-psychic equipment, however, they have never mobilized the entire psychic order to deal with an out-of-control alpha. That's too exaggerated. According to their assessment, alpha psychics are definitely able to fight against it. In fact, with the power of their group, they can completely suppress it. Furthermore, there are some people who believe that psychics above the alpha level can never be normally controlled by humans. That is the truth that has been obtained both theoretically and from countless practical studies in history. Gu Heng is nothing more than a stronger S+ psychic. His performance on the battlefield is exaggerated, partly because he is indeed strong enough. But for the other part, they suspect that the front line exaggerated the role of psychic power, and there is a suspicion of false reporting of military exploits. Margaret thought so. If it is a one-on-one communication, then perhaps he, a strongest plus, or really a stable alpha psychic, will be very terrifying to crush everyone in the psychic order. This is also what Margaret is worried about. After all, they are a psychic order, not a purely administrative organization. When selecting high-level mentors and grand mentors, strength is the most important factor. If you don't reach this level, you can't even pass the most basic threshold to become a grand mentor. If Gu Heng really shows his strong psychic power, the impact of Do Zhao's stupid move before might be partially eliminated. But now, you have to go all in? You will be crushed to death. What a good opportunity. It would be best if Gu Heng could be eliminated. Margaret quietly mobilized her psychic power and conveyed this idea to her close partners. Although they are few in number, it is entirely possible that when they work together, they can guide the psychic power of all people and cause some irreparable losses. When conveying the message, Margaret felt Gu Heng's eyes looking at her. Her heart jumped. Will he be discovered? But when she looked again, she found that Gu Heng was still talking with Do Zhao and In Ai Sun with a smile. And she felt that she was a little too sensitive. The psychic communication she had with others should be very secretive. How could it be so easy to be detected? On the other side, Gu Heng and Do Zhao's communication had also ended. Do Zhao was a little reluctant, but finally agreed to Gu Heng. Let's go together. Hopefully, we won't lose too badly. Gu Heng looked at the psychics in front of him with admiration. Standing in a square formation, rising with powerful power. The foundation of the psychic order is still quite good. This group of high-level psychics gathered together, and the power they condensed was still quite terrifying. But, still not trying hard enough. Gu Heng sighed softly. The way to maximize the ability of dozens or hundreds of psychics is to connect the psychic power in series according to specific rules to form a combined force. These people in the psychic order naturally couldn't understand it, but they didn't do it at the moment. Perhaps they felt it was unnecessary. Thinking that the number of people in the computer room was enough to defeat Gu Heng? Gu Heng felt that it was necessary to make them really recognize the gap. I'm about to start. Please pay attention. He gave a reminder. Then, after a short pause, when he saw that all the psychics on the opposite side had further raised their strength and were ready, Gu Heng took action. No fancy, terrifying psychic power emerged from Gu Heng in an instant. With the most basic force field psychic power, the power was evenly distributed to every psychic in the psychic order. The alpha-level psychic power was fully demonstrated at this moment, even if it was completely evenly distributed. The A-level psychics, who accounted for the vast majority of the people, instantly felt the tight restraint. They were shocked. This was just the most ordinary force field psychic power. Each of them was protected by a psychic shield. But the psychic shield was like paper under high pressure and only resisted for a few breaths. After noticing that the psychic shield was being consumed crazily, each of them immediately invested more strength to maintain the existence of the shield. But that was not very meaningful. It was nothing more than changing from holding on for 3 to 5 seconds to holding on for 7 to 8 seconds. In the end, the shield was still crushed. Then, they felt that their bodies were completely wrapped up by the force field. Many people turned pale and felt that they were going to die, in this state. As long as Gu Heng wanted to, they would be crushed to death with a little force. After the psychics lost the protection of psychic energy, their fragile bodies would not be much different from those of mortals. Of course, Gu Heng would not do that. At this moment, he showed a very good level of psychic control. The control people felt that they were in a soft sponge. As long as they did not struggle too hard, there would be no danger. And as long as they wanted to use a little force, the restraint would become larger. This state is surprising. Such a sophisticated control method is much more difficult than directly crushing someone to death. Some people are still unconvinced. They are clearly defeated by being controlled. They are not dead only because this is communication, not a life and death confrontation. But if that is the case, is there still a chance? They tried to mobilize their strength again and rebuild the protection around them. But at this time, Gu Heng would be a little more impolite. As long as someone has this idea and tries to put it into action, a great sense of fear will emerge from their hearts. In an instant, they feel as if their hearts are tightly grasped by a force. And they lose all their courage in an instant and cannot resist at all. When the idea disappears, the fear also recedes. The calm mentors, with their abundant psychic knowledge, can fully realize that this should be a superb use of psychic powers. Many of them can do it, however, breaking through the psychological defenses of 200 A-level psychics at the same time and completing the control? It's simply a fantasy. The A-level psychics were killed instantly. The remaining 16 S-level and even S+ level psychics were not killed instantly. But they were protected by psychic energy, so they could only hold on. Margaret was the most shocked. After she felt the power gap in person, she immediately abandoned her naive ideas. Alpha-level psychic energy is impossible to be mastered? If it is not alpha-level psychic energy, what is it? Objectively speaking, the psychic energy strength displayed by Gu Heng has exceeded the level of regular alpha-level psychics they have dealt with. But the degree of excess is not high. The reason why they were able to cope with it with fewer people before was that the core difference was control. At the level of alpha, psychics cannot control their power. Psychic energy will leak out in a disorderly and unscrupulous manner. The most important effect is not related to the psychic's thoughts, but the characteristics of the subspace power itself that is connected and transmitted into the real universe will show the corresponding destructive effect. In fact, usually at this level, the psychic has no ability to think. But if this level of power can be consciously controlled and used, the effect formed will far exceed the disordered release of psychic energy. Cannot resist at all. This is the only thought in Margaret's mind. Trying hard not to be torn apart by the force field, psychic energy has already consumed all her energy. Harming Gu Heng? Don't be funny. There is no ability to resist. What is the harm? And Sue? The ability to resist no longer exists. When those A-level psychics lose their resistance, Gu Heng frees up his hands. Or just when he is more serious. The sudden increase in psychic strength makes Margaret's protection suddenly ineffective. Not only her, but other S-level or S+ level psychics were also crushed in about 1 or 2 seconds. In the end, more than 200 of the Empire's top psychics were floating in the air about 1 meter above the ground, all unable to move. If this was a life and death confrontation, then the psychic order could be declared annihilated. The entire time would not exceed 30 seconds. Is this a controllable alpha-level psychic? So terrifying. Chapter 738. The Imperial Guards were also alarmed. When everyone was put down by Gu Heng, the more than 200 people in the psychic order had different thoughts. The exchange was over. It ended countless times faster than expected. Some people were disheartened. Like Margaret, she had a fantasy that Gu Heng's strength might only be S+. And the battle reports sent back from the front were all exaggerated and watered down, which had completely failed. What she dared not, and was unwilling to believe the most, was that Gu Heng was a controllable alpha-level psychic, which came to her in the most naked way. At the same time, she could also clearly feel that in the psychic order, a place with extraordinary power as its core, the strong psychic strength displayed by Gu Heng was a huge plus. With this hand alone, it was able to attract many mentors to follow him wholeheartedly. Not to mention, there was also the blessing of local powers. It was no secret in Holy Terra how rich this Governor Gu was. Dare to promise the tax department that 13 trillion in taxes in 10 years. That really surprised a lot of people. Is the Alliance so developed and wealthy? Are the many rumors on Holy Terra about the Alliance that is like a utopia and a beautiful world true? For the Psychic Order? 13 trillion. Just a little bit of it will be enough for everyone to eat deliciously. It's a pity that according to the usual practice of the Holy Terra government, they can't get much money in a year. But if Gu Heng is the leader, then he will simply skip Holy Terra and directly contact the local tyrants. Can I eat less for my own people? Both powerful and rich. After such a comparison, even if many people secretly guessed that Dou Zhao's foolish proposal was actually what Gu Heng meant, it is not easy to oppose it now. Is there any chance of turning the tables? None at all. Forget it. Haven't you already thought about taking people away from the Psychic Order? That's all. In addition to some people being in a gloomy mood, there are naturally people who are happy. And Isun was of course one of those who was beaten up just now. But after the shock, he was pleasantly surprised. He had heard a rather shocking statement from his teacher. Something like a new prime minister, which was too rebellious. But at this moment, after personally feeling Gu Heng's power, he dared not say that this was the new prime minister. At least, it was incomparable and powerful. In his perception, Gu Heng was like a towering, insurmountable peak, and the spiritual energy it exuded was vast and boundless. He seemed to see the dawn of the Psychic Order towards a new glory. He looked at Gu Heng with a warm gaze, wanting to say something, but heard Gu Heng speak first. Everyone. Although this exchange today was hasty, I feel that there is still something to be said. I suggest that the psychics of the psychic order can communicate with me again. This time, you form a psychic array and be fully prepared. His voice was calm and steady, but it was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. The psychics were silent. No one was injured in the exchange just now. Gu Hang's strong control ensured this. Everyone fully realized Gu Hang's strength. But, forming a psychic array? Then their strength will increase significantly, which is something they will do when fighting between starships. However, with the previous lessons, no one dared to be careless. Do Zhao and Sun didn't say much and chose to agree, with the two of them taking the lead. The others had nothing to say. Just now, I was really sorry that I couldn't let Master Gu Hang have fun. At this moment, it would be good to use all my strength, even in a completely advantageous situation, to communicate with Gu Hang again. He also wanted to see if he could touch Gu Hang's limit in this way. Margaret's eyes, which had been drooping, were instantly raised, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. So crazy. Right? More than 200 top psychics formed an array. So what if they were controllable alpha level? That's not a matter of skill. Just now, Gu Hang could defeat them one by one through his super psychic power and controllable means. However, facing the array, it was as if he was facing the same person. Just by the size, it can crush the alpha level psychic. Crazy? Then I teach you a big lesson. Although this may not change the overall situation. She thinks it's okay to vent. Forming a square array, the psychic energy blends with each other, synergizes and increases efficiency, and bursts out a powerful force that exceeds the sum of the individuals. It will definitely break through Gu Hang's seemingly impeccable defense and let him feel the foundation and dignity of the psychic order. When the psychic square array confronted Gu Hang again, the atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed that the air was solidified. The psychics did their best to gather their own psychic energy together. The light in the square array flickered, and the energy fluctuation swept towards Gu Hang like a surging tide. The colorful light intertwined and entangled, forming a huge energy vortex. There were faint low roars in the vortex, as if there were giant beasts roaring in the subspace. It has been a long time since such a level of psychic energy has gathered on Holy Terra. Even in the most advanced communication field of the Order, the surrounding curtains were already flashing red light. But the psychics had no time to care. Under the leadership of Do Zhao, this time, the psychics of the Order took the lead in launching an attack on Gu Hang. Gu Hang was calm and composed. He slowly raised his hands, and the space around him began to distort and deform. A series of tiny arcs jumped around him. At first, these arcs were like smart elves, happily shuttling around him. But as the attacks of the psychic phalanx became more and more fierce, the number of arcs increased sharply, and they merged and gathered with each other, gradually forming a shining electric grid. The current in the electric grid was surging, making crackling sounds, like a group of angry wasps, resisting foreign invasion. The psychic order still has some foundation. To this extent, Gu Hang has shown some real skills. It's not like before. Just joking. The two sides were deadlocked, and for a while, the whole venue was shrouded in the glory of psychic energy. But that's it. Suddenly, Gu Hang looked up to the sky and roared. And the sky suddenly changed, and the dark clouds gathered quickly like black waves. Lightning and thunder. The flashing lightning seemed to be a pair of eyes peeping at the world. In an instant, a thick thunder like a giant dragon meandered down from the depths of the clouds. The thunder flashed with dazzling purple-white light, like a peerless magic weapon, rushing straight towards the psychic square. Under the impact of thunder, the light of the psychic square was like a fragile eggshell, shattered in an instant. The psychics were shaken to the ground by the powerful impact, and some even turned pale, and their heads buzzed. This time, Gu Hang no longer cared so much. He showed off his power recklessly, even if it would hurt him a little. It was no big deal. The degree of confusion without hurting the brain was just right. The lightning that shattered the square formation did not dissipate, but formed a shining thunder pool behind Gu Hang. The arcs in the thunder pool kept jumping and flashing. In a trance, the psychic's presence seemed to be able to see a world made of lightning, floating behind Gu Hang. Gu Hang was obviously only the size of a mortal body, but in the Thunder Kingdom, he was like a god, as if he was everywhere in the entire Thunder Kingdom. It was not until this time that the psychics, who had recovered their senses, realized with surprise that the shielding curtain around the exchange field was broken. Hundreds of golden lights were coming at the horizon like lightning. The Imperial guards were also alarmed. Chapter 739 Deliberately. Hundreds of Imperial guards surrounded the communication field of the Psychic Order. The leader was a Holy Shield Tribune. In the Imperial Guard, the status of the Tribune was quite high. In the 10,000s of men, their status was at least one of the top 20. They knew that the Psychic Order had an important matter to do at the communication field today. Before the communication with Gu Heng, they informed them. However, they did not take it seriously, and just regarded it as a routine notice. They knew the protection level of the psychic communication field very well. It was designed and constructed by the Chancellor of the Empire 10,000 years ago. The strength was quite high, even not inferior to the black prison used by their Imperial guards. What could be the problem of conducting psychic communication in it? As a result, just now, they felt that a place in the palace seemed to have collapsed. The fierce and surging subspace power seemed to have a subspace channel directly unfolded in the sacred palace. That definitely exceeded the strength of a normal alpha-class psychic, even by a large margin, and was completely not on the same level. The multiple sensitive subspace detection alarms under the control of the Imperial guards were all blasting sharply. Could it be that the psychics of the Psychic Order, after struggling for 10,000 years, really made a big noise? Summoned the subspace demons to the palace in the heart of the Empire? Their attitude was quite nervous, and the nearest company of 100 people set off quickly. Not only was the company commander there, but a Holy Shield Tribune was also there. On the way here, they kept communicating in the communication channel between them, and were ready for a bloody battle. However, when they arrived at their destination, they saw a harmonious scene. Gu Heng and more than 200 people from the Psychic Order were communicating. The huge psychic power beside Gu Heng still made people palpitate, but the strength was indeed dissipating. He fell from midair with a smile on his face, and used his psychic power to help the high-level psychics of the Psychic Order who were staggering. The Imperial guards looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems, no big problem. The detector has quieted down. No one is out of control here, and there is no erosion of the power of the subspace. The Tribune breathed a sigh of relief and reported the on-site intelligence to the Imperial Guard Marshal, so that the Marshal could be a little relieved and not rush to mobilize all the Imperial guards, or even mobilize all the combat power in Holy Terra to deal with a major crisis. But for the sake of caution, the 100 Imperial guards, who had already arrived, still surrounded the psychics. It seems that we have caused some trouble, Gu Heng said with a smile, and his attitude was relatively relaxed. Dou Xiao smiled bitterly, and walked out of the loss of control caused by the destruction of the communication field. I will explain it. There should be no problem. As the chief mentor of the Psychic Order, he is qualified enough to have an equal discussion with the Tribune. Gu Heng's overall mentality is relatively relaxed. This matter will not really cause trouble. Gu Heng's power has been clearly reported on the desks of all parties. Everyone should know that he is a very rare alpha-level psychic who can fully control his power. This exchange incident has also been reported to the Imperial Guards, and the Imperial Guards know what they are going to do here. The shielding of the exchange field is broken, which is an accident, and it is an accident that did not cause any damage, which can be completely explained. Moreover, even if there is a problem, all psychic affairs of the Empire are theoretically under the jurisdiction of the Psychic Order, as long as the activities of the Psychic Order itself do not have too much corruption problems, and do not have obvious tendencies to harm the Empire. Other people, in theory, cannot control it. The Imperial Guard should be reasonable, even if they are not very reasonable. The strength of Gu Heng's strength just now should make them able to talk some reason. This is indeed the case. After Dou Xiao communicated with them as the chief mentor, the Imperial Guards withdrew quickly. Before leaving, the Holy Shield Tribune came to see Gu Heng. The general meaning was that Gu Heng's strength was really shocking. The Imperial Guards were also very curious about Gu Heng's psychic power. The Imperial Guards Marshal Yan Xinjian hoped to meet Gu Heng. Gu Heng had no objection to this. In fact, he was a little surprised. The Imperial Guards, this group guarded the palace, received a fixed budget from the Imperial government, and had its own income channels with a high level of confidentiality. It was self-circulating internally. It could be regarded as the most mysterious military organization in the Empire. An Imperial Prime Minister, or even the Sun Lord who had all the power before, dared not to get involved in this organization. Gu Heng was also quite curious about them. It would be nice to have a chance to meet the Imperial Guards Marshal. They really don't get involved in the politics of the Empire, and they hardly get involved in things outside the palace. I don't know what they do every day, However, in the history of the Empire, the few times when the Imperial Guards Marshal spoke out, the final evolution of the situation was in the direction that the Imperial Guards hoped for. Even if Gu Heng couldn't make them friends, he shouldn't offend this force. Just to satisfy his curiosity, he should go and see. It was expected that the Imperial Guards would come. After all, with such a big commotion, the Imperial Guards couldn't help but come. However, attracting the Imperial Guards was not Gu Heng's core purpose. His eyes looked deep into the palace, where the Prime Minister's residence was. Prime Minister, did you feel it? Today's incident was actually done intentionally by Gu Heng. Even if later, the many mentors of the Psychic Order combined their powers into one and formed a psychic array, Gu Heng still had a more stable way to defeat them. With his control, he could have done it without making such a big noise. However, it was so hard to build such a stage. How could he waste it? He just wanted to show his power to the fullest. A controllable alpha-level psychic? No, that's not enough. You must know that I am one of the most powerful people in the entire empire. Even in the palace, the home of the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Guards have to give me face. The Empire, especially the masters in the center of the Empire, should personally recognize Gu Heng's power and give it due respect. Chapter 740 Rejuvenation Surgery. Chi Bo Du was copying a calligraphy in his private office. It was an art from ancient Terra. After seeing it in the materials, he became quite interested in this ancient art and the ancient characters it represented, and began to learn it. This became one of his hobbies. His advisor was reporting to him about Margaret. Grandmaster Margaret is leaving the Psychic Order. According to our analysis, Ms. Margaret no longer has the opportunity to control the Psychic Order. The initiative is now completely in Gu Heng's hands. As long as he wants, he will be the chief Grand Master of the Psychic Order tomorrow. Chi Bodu's brush kept moving, and he commented, useless things. If Do Xiao had been driven out a few years ago, he would not be powerless to resist now. Then should I agree to her? She hopes to have a new position. Well, an S+ psychic, although a fool, is also useful and cannot be wasted. Go to the Ministry of Law and be a psychic consultant, and then we will see slowly in the future. I'm afraid she won't be satisfied. Humph. Let her figure it out herself, and see who in Holy Terra dares to help a dog I don't want. I understand. The two were silent, with only the subtle sound of the brush made by the ancient method rubbing on the rice paper. Although the business was over, Chi Bodu's advisor did not leave, as if he knew that the Prime Minister had something to say. This was indeed the case. Chi Bodu's pen stopped unconsciously while listening to the report. The copying of Gu Tila's calligraphy work was naturally interrupted. Are those all true? Yes. I think we must reconsider Gu Heng's influence. His advisor fully understood what the Prime Minister was asking and gave an answer. This was the judgment made by their entire department after synthesizing the intelligence sent back. Chi Bodu wanted to continue copying the calligraphy and painting, but he couldn't concentrate, so he simply put the pen aside, walked out of the calligraphy and painting table, and paced back and forth in front. He knew that Gu Heng was a top psychic. The battle report from the front line and the word sent back by the Celilius war captain, who he trusted very much as an eyewitness, clearly explained this point. However, the news in the report is one thing, and experiencing it yourself is another. When the sharp alarm sounded, there was a brief chaos in the palace. It had been a long time since I had experienced this, so Chi Bodu was a little confused at the time, and the rising psychic power seemed to be deliberately displayed. There was no need for any special psychic means to observe. Even the most ordinary mortals could feel the palpitating taste in person. This palpitation is not an adjective, but it really happened to me. Chi Bodu himself felt that in the rumbling. Illusory and real thunder. He seemed to smell something, as if it came from his lungs. His heart began to beat abnormally faster. Faster and irregularly. He felt very uncomfortable. Later, he realized that it was a normal reaction under psychic pressure. Not that there was any force attacking him. These physical effects were only temporary, and would not last too long. However, what was abnormal was that he should not be able to feel this feeling even though he was so far away. Not to mention, the person who released this power was in the best psychic shielding field in the Empire. What did that mean? He asked his psychic consultant. His consultant told him that this meant that if Gu Heng wanted someone in the palace to die at that moment, then that person would be dead now, and no one could save him, regardless of whether the anti-psychic facilities in the palace that would rise up afterwards would work. And regardless of whether the subsequent advance could solve this powerful psychic, at least the person who died would not survive. Even with his S+ level psychic consultant, who was concentrating and fully prepared for personal protection, it would not work. After hearing this news, Chibota's face did not change at all. His heart had been in turmoil for a long time. Now, he finally experienced the oppression brought by the great power of a top individual. Can a top-level strongman of this level subvert the Empire? No. Can you kill the supreme ruler of the Empire? Yes. The former is an individual against the Empire, the most powerful single collective in the universe. The latter is an individual against an individual. In a sense, Chibota can indeed represent the Empire. His power is at the peak of his career as Prime Minister, and he still has countless ideals and ambitions to realize. He is the most honorable person in the Empire. One for one. Not with anyone. Not with 10 billion people. 1 trillion people. 100 trillion people. It was his idea to make Gu Heng come to Holy Terra, but he regretted it a little now. Later, he had prepared some extreme pressure methods. The original purpose was to test Gu Heng to see whether this vassal of the border separatist regime was loyal to the central government of the Empire. If he was loyal, then he should be happy to accept the treatment of the central government of the Empire. Like a loyal dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. If he had any dissatisfaction or resistance, he would be disloyal. During the triumphal speech, Chibodu felt unhappy for a while, and even wanted to kill Gu Heng. But his sensible behavior slightly won back some impression points. At least Chibodu felt that he could still conduct subsequent tests. But now he might have to reconsider this matter. The test must be tested. He couldn't trust an ambitious man who had no loyalty to the Empire to continue to grow on the border. The lesson of Taikai was still fresh in his mind, but it was limited to prediction. There were some extreme pressure methods of difficult nature, but it felt unnecessary. Otherwise, what if a good loyal minister was forced to rebel? He was considering the long-term plan of the Empire, not worried that he would be forced to the point of execution and be replaced by someone. Thinking of this, he said to his administrative advisor, "Approve Gu Heng's application for a meeting. See my schedule later. When I have time, I will take the time to meet him. Prime Minister, it is an honor to meet you." Looking at Chibodu sitting on the high platform, Gu Heng bowed his head respectfully, bent his waist, and greeted humbly. The etiquette was fully in place, showing Gu Heng's respect, but the scale was well controlled, not too flattering, and the head was properly raised, and the eyes were occasionally sharp. Every action and expression in this series of actions has been carefully designed. Chibodu is a proud person, and he cares a lot about the attitude of others. But if he is too flattering and fake, he will feel that the other party is treating him as a fool. This situation is just right. Chibodu knows that the people in front of him, not only Gu Heng, but also other people, are mostly pretending. But pretending is also a kind of respect. Nodding slightly, Chibodu just called Gu Heng up, and the attendant next to him brought a tray and sent an item to him. Gu Heng's voice sounded at the right time. "Your Excellency the Prime Minister. This is the Xinglan gold crystal." Chibodu's face was slightly moved. He knew this thing. This crystal was born in the core of the nebula, which is a violent furnace of energy and matter, and the energy contained in it is beyond imagination. It can resonate with the spiritual power of the holder. The holder only needs to probe a trace of spiritual power into it to feel a vast and boundless source of power surging. This power can be used to strengthen one's own psychic talent, making the originally weak psychic fluctuations instantly surging. It can also be injected into the energy core of the spacecraft, so that the spacecraft can burst out extremely fast navigation capabilities in an instant. It can even release a powerful energy shield in times of crisis to resist the invasion of various dangers in the universe. Its actual role is quite large, but in fact, few people really use it this way. It is too rare and too expensive. It is too luxurious to use it as a consumable. Oh, the key is that it can't protect ships that are valuable enough for it to protect. The biggest role of Xinglan gold crystal is as personal protection and as jewelry. Its appearance is like a bright heart surrounded by starlight. It is oval in shape and about the size of an adult's fist. The surface of the crystal flows with blue, purple gold, emerald green, and other colors of light. These lights are like the water of the spirit galaxy, slowly flowing, interweaving, and changing in the crystal, as if telling the ancient legend of the universe. When it is gently rotated, the speed and trajectory of the light flow will also change, as if forming a series of mysterious star maps. showing the landscape of different corners of the universe, or the magnificent scene of supernova explosion, or the wonders of distorted space and time around black holes. This is extremely amazing viewing value. It is an excellent material to be made into a treasure to carry with you. Of course, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, Chief Bodu is not short of similar items, and there are better ones than it. However, its value is enough to put it on Chief Bodu's collection cabinet. Prime Minister Chief Bodu is quite satisfied with this gift. His mood is better again. He had a peaceful conversation with Gu Hang for a while, talking about what he saw and heard in Holy Terra and the story of the Alliance. Then, their topic gradually got to the point during the casual chat. They first talked about the Psychic Order. Are you going to become the next Chief Grand Master? When Chief Bodu asked this question, Gu Hang was prepared, smiled, and answered frankly, I have this plan. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Oh, if you do well, maybe you can be elected as a High Lord? It's a bit difficult for the Chief Grand Master to become a High Lord. You are very capable. Maybe you can do it? When he said this, the smile on Chief Bodu's face was a smile. Not very kind. Gu Hang seemed not to hear it, but said, if it really works. It also depends on the Prime Minister's advice. The Psychic Order also follows the Prime Minister's lead. After all, even if I become the chief, I can't stay in Holy Terra for a long time. Gu Hang's meaning clearly showed that he would eventually leave Holy Terra and had no intention of staying for a long time. Thinking about it again. Is he going to sell the Psychic Order to the Prime Minister? No. It's not that simple. Because Chief Bodu doesn't need it. If he wants to completely control the Psychic Order, it will be easy with Margaret's support. He didn't move because he also felt that the Psychic Order was useless and meaningless to him. He didn't need the high-profile position of the Psychic Order, nor did he need their weak actual strength. On the contrary, keeping them as a trash can seems to be a better choice. Gu Hang's meaning may be that he wants to build up the Psychic Order well, remotely control it, and at the same time make a Psychic Order with strong strength obediently cooperate with him. Touching his chin, Chief Bodu felt that it was really interesting. Giving up the most unsatisfactory authority of the highest management body of the Imperial Psychics. The Psychic Order, whose own strength can be developed and strengthened, seems not so useless. With them, many things can be done. After all, although he is the Prime Minister with real power, the Prime Minister's power theoretically cannot reach the head of the Inquisition. He is working towards full power, but he is still on the way and has not yet achieved it. The Inquisition is sometimes not so obedient. It is not a bad thing to have a backup. Of course, the premise is that Gu Hang can make the Psychic Order a success. And what he thought of is just what he thought. Did Gu Hang's simple words really mean this? Gu Hang smiled and said, the Psychic Order can definitely be established. There are regular funding from the Empire and support from the Alliance. I also have some experience in the cultivation and training of psychics. Please rest assured, Prime Minister. Yeah. Chief Bodu touched his chin lightly. Gu Hang continued, the Alliance also has enough strength to help the Prime Minister solve many problems. What the Psychic Order can do, the Psychic Order will do. For the Prime Minister, the Alliance will also do it without hesitation. This is a more naked promise. Chief Bodu finally smiled. He didn't believe it completely, but he didn't believe it at all. This was at least a good start. When he wanted to talk more about the Alliance, taxation, and how to ensure that what Gu Hang said would come true. Another thing Gu Hang mentioned completely attracted his attention. By the way, Prime Minister, I saw a very difficult technology in the Psychic Order. This technology has something to do with rejuvenation surgery. With the help of psychic power, you can do the 6th rejuvenation surgery after the 5th one, and the effect will be better than the normal rejuvenation surgery. It's just too difficult. No psychic has been able to master it in the past few thousand years. I'm quite interested in it, and I'm learning it. But it requires a lot of experiments, and will cost a lot of money. Now I'm worried about whether I can find a sponsor. Chapter 741 Personal Power. Gu Hang certainly did not deceive the Prime Minister. It would be really stupid to lie about such a thing. Chief Bodu has plenty of ways to verify whether what Gu Hang said is true or false. There is indeed the 6th rejuvenation surgery technique in the Psychic Order. However, the reason why it has not been widely popularized is because it is too difficult. Rejuvenation surgery can extend a person's lifespan, and the limit is 5 times. Each time, it can extend the lifespan by 60 to 100 years. Adding the normal lifespan of humans, the rejuvenation surgery can be used to the maximum. so that a human noble can live to 400 or 500 years old. But this is the limit. If it goes beyond that, the rejuvenation surgery will inevitably fail. Mortals have limits, and the power of psychic energy can help mortals break through this limit. However, this is a theoretical study. It is said that when the Prime Minister of the Empire was still there, he was able to personally perform the extremely difficult 6th rejuvenation with supreme power second only to the Emperor. However, after him, no one could achieve a similar effect. The technology that had no successful cases for 10,000 years was sealed up like this. But who made Gu Heng appear in this era? What ordinary S+ psychics could not do, Gu Heng could try. Does Chi Bodu care? He cares a lot. He is about to have his 5th rejuvenation operation. Although he can live for at least 60 to 70 years, or even more than 100 years. There is a limit after all. Is he willing? He has been the Prime Minister of the Empire for more than 60 years. And in the past 30 years, he has gotten rid of the Sun Lord, who once stood above him and became the first powerful minister in reality. Moreover, he is still moving towards the direction of truly holding power alone, with the goal of bringing the Inquisition, Space Marines, state religion, mechanicus, into his hands. How can a few decades, or at most 100 years, be enough for him to accomplish such a grand cause? Even if he really accomplishes it, how can the remaining lifespan be enough for him to enjoy a glorious life in the future? He feels sad when he thinks that people will eventually die. Now, although what Gu Heng brought him was not the eternal life he hoped for, at least the 6th rejuvenation surgery could extend his life for another 100 years. The temptation was greater than anything else. In the second half of the conversation, nothing else mattered. The two talked about this matter for a long time. It was mainly Chi Bodu who asked questions, and Gu Heng who answered. It was not until the end that they talked about the alliance plan. Chi Bodu did not object anymore. Gu Heng was relatively satisfied with the various activities he had come to Holy Terra this time. There were difficulties and twists and turns. The malice from the Prime Minister, the matter of the psychic order, and even the warning from the Assassin's Court before he came. Until now, it has not been clear who assigned the Assassin's Court to do it. Gu Heng also tried to meet with the Assassin's Court Grand Master Clement, but he still refused to see him. If this problem is not solved, it will always be a thorn. Gu Heng always has a little awe of the Assassin's Court. Their conventional methods are already quite terrible. Gu Heng would not be threatened by such an assassination. But that was just a conventional method. The Assassin's Court has been passed down for thousands of years, and once even had a record of successfully assassinating the corrupt Son of God. Taking out these means at the bottom of the box might really harm him, especially in Holy Terra. This is not his territory. Gu Heng believes that he should be very strong now, but he should not be as strong as the Son of God. Right? He is not sure. He is only sure that he has long been out of the category of psychics. Psychics, using psychic energy, is essentially just a loophole, connecting the subspace and the real universe, and drawing psychic energy from themselves. As for many changes, skills, and even whether they are strong or not, it is indeed up to the psychic itself, but it cannot change its essence. Whether it is the lowest level, or the so-called A level, S level, it is the same, even at the alpha level, which is beyond human control. This essence has not changed. It is nothing more than too much energy in the subspace gushing out, so that even the most talented people, even if they have learned the best skills, cannot control it, and are eventually twisted into monsters, sadly becoming the channel connecting the subspace and reality. But Gu Heng is not like this. He can no longer be considered a psychic. That was many years ago. Before he left the Wrathful Owl star, he swallowed the original Wrathful Owl, occupied its kingdom of God, and turned it into his own use. At that time, the original Wrathful Owl was said to be a second-class god in the subspace. But from today's perspective, it was not a thing that was too difficult to deal with. At least, it was not on the same level as the various monsters and demons that Gu Heng encountered later. But the help it provided to Gu Heng was great. Later, Gu Heng traveled across the Star Sea for 30 or 40 years and passed through so many worlds. It turned out that things like the original Angry Owl, a sub-god of the subspace that was produced on a planet, were so rare. Among thousands of worlds, Gu Heng only encountered 2. And in terms of strength and specifications, they were far from the level of sub-gods, and could only be regarded as a prototype. Of course, the 2 Gu Heng encountered eventually went into his stomach. Looking back, Gu Heng realized that the Angry Owl Star was a very special existence. It was originally very special. And the curtain between the Angry Owl Star and the subspace was very thin. That brought rich rewards to the Angry Owl Star very early on. High-level energy mines such as the spiritual gas field are not found everywhere. But it also brought it a deep disaster. The subspace demon invasion that almost destroyed the entire world came because of this. Only in such an environment can a simple person on a planet, with his love for a certain animal, be able to shape the concept of a sub-god of the subspace. But the more critical point is the upgrade option of his personal panel in the system inherited by Gu Heng. Without it, even the most powerful psychic can kill the prototype of the sub-god such as the original Angry Owl to slag. But how can he inherit its kingdom of God? Impossible. That is not something humans can do. And with this kingdom of God, Gu Heng has truly ushered in a qualitative change. The so-called qualitative change does not mean that his psychic power has an explosive growth. It is true that he has become stronger, and can even tear open the curtain of reality, allowing the Storm Kingdom to come briefly and controllably, thereby providing Gu Heng with a very powerful psychic power blessing. But these are just application methods. All small ways. The fundamental change is that Gu Heng has a subspace essence. This is the fundamental change. With this subspace essence, his Storm Kingdom is directly manifested. In the future, when encountering big demons, other inferior god prototypes, neuron worms, monsters of similar levels, Gu Heng can do more than just defeat them and destroy them, but has a more critical step: devour them. Devour the subspace essence they represent. Among them, the biggest gain came from the Queen of Insects, who died when Radix was completely destroyed by the Earth Destroyer after the victory of the last war. Until now, Gu Heng has to admit that the Zerg is really a very outrageous race. They are certainly not the natives of the subspace. And even their nature has nothing to do with the subspace at all. They are huge in number, have no thoughts, no emotions, only the instinct to devour. Even the thinking ability shown by advanced insects is just something that has evolved specifically according to needs. For them, the brain is no different from other organs. As long as there is a need for battle, some can be evolved in the next batch of organisms and placed on the node organisms. The Zerg will learn from combat experience and carry out targeted evolution. From weapons and equipment to tactical thinking. This is a relatively certain piece of information from the Empire's researchers. However, this kind of evolution can evolve into psychic power, which is already a bit scary. They can even analyze the essence of the subspace from countless wars, and evolve it to produce more powerful psychic units. This is simply terrifying. Void Zerg, absolute cosmic enemies, and can even be regarded as one of the most terrifying enemies. Their existence is quite terrifying. And the Queen of Zerg, in order to fight against the top psychic, it has spent an unknown price. Not only evolving many neuron worms, but also itself, in order to hatch neuron worms, and even to fight against itself directly. It has also evolved the essence of the subspace. What it has is even a higher level than the neuron worm. This big tonic really made Gu Heng feel very happy. But these tonics through swallowing are still secondary. For Gu Heng, the more important channel of growth actually comes from the Alliance itself. As the actual control area of the Alliance continues to expand, Gu Heng's image as the leader of the Alliance will inevitably gradually penetrate into the hearts of the people throughout the Alliance. And the power of the Storm Kingdom will naturally be enhanced. People's feelings for him are not religious beliefs, but a kind of love, trust, and loyalty. After these emotions gradually take root in the hearts of thousands of people, the effect they produce is no weaker than traditional religious beliefs. This is his biggest base. His Storm Kingdom has also grown greatly with the growth of the Alliance. Moreover, there is a new path recently. With his personal image, it has been widely spread in Holy Terra and even the entire Solar Star region. After being loved, this place will provide him with some new power. It is an unexpected surprise. At this level, he can vaguely feel and realize why the Emperor is so powerful. Why in the warp his Golden Kingdom is so dazzling and ostentatious. But the four greatest evil gods in the warp dare not face the edge. He only has the trust of the entire Alliance. But the Emperor has the trust of the entire Empire. The trust of countless trillions of people. Even further, Gu Heng can even speculate on the cause of the four ancient evil gods. But this aspect is relatively far away, and it is useless to speculate. Back to the present. Gu Heng himself actually doesn't know how to define his own power. It's hard to say. But at least, people like Martins and Celilius, who are one level higher than the champions of the regiment and can almost be called the top warriors chosen by the emperor, are just stubborn stones under his hands. It takes a little effort. But Gu Heng has a hammer in his hand. He can smash it after a few more hits, and his hands will be numb. More importantly, since it is stubborn stone, there is almost no need to worry about their ability to hurt himself. Top warriors can suppress the power of the warp, cut through spells with a passionate blade, and instantly close the distance to kill psychics or even gods. But that is a statement that can only be made at the same level. Gu Heng is no longer on the same level as them. As for the great demons of the evil gods, I can only say that if the great demons in the world are at the level of the great unclean one Galaga, he can kill a bunch of them by himself now. The so-called son of the emperor, the son of God that the space marines call their father, the characters in the imperial mythology, the former legion leaders. Gu Heng couldn't make a comparison of this level of existence due to the lack of observation samples. However, if you think optimistically, maybe you have reached this level. It's just that you are strong or weak at this level. After having such strength, he actually has the idea of going out in the warp to hunt down various demons and inferior evil gods to enrich himself. However, it is only a thought at present. He did not forget that his Storm Kingdom was protected by the Golden Kingdom. If he casually showed up, left the protection, and entered the chaotic real warp waves, it would be easy to be targeted by the four terrible things. Gu Heng still dared not provoke them. As for when he just obtained the Storm Kingdom, he was worried that if he went too deep on this road, he would lose his human nature. Now, there is no need to think about this problem. He has gone very deep. Along the way, he can't give up this power. Without this power, he would have too many difficulties to overcome. In this case, he could only hope that this road would not be a dead end. In any case, he had to keep going. Devouring other great beings and plundering to supplement the essence of the subspace was ultimately a secondary means of supplementation. Building a stronger alliance was the real way forward. Now that Chi Bo Du had been dealt with, the rest were no longer a problem. Gu Heng then found Luo Fei, the Prime Minister of the Executive Yuan, who was the biggest obstacle to the advancement of the alliance plan on the surface. Had no ability to resist in the current situation. Chapter 742, arrogant at first, but respectful later. Luo Fei could no longer refuse. If he continued to oppose the advancement of the alliance plan, he would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Now, the taxation department was blocking his administrative budget, and he was already very uncomfortable. In the Supreme Council, the other High Lords were relatively neutral, but when it came to the budget, they all wanted to take a bite of the 100 billion or 200 billion tax coins per year that the alliance offered. In addition, Gu Heng made a lot of friends in the last war. There were also many people who spoke to him openly or secretly from the Star Army, the Navy, the Space Marines, and the Inquisition. And there was also Gallardo's strong support. He has been very sad these days. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if he was too sensitive and too imaginative. If you think about it carefully, is there any benefit for him to stop the alliance? Why fight for the spider-web universe? A place that has been destroyed? Even if he wins, all he can do is to control the personnel appointment power of this star domain. According to past experience, those who were appointed by him as the president of the universe and the head of the star domain would be more obedient at the beginning and would be strong supporters of the central executive yuan. However, as time goes by, it is unknown whether the local officials, who have already formed their own forces and established their foothold, will still be so obedient, unless they follow the floating official system and change their posts regularly. But under the current situation of the empire, it is basically unrealistic. Of course, in general, a new universe with so many positions is indeed a huge benefit. But the political price paid to fight for all this has been delayed until now. And it seems too high. Gradually, he has felt that the gains are not worth the losses. In addition, he actually had a fundamental idea, which was to let Gu Heng, the leader of a local separatist regime, become the chairman of the universe domain, and to untie the shackles on his separatist forces. In any case, it was not a good thing. Whether Gu Heng himself was loyal or not, and whether he would rebel in the end, it was irrelevant. From the perspective of system design, this situation should be prevented from happening. The safety of the entire empire cannot be placed on the thoughts of one person. As the Prime Minister of the Imperial Executive Council, he always had such an idea. So, he was most vigilant about Gu Heng's current situation. However, It seemed that there were some people in the High Lord's Council who thought like him. But these ideas were usually not the highest priority when they made decisions. Sometimes he would feel a little tired. Why do I have to think like this? Of course. At this time, he would selectively forget what choices he usually made when encountering departmental interests. Personal interests and imperial interests conflicting? Anyway, he felt tired now. Since you all don't want it, then I don't want it either. Whatever happens, it's up to you. Considering the interests, it's not certain that you can make money by fighting for the spiderweb universe. From the perspective of fighting for the interests of the Empire, it's not possible to achieve it. But these are only secondary. The most important blow to him is that the attitude of the Prime Minister has changed. The Prime Minister is the one who ultimately decides everything. When he felt that the whole world was against him, only with the full support of the Prime Minister could he have the possibility to overthrow Gu Hang's rule in the East. In the past, the Prime Minister was quite supportive of him, especially when he told the Prime Minister very clearly about Gu Hang's threat in the East, that Gu Hang might be unfaithful to him, and that the loss of tax coins was not worth the loss of the Prime Minister's authority. Through these remarks, he clearly felt that the Prime Minister's attitude was biased towards him. But he didn't know why the Prime Minister's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. This matter couldn't be done all of a sudden. When Gu Hang's people sent him an invitation letter and asked him to meet, he wanted to refuse. However, an order from the Prime Minister forced him to bow his head and meet Gu Hang. He had accepted his fate. However, his attitude was still not very good. He had made up his mind that he would never give Gu Hang a good face this time. What? That's great. Luo Fei raised his glass to Gu Hang with a smile on his face. He even felt that this was not intimate enough. So he simply sat next to him from the opposite side and put his arm around Gu Hang's shoulders. I knew that people like Governor Gu Hang must be the most loyal people in the Empire. Solaria is already the biggest worry of the Empire. The expedition of the Sun Lord in those days did a great job in bringing him a great reputation and a rare opportunity for the Empire to expand its territory. But it really cost too much money. And now it is even more chaotic. With what you said, Governor Gu, I feel relieved. The combat effectiveness of the Alliance army has been tested by Iron Armor and Void Zerg, and it can be called the elite of the Empire. Those elite Star Army Corps with such a big name are all boasting. How can they be as powerful as the Alliance army? And those regiments have also seen a new look with the support of the Alliance. In the past, who knew what the Phoenix and the Blood Shark were? With the help of the Alliance army, Solaria is saved. Come on. Let's have another drink for the future of the Empire. Luo Fei's attitude was a little ridiculous. But Gu Hang would not underestimate him. After Chibo Du's attitude changed, the promotion of the Alliance plan had become a foregone conclusion. In this case, it would be a pure loss to insist on it. As long as Luo Fei is not stupid, he will not do this. Moreover, since the matter has been decided, why should we create an enemy like Gu Hang? Strong, powerful, and with the Prime Minister, he seems to have some unclear relationship, and has a wide network of contacts. It's too sad to be an enemy. It's just that the previous contradictions are here, and he wants to resolve them. But there is no way. However, this time when they met, Gu Hang did not show off his victorious attitude, but talked sincerely about some personnel appointments and arrangements in the future of the Spider-Web universe, as well as the prospects for future development. These are all empty talk. Even if Gu Hang really gave some positions within the Spider-Web universe, the universe government, and the governments of various star regions, and invited the executive yuan to assign people, the number would be small, and they were all marginal idle positions, which had no effect at all. But it doesn't matter. Both of them knew that this was a way to get into the topic. At least, Luo Fei felt that Gu Hang was showing goodwill. Okay, let's do it this way. There is a step that everyone can take. But what Luo Fei didn't expect was that Gu Hang then mentioned that the Alliance army could enter Solaria to participate in the war. This is the big surprise. Chapter 743 Unprecedented Legitimacy. The Alliance participation in the war in Solaria is certainly not free. The Executive Yuan has to pay. The Star Army Headquarters has to pay. And the Military Affairs Department has to pay. The Alliance Army already has a Star Army organization of the Angry Bear Legion. This organization can be used at this time. Since it is fighting in the form of the Star Army, then all the treatment that the Star Army should have must be provided. The loss and replenishment of various equipment, and the allocation of the entire Legion, are all required. In addition, the price of the alliance must be higher. On the one hand, the Empire has to pay for the war expenses, so the number of armored vehicles, artillery, and reconnaissance system command vehicles of the Alliance army, and even the individual soldiers carry more than just a gun and a set of protection. There are also a large number of individual firepower reinforcements. The squad is equipped with a large number of individual missiles, rockets, and heavy bomb machine guns for positional warfare. There are more than ordinary troops. These equipment do not need to be paid for by the Empire, but the consumption of these equipment is inevitable. Fuel, shells, various consumer goods. The Alliance army will use more than ordinary troops. This is the expensive part of the military expenditure. The other part is the manpower cost. The treatment of the soldiers of the Alliance army, from daily allowances to combat allowances, to pensions, is higher than that of ordinary Star Army soldiers. This is also a considerable amount of money. In addition, there is a Legion's departure fee paid to the Alliance. For ordinary Star Army legions, this money is given to the Legion. For the Alliance army, it is of course to the Alliance. These three sums of money, added together, are roughly the cost of recruiting the Alliance army to participate in the war. It is much more expensive than recruiting ordinary Star Army, and it is not much less than recruiting those famous Star Army. However, Luo Fei still does not feel that he is losing money. Giving money is not a problem. Anyway, it is not his only one to give. Solaria has a sufficient budget, and all parties are not afraid of spending money. But they are afraid of spending money without effect. Instead of recruiting a large number of low-level troops and spending money on paying pensions to low-level troops and arming cannon fodder, it is better to spend money on inviting real elite troops to suppress the rebellion. By settling a planet or a star region, there will be a place to stop the bleeding and start reconstruction, and in turn collect taxes to transfuse blood for the Empire. The difference between the two is huge. Luo Fei is not afraid of spending money, but there are not so many elite troops in the Empire that can be recruited simply by spending money to roll in the muddy land of Solaria. It is a good thing to recruit one more. Anyway, after he could not oppose or stop Gu Hang, he could change his mentality well, and try his best to make Gu Hang bigger and turn it into a good thing for himself. At present, this is already a good start. After dealing with Luo Fei, the last obstacle was removed. But the efficiency of the Empire is still low. The documents of the Alliance plan need to be reviewed again, and they are reviewed by multiple departments. After the review is completed, the documents must be formally brought to the Supreme Council for discussion again. After the discussion, the Prime Minister will use the seal, and Gu Hang will sign. According to Prime Minister Chibodu, they will have to hold another ceremony, which will be broadcast live to the public. At least 10 High Lords will attend the ceremony. It is estimated that it will take at least 1.5 months or 2 months to complete this whole process. Gu Hang is indeed a little anxious. On the one hand, he is afraid of more dreams. The political situation of Imperial Saint Terra is always so treacherous and changeable. Who knows if there will be any accidents in this 1.5 months or 2 months? But he can't help it. He can only wait patiently and comfort himself that the wait is worth it. The more standardized the process is, the stronger the document of the Alliance plan will be. From the review of multiple departments to the discussion of the Supreme Council to the live broadcast of the ceremony, there are more than 10 High Lords participating. In this case, the legitimacy of the Alliance rule over the East and its future expansion in the Spider Web universe will become unprecedentedly high. He can even take this document and go out to tell any surrounding forces that I have the full support of the central government of the Empire, and I am the orthodoxy of the Empire. Then wait. Gu Hang did not waste time while waiting. It is not easy to come to Holy Terra. It takes nearly 2 years to go from the east frontier to the central government. Anyway, everyone is here now. So Gu Hang will try his best to meet with people from all walks of life. Talk about cooperation with those who can discuss cooperation. And build relationships with those who can build relationships. If it is really not possible, it is also necessary to make a familiar face. Gu Hang has long realized that connections are still very important when doing things in the Empire. Not only is he taking action, his wife Yilixia, as the First Lady of the Alliance, also accompanies Gu Hang to attend various activities or travel alone. A month passed by in the midst of drinking and feasting. In this process, there are 2 things that need to be mentioned briefly. Gu Hang went to meet Yin Xinjun, the Marshal of the Imperial Guards, the leader of the 10,000 men group, and a man of great status in the entire imperial political situation. As promised, Gu Heng was still quite nervous to meet him. At that time, when he was at the exchange field of the Psychic Society, fully displaying his psychic energy and showing his strength, there was one negative impact that he was most worried about. That is, he was afraid that the Imperial Guards would cause trouble. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards were dealt with on the spot, but they welcomed Yan Xinjian's invitation. He was really afraid that if he went to the Hongmen feast this time, he would be locked up in a small dark room by the Imperial Guards and studied as a special sample. In the Deep Palace, the Imperial Guards are always very mysterious. They are indifferent to the affairs of the outside world, as if no matter how bad the battles in various parts of the Empire were, as long as they did not break into Holy Terra or even the palace, they would not care about anything. He stayed in the palace all day, studying some weird stuff. Fortunately, the meeting did not turn out as bad as Gu Heng expected. Yan Xinjian talked to him kindly about psychic power, how to deal with high-level psychics, and how to exercise psychic power. He also talked about the current situation in various parts of the empire. Gu Heng found that the Imperial Army Marshal actually had a good understanding of the current situation of the empire, unlike what people imagined, who really knew nothing about the outside world. This conversation actually made Gu Heng a little puzzled. It was a bit like chatting. But the Imperial Army Marshal came to him just for a simple chat? He always felt that something was wrong. But the attitude of Marshal Yan Xinjian was really like we didn't know each other before. But now we are familiar with each other. It was confusing. However, this matter did not have any bad effects at present. On the contrary, because of this discussion, Gu Heng's situation in the palace has changed for the better. It seemed that it was a great honor for Gu Heng to have a private chat with Yan Xinjian. This kind of treatment may not be available to the High Lords in the Central Empire. His status was unconsciously raised a little. In addition, another thing worth mentioning is that Chi Bodu would call Gu Heng over every now and then to talk about the research and development of the 6th Rejuvenation surgery technology and confirm many details. This was expected. Time passed slowly for a month, and nothing unexpected happened. Until one day, a visitor who had not made an appointment suddenly came without notice. It was a great sage from Mars. Call. Chapter 744 The Visit of the Great Sage. The other side of the Imperial double-headed eagle is the mechanicus, which everyone must recognize. Without the mechanicus, a considerable part of the Empire's navy and the Astra Militarum would lose their equipment and supply sources. A considerable part of the war group would be out of food all of a sudden. This is their most important value. The largest part of the Empire's industrial production, whether in terms of technical level or productivity. This is true. In addition, from their own strength, the Mechanicus also has a strong military force. Among the Mechanicus, the status of the Mars sect is undoubtedly the most important. Even if there are various sects in the Mechanicus, many sects are not very obedient to the attitude of the leader Mars. However, no matter how secretly they disobey, they must obey. All the ambitions on the surface must be hidden, and small actions can only be made behind the scenes. Otherwise, if they are really punished by the leader, there are not many other branches of the Mechanicus in the entire empire that can withstand it. Among the Martian sect, the one with the highest status and the leader of the Martian sect is the Martian Forge General. The Martian sect controls not only one Forge world, but many. However, the most important one is Mars. The Martian Forge General is the supreme leader of the entire sect. Moreover, the position of the High Lord of the Mechanicus in the Supreme Council has always belonged to the Forge General since the establishment of the Council 10,000 years ago, and has never been lost. Under the Forge General, the Martian sect has the largest number of great sages among all sects. This is a higher level than the sage of the main occupation. The intelligence department of the Alliance still pays close attention to the Martian sect, especially the Foreign Affairs Bureau branch that Salahovic brought to Holy Terra. Although the Alliance has not had much dealings with the Martian sect so far, however, their existence itself should not be ignored. Of course, after all, the Foreign Affairs Bureau did not directly insert agents into the Martian sect. At most, it sent dozens of people to Mars in different identities. All they can do is to collect some routine intelligence regularly. In the publicly available reports, there are a total of 17 great sages on Mars. It is not ruled out that there are still a considerable number of great sages who have not been exposed. Among these 17, Call's name is on the list. However, in general, This is a very low-key and somewhat mysterious great sage. He rarely appears in public, and he is rarely seen in many lectures of great sages on Mars. It is still unknown what direction he is currently conducting research in, and what key achievements he has made in the past. The only thing that can be said is that this great sage comes from a very ancient era. No one knows how old he is, but at least 500 years ago, there were some records of him. He may be the oldest among all the great sages on Mars. When Gu Heng heard that he was visiting and had not notified in advance, and he was already at the door, he thought about it for a while, and still felt that he must meet him. It would be inappropriate not to meet him. He couldn't help wondering what was Cole's purpose in meeting him. But he didn't let him guess. This sage, who was hunched over and completely hidden under his robe, had a mask on his face, revealing all kinds of facial organs that had been completely transformed, and even had little skin left. Explained his purpose directly after entering the door, and confirming that there was no one else around. Mr. Gu Heng, I want to see you for 3 things. You tell me. Gu Heng was not surprised by the other party's straightforwardness. It's normal for someone who comes uninvited to be more direct. In the past month, he has said a lot of roundabout words. So it's good to be more direct. The sage's somewhat harsh electronic synthesized voice continued to sound. First, I want to tell you that Yastai once issued an order to assassinate you to the assassin court. Gu Heng didn't expect it to be about this matter. He has never stopped investigating this matter. Salahovich's Foreign Affairs Bureau has a capable team that is specifically responsible for it. There is also a line to the assassin's court. However, there has been no result so far. The matter is too secretive, and the Foreign Affairs Bureau can't really find out. The assassin's court abides by the rules and refuses to say anything. Gu Heng had already lost hope. Anyway, that's the enemy, and we will have to face them eventually. We will just have to show our abilities in the future and wait and see. But he didn't expect that he would get clues in this way. Gu Heng knew Yastai. He is the chairman of the Devouring Star Universe, one of the High Lords in the current Supreme Council of the Empire. The chairmen of the universe are all qualified to elect the High Lords, but the probability of being elected is quite low. Among the more than 50 universe presidents, there are only 1 or 2 in each batch of High Lords, and sometimes there are none at all. Moreover, they are often the lowest in status among the High Lords. They are often other departments that are eligible to be elected, such as the Ministry of Justice, the Psychic Order, and the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, which have not yet obtained a position. In addition, there may be some additional seats, but they are not permanent, such as the Holy Mother Superior of the Battle Sisters, and the Sun Lord who was once Sokum. Sometimes, when the people in these positions, or the department itself, are weak and cannot serve as High Lords, the vacant seats will be filled by the elected universe presidents. To put it bluntly, they are just making up the numbers among the High Lords. But no matter how they make up the numbers, they are still High Lords. Putting aside their status, there will be no difference between his vote and others' votes in the Supreme Council. Because of this, some powerful High Lords, especially those whose own interests are more closely related to local governments, will like to support a universe president who has a good relationship with them and listens to them to enter the High Lord Council. Isn't this vote equal to his own? For example, at present, the position of High Lord of the chairman of the Devouring Star Universe was supported by the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister needs it, the vote will follow the Prime Minister. Of course, he is at least a local lord at the level of the chairman of the universe. And with the status of High Lord, he will not be ordered around like a dog. When the Prime Minister does not have a clear request, Yastai can still vote according to his own ideas, especially in matters that are closely related to his own universe interests. For example, in the Iron Armor War, the Devouring Star Universe is a little dissatisfied with the rush to provoke conflicts, so that its own universe is damaged. Therefore, it seems reasonable that he will be a little unhappy with himself. But will the conflict between the two sides be so big that they have to use assassination? And why did the great sage of the mechanicus come to tell him this news? Staring at the face that has been transformed to the point of not looking like a human, Gu Heng's doubts are increasing. Chapter 745, The End of the War. Gu Heng had many doubts in his mind. He couldn't figure out why Yastai wanted to trouble him, and even resorted to assassination. He couldn't understand why the mechanicus, with whom he had little friendship, suddenly showed up and told him this. Since he had doubts in his mind, he might as well ask them. However, his doubts were not answered. The great sage seemed to have entered a certain established procedure, and just continued to say, "The second thing I came to you for is to promote a trade treaty between the Mechanicus and the Alliance. The entire trade scale is expected to reach 50 billion within 3 years, and 200 billion within 10 years. Gu Heng nodded slightly. Who wouldn't want to reach a trade agreement with the Mechanicus and the Martian sect? This is pure money. Gu Heng was even more curious about the great sage's purpose. He saw that the other party didn't want to explain more. So he didn't ask any more questions, and just waited for the third thing the great sage wanted to say. The third thing I want to say is that I hope you can fight for the re-elected High Lord in your capacity as the chairman of the Spiderweb universe. Wait. At this point, Gu Heng finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and continued with a wry smile. This is too unbelievable. The alliance plan has not been officially signed, and the appointment of the chairman of the Spiderweb universe has not been officially made. Let me run for the new High Lord like this. Even if I compete, there must be a vacant seat. Gu Heng felt that what the great sage said was outrageous. There are only 13 High Lord positions in total, let alone how Gu Heng fights for it. Even if he wants to fight for it, there must be a vacant position. Unless he can launch an impeachment case against a certain High Lord currently in office and overthrow him. But how easy is that? When the document of the alliance plan was about to be signed, Gu Heng didn't want to cause trouble at all. However, this time he got an answer. The great sage said, "The location is on the first point I mentioned. The location of the star-devouring universe can be given up." Gu Heng was silent. After a long while, he said then, "Great sage, what is the price? What is the price? What do you need?" The three things Call said were all to benefit Gu Heng and the alliance. The first one was purely one-way intelligence. The second one was to send money. The Martian sect has no shortage of trading partners. The third one was political support. They were all free lunches that fell from the sky. Gu Heng was scared. What? After asking the question, he heard Call's deep laughter. "You will pay the price. Great sage, please make your words clearer. You will participate in a war. A final war that concerns the fate of the entire empire and the entire human race. You will play an important role in that war and play a key role. This is an inevitable fate. Or in other words, no one can escape it. And all I want is that you can stand in that key position earlier." After listening to it, Gu Heng almost couldn't control his expression. This is too weird. From the literal meaning, Gu Heng can probably understand some of the content. This is saying that there will be a final war in the future. A bit like the Doomsday Theory. And he will be very important. So charlatan? Although the Mechanicus is a sect and has religious beliefs, Gu Heng himself is not interested in this area. And the overall atmosphere of the alliance does not deviate in this direction. Whether it is the state religion or the Mechanicus, the overall attitude of the alliance is that if you want to preach, you can preach. If you want to support me with a fixed grant, you also have the obligations you should bear. You let me believe it or not. The Mechanicus that Gu Heng himself came into contact with mainly focused on technology, production, and research and development. Gu Heng had little contact with their religious side. In fact, in his eyes, the titles of the Mechanicus, such as the Mechanic Priest, the Bishop of Domination, and the Sage, were more likely to be understood as something like a professional title level than a religious level. So much so that at this moment, when he suddenly saw such a great sage who behaved like a charlatan, he actually felt quite uncomfortable. Shouldn't the great sage be a very rational and wise person? How did he start with a prophecy that sounded unreliable? But speaking of prophecy, Gu Heng suddenly remembered another thing. That was the picture he saw in his storm trial after he learned about the prophecy pried out from the mouth of the captured Dark Eldar and sent back from the Alliance homeland. That was the prophecy of the Dark Eldar, and it stirred up clear waves in the warp. Showing the picture directly, in that picture, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. The main content was about the scene where the Son of God, who created the Infinite War Core, finally stood up after a long time. However, he did not forget that in the prophecy picture, there was a star map that flashed by, and it seemed that the entire universe was burning. It seemed that there was a super-scale war that swept the entire human empire. If there must be a final war, the scene that Gu Heng saw in his Kingdom of God might be said to be a precursor to that war. The war swept the empire, and the heroes awakened and appeared. Thinking of this, Gu Heng wanted to pull a smile, but couldn't. The prophetic words that Call said seemed to be more than just a simple charlatan. But if all this is true, it is a bit chilling. A final war that would plunge the entire empire into war, and even determine the survival of the human race. Gu Heng dared not even think about it. What a terrible scene that would be. He had experienced the largest war, the Iron Armor Zerg War, which lasted for 15 years. The total number of mobilized soldiers on both sides, including the Zerg, was definitely tens of billions. It affected thousands of worlds, and the total number of human deaths exceeded 2 trillion. But this scale is far from the final war. It is not enough to shake the empire. The empire can even maintain another war. That is, the chaos in Solaria. The global riot there has lasted for more than 30 years. The intensity is slightly lighter, unlike the very fierce decisive battle in the Spider Web universe. But in terms of scale, it is definitely comparable. And wars of a slightly smaller scale, 2 levels, are always fought in various parts of the empire. Otherwise, how can we say that the empire is sustainable? But that is also sustainable. It is really finished and collapsed. At least not yet. Then even this overall war situation is more intense and terrifying than the current one. The end war? If this is true, then the Alliance will never be able to stand alone. In other words, in this dark and terrifying universe, no matter how fucked up the empire is, it is still the most reliable defender of the human race. While Gu Heng was thinking, Call's voice sounded again. I need your most direct help. After an uncertain number of years, your alliance will accept my call and go to the 500 worlds of the Infinite Star Domain to assist me in completing a critical mission. Chapter 746. It turns out that he is not a human. The great sage left. Gu Heng was still thinking. He did not agree to call. But it was not a rejection. What is there to refuse? The first thing they did was to give a message. Believe it or not. The second thing is to simply sign a trade agreement. At present, it can only be regarded as an intention at most. Even if it is really to be signed, it will require many rounds of negotiations, involving trade of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. And there are too many details to discuss. This is not a matter of rejection or not. Why not do business? The third thing. There is no room for discussion. I give you a High Lord. You don't want it, right? Gu Heng found that he really had no room for refusal. And as long as he accepted it, the relationship between the Alliance and the Martian sect would inevitably become very close no matter what. By then, Mars might be the Alliance's largest trading partner. And politically they strongly expressed their support for the High Lord Gu Heng mentioned. In this case, can the Alliance not come when they have something to do? It is not justifiable in political tradition. Of course, if you are really shameless, you can also do it. After all, Gu Heng didn't agree to anything. But he suspected that when the time came, there would always be a reason for him to go. The prophecy that the great sage Call came over to say revealed some very scary content. If it really comes to that, I'm afraid it will be out of my control. Things must be done step by step. Let's put aside the things mentioned by the great sage for now. The news that Yasdai had assigned the assassination mission to the assassin court must be dealt with. Gu Heng didn't believe Call directly. Maybe the mechanicus just made up a piece of news to deceive himself? It must be verified. On the one hand, the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau kept a close eye on Eugene Wen. This person is Yasdai's representative in Holy Terra. As the chairman of the universe, Yasdai is the High Lord. But he can't be in Holy Terra all the time. The affairs of the universe government are the foundation. It's not only the chairman of the universe who serves as the High Lord, but also the representatives of the Space Warriors. It is quite common that the High Lord himself is not convenient to stay in Holy Terra for a long time due to his duties. Generally, such High Lords will appoint their confidants to stay here instead of themselves. The High Lord will keep in touch with his confidants at all times to ensure that the representative will fully implement his will. This position is actually quite important. When the contact cannot be made for a while, the representative needs to make independent judgments according to the High Lord's intentions and the fixed routes in the past, and even cast a key vote. To a certain extent, this representative can even be regarded as half a High Lord. If he goes crazy, he can even use the time difference and information difference to temporarily exercise all the High Lord's power, as long as he does not care about the consequences. For this reason, the representative selected by the High Lords must be trusted enough by them, and will definitely not cause trouble. Eugene Wen is such a person to Yasdai. The chairman of the Swallowing Star Universe has been the High Lord for 23 years. In comparison, he is considered to be the one who has served as the High Lord for a long time among the presidents of the universe. and his representative has been Eugene Wen for the past 15 years. If Yastai wants to do something, it is right to keep an eye on Eugene Wen. In addition to mobilizing his own forces to keep an eye on people, Gu Heng also tried to find the assassin court to confirm the news. Of course, there was no response. Gu Heng was not annoyed. He turned to find Gallardo, and came to consult together. Hearing that it was Yastai who did it, Gallardo was very surprised. He proposed a very bad idea. Could it be that Yastai received the order from the Prime Minister at the beginning? Everyone knows that the reason why Yastai can serve as the High Lord and has served for so many years is because he was promoted to the position by Chi Bodu. In the case that the conflict between Gu Heng and Yastai himself is not enough to constitute such a fierce means of assassination, then if this matter is true, then this matter may be assigned by someone. The only one who can assign Yastai is Chi Bodu. It's not impossible. After all, the relationship between Gu Heng and the Prime Minister has only improved recently. When Gu Heng received the warning from the Assassin's Court, the Battle of Riadushes had just ended. At that time, it was not impossible that Prime Minister Chi Bodu had the idea of dealing with him. But Gu Heng thought that this possibility was relatively low. If Chi Bodu really had this idea at the time, why did he insist on asking Yastai to give the Assassin's Court a task? It's easy to understand why he didn't go to the Supreme Council. After all, if it was discussed in the council, the matter would be made public. However, Chi Bodu himself had much stronger authority than Yastai to order the Assassin's Court to act. If it was Chi Bodu who personally gave the order, then what Gu Heng would have received would not be just a letter. He might have really faced an assassination by the Assassin Court with all its strength. When the two talked about this, they felt that the situation was getting more and more difficult. "I go find the Prime Minister," Gallardo said. "Sound him out." "Okay," Gu Heng agreed. "But we may not be able to get the information we want. I put more effort into Eugene Wen. You have to be careful." "Don't worry. I know my limits." Eugene Wen was tied to a chair, his eyes blank. In front of him, several core members of his office fell to the ground. Gu Heng's foot stepped on one of them's head, with a playful smile. "So, you are not human." The man squirmed under Gu Heng's feet, and the epidermis seemed to be strongly rubbed during the squirming, gradually fading, revealing the dermis underneath. Gray-black color. Long ears. This is the Dark Eldar. This was the first time that Gu Heng had personally dealt with the Dark Eldar. He had to admit that these ancient aliens had a unique and superb technical level. To prevent risks, they did not replace Eugene Wen himself, but used some means that were similar to psychic power, but not psychic power, to make his mental state not very normal and controlled. And it was difficult to detect. At the same time, they replaced some core members around Eugene Wen with disguised technology and monitored them closely. The Foreign Affairs Bureau watched for a while, but did not find anything, but lost several of their people. Gu Heng simply came in person. He did not have any agent skills, but he did not need them. Follow. Then quietly release psychic power, and check carefully. To be honest, when he looked at it roughly, he did not find any special abnormalities even in his psychic power, especially in Eugene Wen. Everything was fine, until Gu Heng was very close to a person who was replaced by the Dark Eldar. He realized that this was not a human. Chapter 747 Find someone to take the blame. Gu Heng didn't want to do it directly, but he had no choice. He came to participate in person because he wanted to confirm the information. However, the camouflage technology of the Dark Eldar is really powerful, and it takes a psychic of his level to see through it when he is so close. This technology must be the most advanced for the Dark Eldar. Otherwise it would be difficult to achieve such an effect. Not every Dark Eldar lurker can use this technology and have a similar level. Otherwise, the group that caused trouble in the Spiderweb universe would not be so easily caught by the people of the Anti-Foreign Order. But it was precisely because they were too close that they could be discovered, causing the Dark Eldar lurker to find that he was discovered. He wanted to run immediately. Then Gu Heng had no choice but to catch him. Only Gu Heng could do this. The strength level of a dark lurker of this level is actually quite exaggerated. A normal agent has no ability to catch him at all. Its frontal combat capability alone is probably comparable to that of the company champion among the Space Marines. Not to mention that it also has all kinds of special skills such as hiding, escaping, and bewitching the mind. If you want to solve the target quickly and quietly, Gu Heng really has to take action. And once you start, it's better to do it all at once and solve everything. That's why Gu Heng personally led the team and directly attacked Eugene Wen's official residence. Without any scruples, everyone was caught in one fell swoop. The agents of the Foreign Affairs Bureau focused on catching Eugene Wen himself, while Gu Heng went around first and caught all the lurkers in one fell swoop. The effect is very clear. There are 17 Dark Eldar lurkers caught by Gu Heng, all of whom are senior staff members of the High Lord's mansion. This is also the core reason why Gu Heng dared to take action. What unit is the Foreign Affairs Bureau? It is the intelligence department of the Alliance, subordinate to the Alliance ambassador, and stationed in Holy Terra. In fact, they have crossed the line just by collecting intelligence. They just collect some public intelligence and do some analysis work. They keep an eye on people secretly. They don't really cross the line. They don't plant spies and lurk in other forces. Only in this way can they barely exist and let people turn a blind eye. Where do they have any law enforcement power in Holy Terra? It is unruly to attack an ordinary person, not to mention raiding the official residence of a High Lord representative and arresting the authorized representative of the High Lord. If this matter gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar, even if there is a reasonable reason. It is a very rebellious act to trouble a High Lord representative without law enforcement power, and the political risk is very high. On the one hand, Gu Heng did this because he was forced to do it on the spot. He couldn't let those Dark Elf lurkers, who were very good at hiding, run away when the other party had already noticed it. On the other hand, he had some means of remedy. He has no law enforcement power, but someone else does. The Ministry of Justice, the Tribunal, both are fine. The former is not easy to ask, because the current Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice is an acting one, and he is completely Chibota's man, and he has not even entered the High Lord's Council, so he can't handle it. The Tribunal can handle it, especially the professional counterparts of the Anti-Foreign Order, which is the most suitable for this matter. Moreover, Gu Heng's relationship with them is the best among the three major tribunal factions. However, Gu Heng thought about it, and still didn't ask them for help. The relationship is good, but it is obviously not good enough to become one of our own. Will the tribunal be willing to help Gu Heng take the blame for the illegal attack on the High Lord? It's difficult. This is very offensive. Even if they are willing, there is a huge political handle, which is held in the hands of the tribunal. Gu Heng doesn't know how much he has to pay, and how much benefits he has to give up to satisfy the appetite of the tribunal. In this regard, a good relationship only gives him a threshold to connect with others. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to cross this threshold. The tribunal can only be a backup. In addition to the tribunal and the Ministry of Justice, there is a most suitable person to take the blame: the Imperial Guards. These corn spirits are the toughest. No matter how big the blame is, they can take it, and they are not afraid of someone coming to trouble them. No one dares to find them at all. If it were somewhere else, Gu Heng would not be able to find them. The Imperial Guards have no interest in affairs outside the palace. But Eugene Wen, as the representative of the High Lord, his residence is in the palace. In theory, the security of the entire palace is the responsibility of the Imperial Guards. So, if there are alien lurkers here, it should be the responsibility of the Imperial Guards. And no one can say anything about it. Even, to some extent, they should be held responsible. It's just that no one dares to pursue this responsibility. But after the last communication between Gu Heng and Marshal Yan Xinjian, Gu Heng realized that this commander of the Imperial Guards, who had lived for who knows how many years, was still a very ethical person, and would not do things like shirking responsibility. After thinking it over, he made a prompt decision and contacted the Imperial Guards. Yan Xinjian left him a dedicated communication device. After dialing a few simple words, the communication between Gu Heng and Yan Xinjian ended. A moment later, golden light appeared on the horizon. More than 20 Imperial Guard soldiers, riding on hovercrafts and tactical hover motorcycles, quickly arrived at the scene. Under Gu Heng's arrangement, the agents of the Foreign Affairs Bureau gave up their positions early and never communicated with the Imperial Guards. After confirming that the Imperial Guards had taken over the entire mansion, including all the captives, and no one came to trouble them, these agents quietly evacuated. Only Gu Heng himself was left here to welcome the many Imperial Guards. This group of corn spirits did not make things difficult for Gu Heng. 2 Imperial Guards came over. One guarded Eugene Wen, and the other took Gu Heng to the side to wait. Gu Heng cooperated very well. What he wanted to know had already been obtained from Eugene Wen, and the minds of those lurkers who were captured and suppressed to the point that they could not even commit suicide. At this time, he did not need to make any extra moves. The attitude of the Imperial Guards was also quite polite. After all, Gu Heng was invited to be a guest by the Marshal not long ago. Even among them, there was information about Gu Heng's terrible psychic power. Everyone in the Imperial Guards was considered a top master. But it was also because of this that they could realize more than ordinary people how terrible the psychic power represented by Gu Heng was. The captain of the Imperial Guards, who led the team, came to see Gu Heng in person just a little later. Gu Heng couldn't see his expression because of the helmet, but he guessed that he was not in a good mood. Chapter 748. The Imperial Guards have to apologize to us. Of course, the Imperial Guards will not be in a good mood. There are alien lurkers in the palace. That's a huge scandal. Shame. Marshal Yan Xinjun only said a few words to Gu Heng in a flat tone. But looking back, he was furious. At that moment, the Imperial Guards Marshal summoned many tribunes and Golden Shield captains for a meeting. The theme of this meeting is to review what the Imperial Guards have been doing every day for such a long time. Has the Imperial Guards degenerated? Is it no longer able to perform their duties and protect the palace? Otherwise, how could there be aliens lurking inside the palace? No excuse makes sense. As for Zhang Yulin, the captain of the Golden Shield, he should be the protagonist of this meeting. He and his company are responsible for the routine defense work of the representative residence of the chairman of the Swallowing Star Universe. With such a big mess, he is the one who will be called to the meeting. However, just when he was about to attend the meeting, Marshal Yin told him not to come in the public channel. Clean up your own mess. Otherwise you don't have to come back. Hearing this, he could only rush to the scene with a dusty face. Of course, he would not bring the entire Imperial Guard company with him. The defense area his company was responsible for was quite large. If he moved recklessly, what if something else happened? So, he personally led only 20 Imperial Guard soldiers. That was enough. One Imperial Guard soldier could be as powerful as 10,000 men. This 10,000 men had to be compared with the most elite troops. And, unlike Space Marines, the Imperial Guards were not just combat experts. As genetically modified supermen at a higher level than Space Marines, the Imperial Guards not only had a body that would hardly age, but also had a strong learning ability and stronger psychological quality. In addition to fighting, they often had one or more other specialties. Criminal investigation, mathematics, art, administration. All are possible. No matter what kind of situation they face, 20 Imperial Guards are enough to handle it. Even if they are not enough, there is nothing in this world that can instantly kill 20 Imperial Guards. In the palace, they are fully capable of holding on until more support arrives. But obviously, there is nothing special that needs to be dealt with by the Imperial Guards. Zhang Yulin can only come to chat with Gu Heng awkwardly. He is quite afraid of Gu Heng. First of all, he knows how strong Gu Heng is. So strong that he may have to take back some of the arrogance of the Imperial Guards and admit that there are indeed things in this world that can instantly kill 20 of them, such as the Governor Gu in front of him. Secondly, Gu Heng was treated differently by the Marshal, and even given Gu Heng an instrument to contact the Marshal directly. Now he has been blamed, and he may not be able to raise his head in the Imperial Guards because of this stain for decades, or even hundreds of years. Now he is full of thoughts about making up for it. And Gu Heng's position is very critical. He was the one who discovered the problem. If he said something like these Dark Elves are easy to find, I saw it at a glance. I don't understand why the Imperial Guards let them go for so long. Then he would be finished. Zhang Yulin is also an upright person. He would not do such a thing as dragging Gu Heng into collusion. However, during the conversation, Gu Heng's attitude still made him feel a little relieved. At least, Gu Heng was saying that the lurking technology of these Dark Elves was really very, very good. A level that he had never seen in his life. And he did not say a word to question the Imperial Guards. In the conversation, Gu Heng mainly mentioned his concerns about the current situation of the chairman of the Swallowing Star Universe. This is related to the assassination that Gu Heng had suffered before, although it was not formed. But it was very outrageous. The information given by Eugene when stated that the assassination was indeed an action order issued by him to the assassin court in the name of the acting chairman of YAS. But that was not his own initiative, but was caused by two factors. First, it was the request made by the staff group composed of the Dark Elves. At the same time, this was indeed the order of Yastai. It was natural for the aliens to assassinate the hero of the Empire. Anyway, It was normal for the hateful aliens to do anything that was against the will of heaven and earth. However, Yastai also had the same order. Can it be considered that Yastai himself had something to do with the Dark Elves? Or even been bewitched and corrupted? These lurkers around Eugene did not lurk around him later, and replace the staff group from the Devouring Star universe. Instead, there was a problem with the Devouring Star universe from the beginning. Were these lurkers brought in? As a member of the Imperial Guard, Zhang Yulin was politically sensitive. He immediately realized that Gu Heng was trying to start a fire and lead it to Lord Yastai. And he seemed to want the Imperial Guard to be the fire. In the past, such attempts to use the Imperial Guard to participate in the politics of the Empire would be strongly warned by the Imperial Guard, or even directly attacked. Those who want to do so often lose more than they gain. But in this matter, Zhang Yulin could only follow Gu Heng's words. He was really not confident enough. While the two were talking, waves of people came outside. From the Ministry of Justice, the Tribunal, and later some high-ranking officials, and even the envoy of Prime Minister Chibodu, came. What happened here is destined to be the starting point of the recent political storm. But all these investigations were blocked by the Imperial Guard. The affairs here are taken over by the Imperial Guard, and no news can be reported. The extremely hard attitude blocked all the investigations. But those big guys could only hold back in shame. Gu Heng was very satisfied with this situation. This is the effect he wanted. Don't look for me if you have something to do. Go to the Imperial Guards. However, Gu Heng can ignore others, but he still has to take care of Chibodu. He asked Zhang Yulin if he could leave if there was nothing else. He had to go to the Prime Minister, and he had to give the Prime Minister an explanation for what happened here. Zhang Yulin thought about it and did not object, but asked Gu Heng to wait a little longer. Gu Heng readily agreed without asking what to wait for. Can guess. What I said just now was all my one-sided words. Whether it was the spies of the Dark Eldar or Eugene, they were now handed over to the Imperial Guards. They also had quite sufficient and mysterious means to dig out what they wanted to know. It had to be compared with what Gu Heng said just now. Even if we take a step back, shouldn't the Imperial Guards rule out the possibility that Gu Heng was behind this whole thing? This kind of investigation will not even be conducted only on the alien spies and Eugene. After all, some conspiracies do not have to be carried out in such a direct way, and there may be many layers. It is also possible that the people who were directly captured did not know that they were being used. The Imperial Guards also have enough means and wisdom to distinguish them. Gu Heng is not worried about this. He has a clear conscience. Go ahead and investigate. About 20 minutes later, the Golden Shield captain was called out by his colleagues. After a while, he came back and said to Gu Heng, "Governor Gu, I'm sorry to have delayed you for so long. You can leave now. The Imperial Guards will also apologize." Chapter 749. The Ecclesiarchy did it. After being allowed to leave, Gu Heng said goodbye to Zhang Yulin politely, and left the High Lord's mansion immediately. He went out, and left the scene blocked by the Imperial Guards. When he reached the roadside, he stood still. Just 1.5 minutes later, a floating car landed in front of him. The side door opened, and an envoy inside said to him, "Hello, Governor Gu. The Prime Minister is waiting for you." As expected, Gu Heng stepped into the car. In the car, the envoy did not talk to Gu Heng, so Gu Heng sat in the back quietly, closing his eyes and resting. The floating car shuttled through the huge palace, and after more than an hour, it arrived at a platform outside a high tower. After parking, under the guidance of the envoy, Gu Heng entered Chibodu's office. It was called an office, but it was more like a palace hall built on the top of a high building. A long red carpet with gold edges was laid from the door to the steps. As we went up the steps, the Prime Minister sat on the throne inlaid with gold and jade. There were many lights in the hall, but the special architectural structure and lighting arrangement showed a clear boundary between light and dark. The Prime Minister's position was on the highest and brightest steps in the room, and Gu Heng walked forward along the long carpet, as if he was gradually seeing the light. This structure gave people a strong psychological hint. Gu Heng would naturally not be affected by this. But at this time, he did not pretend to be pretentious, but took a more low-key attitude. He observed that the rather iconic kind expression on Chibodu's face disappeared, and instead it was serious and a little gloomy. Chibodu was in a bad mood now. The only thing he knew about what happened today was that Gu Heng arranged people to keep an eye on Eugene after meeting the great sage Kor, who suddenly visited Holy Terra. Then, Today Gu Hang went there in person. Then, the Imperial guards blocked the place. He really didn't know what happened. He hated the feeling of being out of control, which reminded him of the feeling 30 or 40 years ago when the Sun Lord was still there. Whenever this happened, he would get angry. Today was quite similar. But even if he was angry, he would not lose control of his expression. On the contrary, his current expression was exactly what he wanted to express on purpose. He needed to let Gu Hang know clearly the seriousness of this matter. When Gu Hang walked to the bottom of the steps and bowed, Chi Bodu slowly said, "What happened today? Do you have anything to tell me?" Gu Hang raised his head with a serious face. "It's a big deal. It concerns the entire empire. And it concerns the authority of you, the Prime Minister." First, he raised the tone high and talked about things with an attitude that you are in great trouble. This set of things has been seen a lot in Chi Bodu's more than 100 years of political career. As His Majesty gradually grew, there were not many people who dared to talk to him in this way. Occasionally, I still felt a little funny when I heard it. Even angry. If it were someone else, he would have asked the guards to drag the man away. "Isn't this Gu Hang? You have to give him some face." He opened his mouth and wanted to sneer. But Gu Hang's next words were one step faster than him. And he was really shocked and almost jumped up from his seat. "Eugene Wen has been bewitched and controlled by the aliens." Before this, it is hard to say how much of his actions in Holy Terra were at the request of the aliens. There is also a high probability that something will go wrong with Yastai. And, apart from the influence of the aliens, Yastai is likely to have come together with the state religion. The unformed assassination of me 2 years ago was carried out privately by Yastai under the secret instructions of the state religion. After hearing this, Chi Bodu almost suppressed his anger. But he couldn't help leaning forward and urging Gu Hang, "Tell me more details." Gu Hang was laughing in his heart. The matter was half done. Chi Bodu did not pursue why Gu Hang dared to bring his CIA agents, whose identities were no different from those of civilians in Holy Terra, to attack the High Lord representative. The Imperial guards are still too big-headed, and they can take on any hat. At the same time, Chi Bodu was completely distracted by what Gu Hang mentioned. Now he was thinking about the High Lord he helped to rise. And there was such a serious thing behind his back. This is much more terrible than a simple emergency that Chi Bodu did not grasp. This is a serious betrayal. Although he was laughing in his heart, Gu Hang's face did not show any expression. And he remained serious and heavy. He carefully recounted what happened in Eugene Wen's mansion before. As for how to act, how to assault, and how to identify the lurkers and spies, he vaguely passed by. Chi Bodu did not care. Gu Hang's key content was the information obtained in the interrogation later. In fact, the content of Gu Hang's interrogation could not clearly indicate whether the chairman of the Devouring Star Universe, Yastai, was corrupted by the Dark Eldar. Strictly speaking, it is very likely that only Eugene Wen himself was corrupted, and Chairman Yastai was also a victim. But it did not prevent Gu Hang from sparing no effort to throw dirty water on Yastai. Gu Hang was not afraid of this even if Chi Bodu went to the Imperial guards to verify it. Eugene Wen had a problem, and the Imperial guards felt that it was so serious and so shameful. Then, as the first person responsible for his corruption, the High Lord Yastai who sent this problematic representative must bear the responsibility, regardless of whether he himself had a problem or not. In fact, the Imperial guards might personally solve this problem this time. Therefore, Gu Hang said this without any psychological pressure. As for the words related to the state religion, Gu Hang found out after investigation, but did not tell the Imperial guards. It makes sense not to tell the Imperial guards. The state religion is not an external enemy. Their collusion with Eugene Wen and Yastai is an internal struggle in the Imperial political situation. The Imperial guards don't care. They don't care if they are told. They can also find out later. But Chi Bodu is different. Compared with being corrupted by aliens, which is already a very bad thing, he cares more about the collusion between Yastai and the state religion. 2 years ago, there was an assassination order to the assassin court to deal with Gu Hang. He knew about it and arranged people to investigate. But he didn't find out which party did it. The follow-up investigation has actually been going on. But in Chi Bodu's mind, this matter is not critical and has a low priority. He didn't pay much attention to it. The people below checked it, but there was no movement or urging. So naturally they neglected it and even stopped it. Everyone is very busy. But I didn't expect that this matter was handled by Yas. And the state religion was involved. This made Chi Bodu extremely angry. My dog went to work for outsiders? Chapter 750 High Leader Chairmanship. After the death of the Sun Lord, Chi Bodu gradually centralized power, and is now the de facto Prime Minister of the Empire. In the history of the Empire, there are not many such Prime Ministers. It is not easy for a centralizer to appear in the power structure of the Empire. There have been many times in history, but on the scale of 10,000 years, it is not long in general. Usually, the Prime Minister can control more or less government departments. The 4 Prime Ministers are theoretically his subordinates, but often powerful departments, especially the military and legal departments, are often out of the control of the Prime Minister. A strong Prime Minister can often pose a great challenge to the Prime Minister's authority. This is just the situation of the imperial government. Most Prime Ministers in history may not be able to completely deal with it. Not to mention that there are many high leader chairs outside the government departments, each of which represents a powerful independent political faction. Even, some Prime Ministers have become completely a decoration. And in turn, they are regarded as mascots in their positions by some powerful departments in the government. It is not uncommon. It is not easy for Chi Bodu to reach this point. At present, he has basically gathered the power of the imperial government, not to mention the 4 prime ministerial departments. He also controls the 2 major military departments, such as the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Star Army. These alone have 7 of the 13 high-ranking chairmen. In addition, with Yastai, who is supported by him, there are 8 seats. It is already an absolute majority in the Supreme Council, not to mention that other High Lords, even Mars, the State Church, the Inquisition, the Assassin's Court, etc., must be respectful to Chi Bodu under the current situation. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a rare centralized Prime Minister. However, in the political situation of the Empire, even if you reach the position of the Sun Lord, there are no shortage of challengers, let alone Chi Bodu. Once a faction is large, it will divide itself into new factions due to interests and positions. This is inevitable, and the most important thing for Chi Bodu to deal with. The debate on whether the alliance should continue to exist is here. Outside of his own faction, Mars has always been independent and strong, and the internal environment is relatively closed, making it difficult to get involved. The Inquisition has many mysterious affairs inside. Although it is not very obedient, it will still go to the front when there is something to do, and it will not challenge Chi Bodu's authority. Chi Bodu will treat these 2 families with courtesy for the time being. But only the State Church is the biggest challenge to Chi Bodu. Of course, it is said to be the biggest. But in fact the difference in strength between the 2 sides in the imperial political arena is still quite large. It's just that there are many contradictions, and the State Church's small actions in private are quite frequent. To be honest, the State Church is not an easy target to deal with. After being weakened by some historical factors, the strength of the State Church has long been far inferior to the period when the Pope could also serve as the Prime Minister of the Empire. However, this does not prevent them from being the spiritual supreme rulers of most people in the Empire today. His Holiness the Pope is in the religious world Menstoria all year round. But he also often comes to Holy Terra. Every time he comes, it always attracts thousands of people. In fact, the state religion does not seem to have direct control over any specific power. However, no one can underestimate them. They do not collect taxes directly, but from the dignitaries to the common people, they are willing to donate money to the state religion. The various legions, who may be archbishops or bishops, will follow the clergy to kill the rebels with a call for a holy war. The state religion also has very close cooperation with the major inquisitions. A large number of combat nuns obey the orders of the 2 families at the same time. Chi Bodu and the current Pope, Innocent XVIII, do not have a good relationship. They have had many conflicts in the High Lords Council. The imperial government is also very dissatisfied with the state religion's independent actions, and the so-called holy wars launched by the legions and local princes. There has never been a lack of open and covert struggles on both sides. However, Chi Bodu did not expect that the extent of the state religion's actions would be so shocking. At the same time, he was a little confused. So what is the current situation of Yastai? Has he been corrupted by the aliens? Or has he been lured by the state religion? These 2 pieces of information are very contradictory. According to the information obtained by Gu Hang during the interrogation, these 2 things seem to exist at the same time. The Dark Eldar are quite active in the Devouring Star universe. Their high-level spies have been infiltrating the universe government on a large scale, and have achieved great results. The leader is the top family of the Dark Eldar, lurkers. They belong to the same family as the one who was arrested by the Alliance in the Spider-Web universe. Gu Heng still remembered that they had a long-term goal to besiege and harass the Infinite War group. As for Yasdai being wooed by the state church, this happened in a more recent period of time. In order to avoid being exposed, the state church also has some special mysterious methods, and the Dark Eldar did not interfere in this process. Yasdai accepted the wooing of the state church, and according to the state church's intention, issued an order to the assassin court to assassinate Gu Heng. What is the purpose? It was not reflected in the interrogation results, but Gu Heng could roughly guess it, and exaggerated it to Chibodu. The core goal of their doing this is to create a rift between the Alliance and the Central Empire. They clearly know that this assassination will not succeed. The assassin court is not stupid. Even if the assassin court does the work, it may not be able to really assassinate. But as long as this matter is exposed, there will be several layers of effect. First, would Gu Heng have any distrust of the imperial central government? After the assassination, would he dare to come to Holy Terra alone when he received an order from the imperial central government? Second, the assassination was at the Supreme Council, and after Gallardo made it a big deal, the prospects of the alliance plan, which were not very bright to begin with, were even more overshadowed. Third, as long as the mastermind of the assassination is not exposed, the mystery of who this person is will always exist. And Luo Fei is the most suspected one. From the perspective of motivation, even if there is no evidence, Gallardo has used this matter to make sarcastic remarks at the Supreme Council, which will cause internal divisions in Chibodu's political faction. Some of these purposes have worked, and some are useless. Especially when Gu Heng came to Holy Terra in person and strongly promoted the alliance plan. Many problems were solved. But so what? The cost of doing something for the state religion, Yasdai, is not high. The Assassin's Court will not betray them out of its own duties, and the traditions on which it depends for survival. As long as they don't have any problems, and the news doesn't leak out, there is almost no cost. But something happened. The state religion probably didn't know that the Asdai they had won over, or Asdai's confidant Eugene I, had been secretly controlled by the Dark Eldar. What's even more incredible is how did the great sage Call of the Mechanicus know about this? Gu Heng was also very curious. But when he told Gu Heng the news, and Gu Heng took action himself and exposed the whole incident to the light, the state religion's biggest trouble came. It was originally just a small trick, but since they dared to do it, they had to be prepared to cause a huge storm after it was exposed. Has the state religion made such preparations? That's none of Gu Heng's business. In fact, Gu Heng doesn't care that much about the struggle between the Pope and the Prime Minister. He now regards himself as the Prime Minister's disciple every day, saying that he follows the lead of Chibodu all day long. But it's pure deception. However, you can fight, but don't use me as a tool for the struggle. I will fight whoever involves me. This is Gu Heng's first and biggest target. He is already very strong, but the alliance he represents is not strong enough on the big stage of the entire empire. When you are weak, it is necessary to show that you are not easy to mess with. If you act too weak, it is not low-key, but trouble. If you don't fight back once, there will be no telling how many people will want to use the alliance as a handy tool. You must hurt people, chop off your hands, and the goals other than the first time can actually be regarded as follow-up matters. Asadai's resignation is inevitable. Even Gu Heng, who controls the Spider-Web universe and is a neighbor of the Devouring Star universe, has to raise some war preparedness alerts to prevent Asdai from jumping off the wall. Gu Heng estimated that he could not jump. If it is just flirting with the state religion, there may be some risks. But the main battlefield is probably still the exchange of interests in the political arena. If Innocent the 18th is determined to protect him, it will be difficult to keep the position of High Lord. But he may be able to keep the position of Chairman of the Universe. In this case, Yasdai still has the possibility of turning the table in the Devouring Star universe, which will make Holy Terra cautious. However, if the factor of the corruption of the Dark Eldar is added, it will not be possible to protect it. And the ability to turn the table is also very low. Even if the Dark Eldar infiltrates the internal space of the universe government, as long as everyone from the army to the government to the grassroots people is not corrupted, it is almost impossible for the military and civilians of the human empire to arm themselves and start a war with the imperial officials under the leadership of the aliens. In this regard, the parasitic infection of the Void Zerg and the soul corruption of the Chaos Cult are both terrible things. Once formed, they can really corrupt billions of people on an entire planet. The Dark Eldar are more capable of secretly corrupting a single key figure, but they don't have the means to corrupt on such a large scale. The state religion may fight with Chi-Bodu, but it will not help them deceive the military and civilians, and start a rebellion when the upper echelons of the Devouring Star universe are corrupted. Of course, it's hard to say so absolutely. What if there are powerful senior officials among the corrupted officials, who can deceive the middle and lower levels, or even the general public, and follow them? What if there are also high-level corrupt officials in the state religion system of the Devouring Star universe? What if? The situation will be very complicated. But fortunately, the Imperial Guard said they would intervene directly. It is estimated that there will definitely be dozens of people going. Accompanying them are the soldiers of the Forbidden Palace Guards. The so-called Forbidden Palace Guards refer to the mortal auxiliary troops trained by the Imperial Guards themselves. No matter how powerful the Imperial Guards are, there are only tens of thousands of people in total, and the scope of control is limited. Things like fixed garrisons can only be done in key positions. The Imperial Palace is called a palace, but it is actually a magnificent complex covering the largest and highest roof plateau of Holy Terra. 10,000 people cannot see it all. Just like the Space Marines need auxiliary troops, the Imperial Guards also need them. In summary, Gu Heng judged that Yastai could not make a big wave. The Alliance is well prepared for war just in case. And who will take over if Yastai steps down? Gu Heng is actually more interested in the position of the chairman of the Devouring Star universe. But he knows it is impossible, on the premise of preserving the Alliance. Letting him actually control the Spiderweb universe has already paid a huge political price, and took a lot of effort to get it done. If you want to eat the Devouring Star universe again, it is impossible anyway. So, you have to settle for the next best thing. If you can't get the real fat meat, you can eat the virtual one, the seat of the High Lord. This is also difficult, but relatively speaking, it is not so impossible. What's more, there is the Martian sect. Although, up to now, Gu Heng still has some concerns about Call's prophecy, and the price he will pay next. However, one is a long-term thing, which may be good or bad, and the other is the meat in front of him in the near future. So he should take a bite first. Whether Mars really supports it or not, let them go. He will fight for it with a normal attitude and normal process. And he will not lose anything. Gu Heng does not intend to invest a lot of money in it. And the reason is obvious. If it is a powerful and completely independent high leadership position, it is of course of extraordinary value. It can directly influence the policies of the central government of the Empire, and can gain many benefits for his alliance and the Spiderweb universe. However, he estimated that even with Mars' support, he would have to get Chi-Bodu's nod. Otherwise, this matter would become a hard fight between Mars and the Prime Minister's faction. After all, the former Yastai belonged to the Chi-Bodu faction. Mars is fierce, but it is too difficult to snatch a high leadership position from Chi-Bodu in the Supreme Council. Even if he succeeds, Gu Heng will be firmly marked by the Martian sect. This is what Gu Heng is not willing to see. Mars is too far away, and too isolated in the political environment of the Empire, and has too little to offer. Chi-Bodu still needs to nod. But will he nod? Do you want to run for High Lord? Chi-Bodu, who was in deep thought, was suddenly awakened by Gu Heng's voice. He was immediately amused. And even the gloomy mood of Yastai being wooed by the state religion and corrupted by the Dark Elves was dispelled. It was as if Gu Heng told him a very funny joke. Yastai must go down. And the next question is who will replace him. That's right. However, Chi-Bodu would not think of Gu Heng even if he thought of 100 people for this candidate. The reason is very simple. Gu Heng is not his own. Chapter 751 False Name. Chi-Bodu had no doubt whether what Gu Heng said was true or false. Even though these remarks were all Gu Heng's words, and the result of his interrogation, Chi-Bodu believed them. He didn't trust Gu Heng. He thought Gu Heng was not a fool and couldn't make up such nonsense. All the content can be verified, and he will turn around and ask the Imperial Guards about the situation. No matter how arrogant the Imperial Guards are, it is impossible to conceal such information closely related to the Prime Minister. On the premise that the information is true, Chi-Bodu does have to consider who will take over this position. The acting Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice has too little qualifications. And Chi-Bo-Du is not favored in terms of ability and loyalty. He is more inclined to choose someone like Yasdai from those who obey him. There are many candidates in his mind, and he hesitated for a while, not knowing who to choose. But in any case, it will not be Gu Hang. What does it have to do with Gu Hang? Of course, he wants Gu Hang to be loyal and be his little brother. But it is still far from that state. The current Gu Hang is far from being trusted by him. As for the exchange of interests, in Chi-Bo-Du's opinion, the total tax amount of 2.1 trillion tax coins in the future of the alliance has already squeezed them dry. Besides that, what else can be squeezed out of them? Oh, the alliance quite good military force is quite valuable, and there are several regiments that are controlled by them. The Navy and the Army, plus the Space Marine regiments, are really powerful. If they can be mobilized it will when needed. The value is still very high, but the power to mobilize this force is in Gu Hang. In addition to personnel and equipment, its value also includes the logistical support provided by the entire alliance. War is fought with logistics. If the Prime Minister needs to pay for mobilizing this force, then the value of the army will be cut in half. Then again, will the alliance be willing to hand over all the power of its army, including the supply of the army, to the Prime Minister? Of course not. Even if it is willing, Chi-Bo-Du does not believe it. They say they will hand it over. But what if the alliance refuses to do so when they really need it? This matter requires trust. But obviously there is a lack of trust between the two sides. Apart from the alliance, what kind of exchange of interests can Gu Hang provide? The sixth rejuvenation operation that can be performed is what Chi-Bo-Du cares about very much. But this thing has been exchanged for the approval of the alliance plan. Does Gu Hang want to use the rejuvenation operation to force Chi-Bo-Du to change the position of High Lord? Chi-Bo-Du will not give in. Now, he is just about to have the fifth operation, and he still has at least 60 to 100 years of life left. So it is not so urgent. If it is changed to 60 years later, he may be forced to compromise. Now, don't even think about it. But one thing Gu Hang raised changed Chi-Bo-Du's mind a little. If I am elected as the chairman of the Spider Universe and the chief mentor of the Psychic Order, can the Prime Minister recommend a talent to serve as my representative and stay in Holy Terra? Hearing this, Chi-Bo-Du was moved. The position of the representative of the High Lord is actually not important. It is essentially to carry out the will of the High Lord himself. All the powers of this representative come from the High Lord himself. It is impossible for him to act independently of the will of the High Lord. The High Lord will never tolerate such behavior. So the representative sent out regular reports and reviews, and replacement of people and positions after a period of time are all routine operations. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to steal the power of the High Lord by bribing representatives. But what if the High Lord himself cooperates? Gu Hang meant this, and Chi-Bo-Du heard it. He was quite interested in this. In the past, the High Lords he trained, whether they were the president of the universe, like Yasdai, or the leaders of some departments, since they have reached the position of High Lords, no matter how submissive they are, they all have their own dignity, bottom line, and even some ambitions hidden in their hearts. They are willing, and indeed in most, or even all cases, they are in step with Prime Minister Chi-Bo-Du. The struggle within the faction is one thing, but when Chi-Bo-Du makes a decision, no matter how unhappy they are, they will suppress their thoughts and obey management. However, this is also a decision made by them. It is not said that Chi-Bo-Du directly cast this vote. That would be too low a bottom line. But Gu Hang seems to not care. His representative. Let Chi-Bo-Du choose. Doesn't that mean that this representative only needs to listen to Chi-Bo-Du's instructions? At that time, if there is something, it would be good to send a report to Gu Hang to inform him. This kind of attitude, even the dog that Chi-Bo-Du had raised the most, had never had. He couldn't help but look at Gu Hang differently. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then let's talk about the Alliance army. Can we?" The conditions were not negotiated. Chi-Bo-Du wanted the command of the Alliance army and wanted to insert a large number of generals and officers into it. So Gu Hang would definitely not let him succeed. He would rather give up the position of High Lord. If he pushed him further, he could even not sign the alliance plan. Military power and political power. This is Gu Hang's bottom line. But in fact, he was not too disappointed. It was not negotiated. But as long as there was something to talk about, there was light in sight. The bottom line that Gu Hang could accept was that the Alliance army could go abroad and fight for the Empire. But all the conditions were the same as the Empire recruiting any Star Army Corps. The Empire paid the war expenses and gave bounties. The Alliance could bear the logistics. But everything had to be calculated. In addition, the Alliance army had complete independent combat power. It is acceptable to be assigned by a higher authority in a joint operation. But the command of one's own operations is determined by oneself. And if the battle is led by me, then other Imperial military units must also obey the command of the Alliance army. If this point cannot be negotiated, there is no need to discuss it. And as long as it is negotiated, in Gu Hang's view, it is equivalent to taking the position of the High Lord at no cost. He can accept that the Alliance army goes out to fight for money and acts like a mercenary. Even if there is no High Lord, he has to take the initiative to promote it. After all, wars account for the vast majority of the development of the Alliance in the past 30 or 40 years. The Alliance has developed rapidly while fighting. Apart from war, there is nothing else that can allow a force to develop from a planet to a universe in less than 40 years. But in the future, there should be no major wars to be fought within the Alliance. But in the past development process, a huge army and military industry have been accumulated. The military industry is not bad. The products produced are quite popular as imperial taxes or trade goods. In the turbulent empire, arms are hard currency. But the army itself is not easy to deal with. It is not cost-effective to maintain a super large army without fighting, which will seriously drag down the economic development of the Alliance, especially under the huge tax pressure. Using the elite soldiers of the Alliance to offset taxes? Gu Hang would not do that. It is better to reduce the army and let the soldiers retire, which is also to increase the labor force. Tax offset for the Empire is a huge loss. But if the army is really reduced, it is very painful to say. The key is that there is the prophecy of the end of the war, which has always been in Gu Hang's heart, like a thorn, always making him uneasy. Who knows when the prophecy will come true? What if the army is reduced and the war breaks out? Using war to support war is a good choice. Send troops to fight for the Empire. As long as the war can be won, not to mention the loss, there is still profit. Gu Hang doesn't care how much he earns. As long as the Empire can support a considerable part of the Alliance army and provide a training ground for rotational warfare, that's great. On this basis, if he can use this matter as a bargaining chip and get some extra political benefits, it's even more profitable. The promise to the executive yuan that the Alliance will send troops to interfere in the chaotic war in Solaria is based on this consideration. It's the same thing to promise the Prime Minister to participate in wars in various parts of the Empire according to his requirements. It depends on whether he can earn a High Lord position. The representative is to let Prime Minister Chiboda recommend candidates, which is equivalent to handing over power. But, first of all, if not, Gu Hang will not even be qualified to enter. Secondly, I use the person you recommend. If I am not satisfied with him after a few years, it is my right to change him. Of course, the second point cannot be used easily. It must be when the wings are strong. Why didn't Chiboda think of this? It's nothing more than that Gu Hang broke the tacit understanding and changed the representative. And Chiboda had the ability to change a High Lord in the Supreme Council. The key to preventing this from happening is that when Chiboda can't replace Gu Hang's High Lord position in the Supreme Council, it is the time when Gu Hang can really take power. This requires a process. But even if it is a High Lord in name only, it is still a High Lord, and one of the 13 people with the most power in the central government of the Empire in theory. Gu Hang has this title, which is just a title, and there are too many tricks to play, whether it is in the local area or in Holy Terra. What's more, this is a matter of dynamic balance. There is a middle ground between a false name without real power and a High Lord with real power. It's not that he is a false name in the last second and has the ability to turn against him in the next second. Instead, as Gu Hang's strength grows, the game between him and Chiboda develops. The mutual exchange of interests, concessions, and compromises will make the peace of the entire power constantly shake. The center of the Empire is still in Holy Terra after all. When Gu Hang has already established a foothold in the east, has a stable and huge power in the local area, and can be regarded as a player who has entered the whole imperial political situation. His expansion in the local area is no longer as disorderly and barbaric as in the past. He has to find a new path. At his level, a new path is only possible in Holy Terra. Later, Gu Hang stayed peacefully for a few days. Then, It was the signing ceremony of the alliance plan. The scale of this ceremony was very large, and the people who attended were of high status. Of the two signing parties, Gu Heng was of course on the alliance side. On the side representing the imperial government, Shi Bodu finally did not show up. But Luo Fei, Su Fujian, and Gallardo, the three prime ministers and high lords of the empire, were all there, which was already a very high standard. The four of them picked up the signed document and showed it to the camera, through live broadcast and the remaining images. It was spread everywhere. This matter was considered to be a final conclusion. A week later, Gu Heng was awarded the title of co-chief mentor within the Psychic Order. He did not directly take over the Psychic Order in its entirety, but let the original chief, the old man Dou Zhao, continue to serve as the chief mentor and manage the Psychic Order. Almost everything was the same as before. Gu Heng had many ideas for the Psychic Order, but he could not personally stay in Holy Terra to watch their realization. Then he would leave it to Dou Zhao. When Gu Heng was awarded the title of co-chief mentor, and Dou Zhao had fully supported him, and supported him in promoting all the reform measures he wanted in the Psychic Order, what Gu Heng did not expect was that there was movement in the system panel. In the vassal interface, there was actually an additional Psychic Order. It was a pleasant surprise. Although the obedience is not particularly high for the time being, it doesn't matter. No matter what Gu Heng said inside the Psychic Order, I will lead the order to greatness again. But in fact, for him, the greatest value of the Psychic Order is still just the name. However, now that the system can identify it as a force and include it, it is not impossible to invest a little bit of resources. According to Gu Heng's original reform intention, the future route of the Psychic Order is to cultivate more psychics and form its own armed forces. Then use this as a foundation to handle more psychic affairs in the empire, gain influence, and allocate funds. On this route, continue to expand and even revive. In the future, when the Psychic Order itself is strong enough, the lost management rights of psychics in the entire empire may be able to be taken back. At least some of it is taken back. Gu Heng Storm Mage Corps has a team on the way. Some construction materials are also on the way. The Psychic Order has also selected a group of people who will follow Gu Heng to the alliance. The Psychic Order will focus on building branches in the east. The next 10-year plan has been determined. In Holy Terra and even in the entire Solar Star region, more mage academies will be built. With the support of the alliance, the psychic force will also be built independently. In the future, it will actively participate in various external interference in psychic disasters, psychic collection, and provide psychic support in external wars. The dedicated psychic force, after doing the work, can openly ask the imperial government for money. So far, the alliance plan has been completed. The Psychic Order's plan has been determined, and Gu Heng's main activities in Holy Terra have been completed. He already wants to go home. Before going home, he has to wait for the results of the latest discussion of the High Lords Council. Chapter 752. This is the real business. The content of the meeting where Gu Heng is waiting for the results is of course related to Yastai. In fact, this is not the first meeting on this topic. In the previous meeting, Yastai had been revoked of his status as the High Lord of the Empire. At the same time, a delegation of envoys was sent, consisting of joint members of the Inquisition, the Imperial Government, and the State Church, to hold him accountable and investigate. The accompanying personnel are all elite, including the hunter group of the Inquisition, the stormtroopers drawn from the elite of the Star Army, and the battle sisters of the State Church. The total number of people exceeds 100,000. This scale of force is definitely not enough to fight an interstellar war. However, looking at their personnel composition, we can also know that they are not going to fight, but a group of special operations teams. The reason why this small-scale operation requires 100,000 people is that the coverage area of small-scale operations may be global, or even many planets. The scale must be this large. If the situation in the Devouring Stars universe is still good, and the local Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum can still obey the command. If the local troops can obey after receiving clear instructions from the Imperial Central Government, then sending these elite special forces should be enough. It is nothing more than to deal with those corrupted alien lurkers, senior officials, traitors who are unwilling to surrender. Of course, if the situation in the Devouring Stars universe is really bad enough to cause a large-scale rebellion and the local army has a big problem, then these 100,000 elites can also rely on their strong individual combat strength to ensure that certain areas on the planet do not fall and hold on to wait for support. As for what support is, the Empire has ordered several surrounding universes to urgently draw troops and make preparations. Even 6 Space Marine regiments are included. In a hurry, there is definitely no way to go all out. But with offensive arrows from multiple directions, there will be no problem after all. It is not possible for all the thousands of worlds in the Devouring Stars universe to rebel. The Iron Armor Rebellion was not that exaggerated. The Devouring Stars universe will not have a military center group that can quickly sweep the entire universe in 1 or 2 years like Iron Armor. Iron Armor can do it with more than 20 battleships, aircraft carriers, and tens of thousands of space warriors. What does the Devouring Stars universe have? In short, even if there is a risk of war in the Devouring Stars universe, it should not be too large in scale. What's more, the core goal of this envoy group sent by the central government of the Empire is to pacify the situation in the universe and reduce the risk of war as much as possible. Although the Imperial Guards have gone there and even set off. The Imperial Guards are the Imperial Guards, and the Imperial officials are the Imperial officials. There are cases of High Lords being corrupted in history, and there are even many records of them. But the fact that there are many cases does not mean that such things are not serious. When the Imperial Guards do things, they usually only do their own things to investigate the cause of the accident, punish the murderer behind the scenes, and deal with traitors. After they are done, they come back. But is it enough to deal with a powerful lord like the High Lord and the chairman of the universe? And to deal with the main culprit? No. 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 That's just the beginning. There are still a lot of troubles to come. The Imperial Guards don't care, but the Empire has to. In addition, there is another advantage to hurrying over now. That is, we can use the power of the Imperial Guards to do things. If there is no team from the central government, the Imperial Guards will probably come back after doing their own things. And even if there is a rebellion in the local area, the Imperial Guards will probably not care. But the central government has sent an envoy group, and the mission is highly related to the Imperial Guards. Under the soft and hard grinding, asking for help on the spot, and cooperating with the action on the spot, the Imperial Guards are likely to be reluctant to stand by and watch under their noses. It is said that this time the Imperial Guards will go with an entire Golden Spear company. 100 Imperial Guards. Space Marines have always felt that they are top fighters of the same level as the Imperial Guards. We are all extraordinary humans. Even if there is a gap, it can't be too big. At least it can't be a level. Aren't there examples of Space Marines defeating the Imperial Guards in history? The traitor won. The one who won in the duel. However, the more this is emphasized, the more it proves that there is actually a very significant gap between the two. According to Gu Heng's estimation, the combat effectiveness of an ordinary Imperial Guard soldier can roughly win a company champion, but lose to a regiment champion. It's already very exaggerated. This is just the strength of ordinary Imperial Guards. There are also masters among the Imperial Guards, who are relatively better than themselves. For example, those captains of the Golden Shield and Golden Spear who lead the company will win the General Regiment Champion. Even the top warriors like Martins and Celilius, who are almost at the level of the Emperor's Chosen, can only say that they have a 60% chance of winning against the captain of the Imperial Guards. And above the captain, there is the level of the Imperial Guards Tribune. The strength of Yen Xinjun, the Marshal of the Imperial Army, is even more unfathomable. Although he has never seen him in action, Gu Heng can feel the threat from him after seeing him in person. Perhaps, compared with the Marshal of the Imperial Army, those sons of God can win, but dare not say that they will win for sure? It's hard to say. After all, Gu Heng has not seen the ancient sons of God, who have disappeared long ago. But in any case, the value that the 100 Imperial Army can play is extraordinary. And there is no pressure to kill 1 or 2 ordinary war groups with them in the battle. It is really reassuring. In general, the previous meeting on the Devouring Star Universe was about how to ensure that the Devouring Star Universe itself can get through this storm relatively smoothly. Don't fight if you can avoid it. Deal with it on a small scale if you can. And don't use violent means if you can use political means. But at the same time, you must also be prepared for the worst situation, that the situation cannot be controlled. The elite of the envoy group, the Imperial Army, and the notice of preparation for war issued to the surrounding universes are all preparations for this. This is business. And the second meeting was about even more business. Inside the Swallowing Star universe, Even if we consider the mildest situation, many positions must be cleared up. And these vacant positions, aren't they the ones that the big guys want to share? This is not just a struggle between political factions. For example, Chibodu is now the largest faction. But the small hills within his faction also have their own interests and demands. And they all want to have a bite. Although under Chibodu's request, his faction's cohesion is still good and can be united against the outside world. But in private, if there is any dirty collusion, no one can say it. Even Chibodu himself. Even if he vaguely knows it in his heart. Sometimes he has to turn a blind eye. He is the leader of the faction. The leader. And sometimes he has to pay more attention to unity. Among these positions, the most tempting ones are the two positions left by Yazdai, the chairman of the Swallowing Star Universe, and the chairman of the High Leader. These two positions can certainly be separated, and everyone wants them. Of course, other political factions should have expected that they would not be able to get them. These two positions originally leaked from Chibodu. With the ability of this centralized prime minister, how could he give them to others? However, it doesn't matter if they can't get them. It doesn't prevent them from using these two things as weapons to constantly irritate Chibodu. On the surface, they use various conditions and inappropriate reasons to reject the candidates proposed by Chibodu and recommend their own candidates. Secretly, this is asking Chibodu for other benefits. If you don't satisfy me, then I will continue to cause trouble for you in this matter. Unless Chibodu wants to use his greatest authority to directly implement the High Lord's Council to vote when no consensus can be reached. As long as he gets more than half of the votes, he can force any provision. And he holds 7 seats in his hands, more than an absolute half, and can push anything. But this is a nuclear weapon, a trick to overturn the table, and it must not be used easily. In name, with these 7 votes, you can do anything. But in reality, it is not so. Voting itself is not strength, but strength brings voting. These 7 votes represent the power that Chibodu can mobilize, which is more than half of the total power of the empire. So when Chibodu takes out this trick, everyone has to weigh it and accept it with a pinch of the nose. But if the proposal is too extreme, it is useless even if more than half of the votes are passed. For example, Chibodu has a fit one day and decides to dissolve the state religion that he hates the most, and demands that all special political powers of the state religion be banned throughout the empire. With 7 votes, it is passed in the Supreme Council. So can this thing be done? Impossible. The lightest thing is that the state religion will not care about you at all, directly not recognize Chibodu's orders, and then declare a holy war throughout the empire, declaring that Chibodu has betrayed the God Emperor. What to do? Will we fight a civil war across the entire empire? Will the High Lords like the Inquisition, Mars, and the Assassin's Court allow Chibodu to do this? Which side will they stand on? If it really comes to this, Chibodu's 7 seats will immediately waver, no matter how much the Grand Marshals of the Astra Militarum and the Navy belong to Chibodu's faction. If he goes crazy, will they really follow Chibodu loyally and follow him to wipe out the state religion throughout the empire? That's impossible. The only outcome of Chibodu going crazy is that he will kill himself, and his 7 seats will fall apart. It's the same with this matter. If he enforces the vote forcefully and passes it by force with 7 votes, then the influence will not be enough to drive others crazy. But I'm afraid no one will accept it with a pinch of the nose. They will think that Chibodu is turning the table and destroying the political tacit understanding. The Inquisition might keep an eye on the people under Chibodu every day, and catch heretics, traitors, and embezzlers one by one. The state church might be looking for trouble every day. The mechanicus might protest by refusing orders from Chibodu's forces. The Assassin's Court started to accept some assassination missions that they had not accepted before. Everyone has their own means. Politics cannot be played with, and it cannot be forced. Politics is the art of distributing interests, and it requires wisdom. Chibodu is familiar with this. He first hid the problems exposed by the state religion and did not say anything when the representative of the Pope attacked the Prime Minister at the first meeting, saying that his die was pushed up by Chibodu and Chibodu needed to bear joint responsibility for this, and used this matter as a bullet to Chibodu. Chibodu first held back when he got the interrogation information endorsed by the Imperial Guards from the Imperial Guards, which completely matched the information said by Gu Hang, and the matter was confirmed. He took it out directly at the beginning of the second meeting and smashed it in the face of the state religion. The state religion colluded with his die, And it was the state religion that instructed his Dai to issue a despicable assassination order to Gu Hang, who was already a war hero and the commander of the empire at that time. This issue has been discussed before. When Gu Hang was assassinated, Gallardo made a big fuss in the Supreme Council, and it was determined that the order had not been discussed by the Supreme Council. The target was sensitive, and the person who issued the order behind the scenes should be responsible and apologize. It's just that they didn't find out who it was. Now that it's brought up, the state religion has suddenly become passive. Then, the unclear issues under the supervision of Chi Bo have also become the same dirty water at this time. Pouring a basin of dirty water on the head of the state religion. Did the state religion let it go? Even in order to collude with his Dai. Let it go, and even led to his Dai's corruption? This is a bit far-fetched. But at least the Prime Minister is fighting back that his Dai is the Prime Minister's man. So the Prime Minister should be responsible. Well, now his Dai is both the Prime Minister and the Pope's man. Everyone has to bear the blame together. If we investigate the assassination of Gu Hang, should the state church give a further explanation? The interrogation results given by the imperial guards even show the purpose of the state church's order to assassinate Gu Hang, knowing that the probability of success is very low. But the purpose is to use an unsuccessful assassination order to alienate the relationship between Gu Hang and the central government of the empire. According to Chi Boda's words, the nature of this matter is extremely evil, and it is a terrible conspiracy that disregards the overall situation of the empire. The state church is quite embarrassed, and it can't stand the verbal battle at all. In this matter, other factions can't speak for the state church. Chi Boda defeated the state church in this wave. This time, the state church can't expect to share anything, and you have to spit out some. In the end, the state church handed over a cardinal as a price. These were all orders from this person, and the Pope didn't know that the cardinal acted on his own and might be corrupt. The tribunal went to do it. The new cardinal may even be nominated by the Inquisition, not necessarily by the ecclesiarchy. The Inquisition has a good relationship with the ecclesiarchy, and the ecclesiarchy can barely accept it. If the Inquisition takes this benefit, it will have to take less or even no benefits from the Devouring Star universe. A cardinal is no worse than a star domain head in the Devouring Star universe. By fighting and eliminating, the Inquisition and the ecclesiarchy are dealt with. In theory, the rest will be easy to handle. Give more funding to the Assassin's Court, and symbolically release some secret political powers to them. Get some orders for Mars. Approve all the budgets submitted by Su Lai, who is now the representative of the Space Marines, to rebuild the Phoenix Regiment, and expand a few more regiments, with more Phoenix sub-regiments. After all, the Phoenix lineage suffered heavy losses in the Iron Armor War. After all this, it should be about the same as usual. Most of the benefits of the Devouring Star universe have been taken back, including the two highest positions. As for the interests within his own faction, it would be much easier to redistribute them internally. Chi Bo Du was even thinking about how to divide the internal forces, so that he could better unite his faction or attract more forces to join his faction. However, unexpectedly, a new change suddenly occurred in this second meeting. Mars, who was usually very low-key and not very noisy unless they were involved, suddenly showed up. They strongly opposed every new High Lord and Star Devouring Chairman proposed by Chi Bo Du, and attacked many high-level personnel transfers within the party that needed to be discussed at the Supreme Council. Chapter 753 High Lord Gu Hang. The Martian sect's crazy behavior made Chi Bo Du quite uncomfortable. No, buddy. What are you doing? According to the standard, have you been given all the benefits? For the reconstruction of the Devouring Star universe, a considerable part of the orders will be given to the Martian sect instead of the nearby ones. Although the products on Mars are the best, with the highest production capacity and relatively low prices, they are very competitive. However, if you add the round-trip transportation cycle of almost 2 years, no matter how high the product competitiveness is, it will become very low. If you have to go through Mars and ensure the profit of Mars, it means that the reconstruction will cost more money and time. These costs are all for giving the Martian sect enough benefits. At the same time, the Martian sect will also obtain the exclusive operating rights of more than 20 mineral worlds in the Devouring Star universe, which are not lacking in rare mineral deposits of extraordinary value. Chi Bo Du also hinted that he would give the green light to the Martian sect's proposal to punish and sanction a disobedient medium-sized mechanical sect. According to the political tacit understanding between the two sides, such a price is already quite good. You bunch of oil men. What else are you not satisfied with? But soon, Boda came to his senses. He remembered that the great sage Call had met Gu Hang once. His spy did not hear the conversation. Not because Gu Hang blocked it, but because Call himself did it. However, Gu Hang told Boda part of the content of the conversation. Of course, he did not say what should not be said. What prophecy? What future mission? What end of the war? What is there to talk about these things? However, it was Call who revealed the clues of the assassination to him. And Gu Hang did say it. Boda still felt strange at the time. Before this, no intelligence mentioned that Gu Hang or the Alliance had any connection with the Martian sect. The two sects that have fallen into Gu Hang's hands are basically his collaborators, or under his control. The Mingyang sect and the Araminus sect, Alfonso sect, which may have some connection with Mars. But it should not be deep. Why did Mars tell Gu Hang about this information when he had nothing to do? Or did he go to his house and tell him himself? Is there any secret deal between them? This was the thought that came to Boda's mind instinctively when he learned the news. But from the time when Eugene Wen's mansion was raided by the Imperial Army to now, he was too busy during this period of time. He only had time to instruct the intelligence department to go to the Alliance and Mars to investigate the information about this matter. After that, he had no time to take care of it. So far, of course, no intelligence has been sent back in this regard. And he himself has even forgotten about it. It was not until this time that he reacted. What Mars wants is to push Gu Hang to the position of High Lord. How can this be? Damn it. I knew that Gu Hang was not honest. When he asked me for the position of High Lord before, he was servile and subservient, as if he was a loyal minister who had completely surrendered. Now he turned around and asked Mars to put on eye drops for me. Right? He scolded. But the activities in his mind were more like complaints than scolding. In his heart, Gu Hang was of course never a filial son or a good grandson. Even in the last secret conversation between the two of them, when Gu Hang made a series of statements, especially the one that asked Boda to choose a High Lord representative for Gu Hang, he was only slightly moved. Really just slightly. Only the name and the instrument cannot be borrowed from others. This is a famous saying of ancient Terra that Boda had copied when practicing calligraphy. He deeply agreed with it. Gu Hang was not one of his own, and the High Lord gave him it. Even if it was a false name, it might be possible for Gu Hang to realize it in the future when time is long enough. He would not underestimate Gu Hang now. An extremely powerful psychic, plus a thriving alliance that he had to look at differently after seeing all kinds of intelligence and reports. It was a false name now. Who knew about the future? It was said that as long as Gu Hang did not obey, he could use the majority vote at the Supreme Council to remove him from the position of High Lord Chairman at any time. But just like he couldn't remove the State Church, Mars, and the Inquisition, if the power of the Alliance continued to expand, and the network of relationships continued to expand, until the Empire could not withstand the rebellion of the Alliance. And even the rebellion of the Alliance might not be regarded as a rebellion, and then get the support of other forces and factions. At that time, no matter how many votes he had, he couldn't remove Gu Hang from the position of High Lord. He had to think about this possibility, especially after the mechanicus pretended to support Gu Hang. But he was curious. What did Gu Hang pay to get the support of the mechanicus to get a High Lord? Mars' appetite has never been small. Only by figuring this out can we know what Mars is planning. Without knowing this, Boda really didn't dare to make any extra moves. He now regretted it a little. The alliance plan was signed too early. But the signing ceremony, which was broadcast live, was passed by the Supreme Lord's Council with a high vote. So it was impossible to go back on it. If you go back on it, the alliance can also not pay the money. All the current budgets are based on the additional 300 billion tax coins after the alliance plan is passed. In the next 10 years, the additional income of 2.1 trillion per year will be taken into account. If you want to overturn it, you can't overturn it a little bit. Boda couldn't play cards with this chip. He could only forcibly interrupt the second meeting on the Swallowing Star universe. Then, he called Gu Hang, and the two had another secret talk. This time, he directly showed an angry attitude and questioned repeatedly. Gu Hang was timid and explained. The general content was that I didn't know what the Martian sect was thinking. In a sense, Gu Hang was telling the truth. However, Boda would definitely not believe it. Gu Hang skipped this topic and brought out the conditions he had mentioned before and repeated them again. His attitude was humble, but he actually did not give in at all. Boda told him to get out. Gu Heng left quickly. Then came the third meeting a week later. To no avail. After the meeting, Chi Boda called Gu Heng over again and talked for an hour. Then, he talked privately with various people from the Mars sect for a long time. In the end, Chi Boda compromised. In fact, if you calculate carefully, he did not lose anything. In fact, if you only consider the recent period, he has even made a profit. All the benefits that were originally promised to the Mars sect do not need to be given. The Mars sect has to pay some extra costs. Gu Heng also has the 6th Rejuvenation operation, and the 2 major benefits of the Alliance army accepting Chi Boda's call. Although the position of the High Lord was given up, it was just a false name. The person who represented Gu Heng in Holy Terra and exercised the power of the High Lord was John Curtis. Gu Heng had just met this person. He was originally a member of Chi Boda's staff. And this was a step forward. Stepping to the front. For Chi Boda, he got everything he expected. In fact, because of the concessions of the Alliance and the Martian sect, he got more than originally planned. As for the hidden dangers, that was a matter of the distant future. At least now Gu Heng was still quite submissive. Anyway, it seems that Chi Boda not only did not lose anything after experiencing this storm, but actually made a lot of money. That's it for now. Chi Boda's attention shifted from Gu Heng to the struggle with the state religion and the situation in the devouring star universe. The inauguration of the High Lord was also a big event. Regardless of the name, he was one of the 13 most powerful people in the Empire. A grand inauguration ceremony was also indispensable. This became the 3rd grand ceremony that Gu Heng attended in a row after arriving at Holy Terra. He was the most popular person in Holy Terra in the past year. Originally, I thought the triumphal ceremony was the peak of his popularity. But I didn't expect the series of stories that happened afterwards to be even more exciting. For ordinary people or middle and lower level government officials, the signing of the alliance plan was very surprising. But it was also a joyous event for some people who liked Gu Heng. It meant that before this, many rumors that Gu Heng was a separatist force, might be disloyal to the Empire, and might be harmful to the Empire were all bankrupt. If the signing of the alliance plan was a surprise to most people, it was even more incredible that Gu Heng could become a High Lord. Gallardo was one of them. I never expected it. Really, Gallardo said to Gu Heng in the banquet hall. Although I have supported every decision and everything you have made along the way, but to be honest, I still feel that you have taken a very difficult path, and I don't think you can make it in the end. But I didn't expect it. He himself is a High Lord, and he was promoted very quickly. More than 30 years ago, when he arrived in Holy Terra, he spent more than 10 or 20 years to go from the position of Deputy Minister of Military Affairs to Prime Minister and High Lord. But it is precisely because he has experienced this process personally that he knows how difficult it is. In his opinion, the path to becoming a High Lord that he envisioned for Gu Heng should be the smoothest and most grand avenue. But Gu Heng insisted on taking a difficult path. And he really made it. Gu Heng raised his hand and raised his glass. I can't do without your help. He said this sincerely. The help that Gallardo brought to Gu Heng in Holy Terra was very crucial. Without Gallardo, the League's earliest sources of legitimacy would be in question. Later, Gallardo played a big role in winning many policies from the Empire for the Alliance, and in winning various political supports for the Alliance in Holy Terra. The difference between a single thought and a move at that time played a key role in the future. Gallardo waved his hand and said, "Let's not be polite to each other. The difficult road has been passed, and there is still a big stage for the two of us in the future." At this point, his attitude was that Gu Heng would definitely take back the power of the High Lord slowly in the future. By then, the two of them alone would hold 2 seats in the Supreme Council, which was already a force that could not be underestimated. As time went on, maybe they could think of a way to overthrow Chi Boda? Gu Heng knew Gallardo, and he knew that his good brother was an absolutely restless person and an ambitious person. It was also good. He was not Gu Heng's subordinate, but a collaborator. And in their cooperation, they could be regarded as each taking what they needed, without any core conflicts of interest. Of course, this may only be temporary. Gallardo's ultimate goal in the future is probably what Chi Boda is now. Gu Heng can strongly feel that in Gallardo. There is a belief that Chi Boda can be replaced if he becomes a centralized prime minister like Chi Boda. And Gu Heng still wants to be a powerful local lord. Then the conflict between the two will probably become inevitable. This kind of conflict cannot be erased by personal friendship, no matter how good the relationship is. But fortunately, that day is still far away. Chi Bodu is still sitting firmly in his position, with great authority. Obviously, it was his people who had problems. But not only did he not lose his position as a High Lord and Chairman of the Universe under his faction, he also used his false reputation to buy Gu Heng, the most popular hero in the Empire in recent years, and severely hit his political enemies. This is the outside world's perception of Chi Bodu at the moment, which makes Chi Bodu's authority more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In a sense, these perceptions are indeed true. With such a big boss suppressing him, no matter how ambitious one is, he must put it away honestly. Moreover, will there be such a day? If the end war really exists and takes place in a few decades or 100 years, what is the point of being the leader? Because of this, Gu Heng did not consider at all that there might be conflicts between the two in the future. He was not even so worried about the conflict between the Alliance and the Central Empire. When a huge crisis that will exterminate the entire human empire comes, all other conflicts must give way to the biggest conflict of human survival. Moreover, compared to promotion, although Gu Heng will not be stationed in Holy Terra for a long time and currently only has a false name, it is not certain who will be promoted faster in the future. There is nothing to worry about anymore. We are ready to leave Holy Terra in 9 days. When Yi Lixia heard Gu Heng say this to herself, she smiled sincerely. She hugged Gu Jing, swung his little hand, and said happily, "We can go home." Little Gu Jing was ignorant. For him, there was no concept of home. Since he was born, he lived on the battleship. After that, he lived in the palace on Holy Terra for nearly a year. But it doesn't matter. He just wants to be with his parents. After coaxing her son to sleep, Yi Lixia said to Gu Heng with emotion, "These years are like a dream." Chapter 754 Before the Return Trip. It's really like a dream. Is it a beautiful dream? Gu Heng asked with a smile. Yi Lixia was a little hesitant. She hesitated for a while before sighing and saying, "I can't say for sure. For many people, if they can't become a High Lord, being able to become the wife of a High Lord is also a good thing. Not to mention that some canaries have the ultimate goal of life like this. But you are not a canary. You are an eagle," Gu Heng said seriously. Yi Lixia laughed, patted Gu Heng, and said, "What about an eagle? I once had great ambitions and thought I could reach the highest position by myself. But I didn't expect that I still had to rely on someone in the end." Gu Heng hugged Yi Lixia. Yi Lixia struggled a little, and Gu Heng let go slightly. She just adjusted a more comfortable posture and continued to lie half in Gu Heng's arms. But there is nothing to say. The so-called highest level I have ever thought of is nothing more than being able to reach the level of Vice Admiral of the Imperial Navy, which is already equal to the highest level of our Fofana family. My grandfather, and even the ancestors who created the Fofana Navy family earlier, have never exceeded this rank. In the Pegasus Star region, in the Dragon Eagle Star region where we are, being a naval general is the end. And in the end, you can only be a Vice Admiral. Even when I was young and frivolous, the most ostentatious delusion could not reach the level of today. Admiral, the wife of the High Lord. My God, I have never even imagined this level in my life. Degree? But the more it gets to this point, the more afraid I become. Gu Heng spoke to comfort him at this time. There is nothing to be afraid of. Everything you have now is also the result of your own efforts. You have always been the supreme commander of the Alliance Navy. On the road to the Alliance growth, you are indispensable in countless battles, big and small. I need you. And the Alliance needs you too. You will be one of the most important roles in the Alliance. This is not a promise I give you, but the power you deserve with your wisdom and courage. Yes, I am very proud to be able to do all this. But the more proud I am, the more afraid I am. All this came too fast. How can I keep it all? Every time I think about it, I feel like I am walking on thin ice. Yi Lixia's words were quite sad. She paused and continued, I seldom thought about it before. But after Xiao Jing was born, my thoughts became more and more different. Perhaps this is the change after becoming a mother? I worry more about the future than before. I want to leave a better environment for Xiao Jing. Then just do it like we did in the past. Every time we take the Alliance to a new place, we are building a better world. You know I mean more than that. He will inherit from us in the future. No. Gu Heng interrupted his wife and said, he will not inherit anything from us. Yi Lixia turned her head suddenly and stared at Gu Heng in surprise. Gu Heng was calm. After staring at each other for a while, Seeing Yi Lixiao's expression gradually change to that of a mother animal protecting her cubs, Gu Heng finally sighed slightly and said, "We will have a very long life. You gave birth to Xiao Jing in your 60s, but I can ensure that you will live to be over 560 years old and be energetic by then. When you are old enough to need a successor, Xiao Jing will be over 500 years old. What do you expect him to take over at that time? He has also reached the twilight of his life." Yi Lixia opened her mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. It's not that she hadn't thought about these things, but she didn't realize that her lifespan would be so long. After all, in her past life, there were many elders in the family, or dignitaries in the star field, who had the power and status to do life extension surgery. But generally once or twice. That's it. After all, the cost of life extension surgery is not cheap. And the later it is, the more expensive it is. Only some of the most powerful people have the greatest wealth. And more importantly, power, which can allow them to perform the fourth and fifth life extension surgery. Her mind did not come to her senses for a while. But now after Gu Heng's reminder, she was shocked to realize that from the perspective of the top powerful people in the human empire, she and his son were 60 years apart, which seemed a lot. But in fact, they were of the same generation. In fact, these words were only about Yi Lixia, and Gu Heng himself was not mentioned. He is an immortal, which means that hundreds of years of time will not make any essential difference to him. By then, his son Gu Jing will have become an old man, and his appearance will not even change from now. Heir? No heir can live longer than him. And if Gu Heng has an accident and needs someone to inherit, the probability is also very low. If Gu Heng is going to die with his current strength and status, what kind of heir can turn the tide and reverse the situation? However, even so, Yi Lixia is still unwilling. That's our son. Our only son. So you have to believe in him, Gu Heng said. You have to fully trust that he will not be a waste who can only rely on his father's protection in the future. In this turbulent era, the stage has been set for him. He has a very high starting point. He will have the best education. He will grow up in the political center of the alliance. He can always be in touch with the thoughts of the highest ruler of the alliance. That is, his parents. When he grows up, he can go to a place where he can play his own role according to his ability and his interests. No one can embezzle his achievements. Or in other words, as long as he doesn't make a big mistake, he will be the most outstanding hero. Unlike normal parents, we can really watch how he lives his life. At this point, what else can't be done? Yelisa, but what if we really have an accident? If you are temporarily delayed, like in the Battle of Aramida, you are trapped in a cruel confrontation in the subspace. What if the situation is more critical and takes longer? In any case, we need someone we can trust, who can take the lead at this time. Who else can take on this role better than our son? This does not conflict with what I said, Gu Heng said patiently. It is precisely because he has to take on these that he needs more training. But on the other hand, this is not a benefit, but a real responsibility. Kinship and blood are meaningless. After all, no matter what the final situation becomes, as long as I successfully come back in the end, I can get everything back on track. And if I can't come back, then everything will be meaningless. So the premise of taking on an important role is to have enough ability. Before I come back, let the situation not get too bad. If Xiao Jing can take on the important task, it would be the best. But if he is not qualified, he cannot be forced to take the stage. Yi Lixiao's eyes were already a little red. As a strong female general like her, she was no different from ordinary mothers when it came to her first child. I just want him to live well. He is so cute and so smart. He will live well. At least, he will have a peaceful and wealthy life. Gu Heng's family, along with many senior figures of the alliance he brought to Holy Terra, naturally had to leap together. In fact, everyone who came to Holy Terra had their own work and tasks. So far, generally speaking, they have been completed smoothly. Gu Heng's own tasks are naturally needless to say. Yi Lixia was actually very busy. Not only did she have to attend many formal occasions as Gu Heng's wife, but she also had to attend many ladies' gatherings and socialize with the spouses of other high-ranking officials of the empire. In addition to these, there are also some gatherings within the Imperial Navy system, and she must also actively participate, although her identity as an admiral is not traditional, and she was promoted from the Imperial Navy system. But when Gu Heng came to Holy Terra last time, It fell on his head as one of the benefits obtained by the alliance in the political transaction. However, this is in the Imperial Navy system anyway, and no one can veto her as an admiral. At this time, she has to shoulder the connection between the Alliance Navy and the Imperial Navy. There are contradictions between the two sides. The Alliance Navy should be connected to the command system of the Imperial Navy Central Command. Financial appropriations come from the Military Affairs Department, go to the Navy Center, and then to the Alliance Navy. The actions of the Alliance Navy must also obey the command of the Superior Headquarters. If necessary, the Superior Headquarters can also send a commander to take over the Alliance Navy. But these are all theoretical statements. Can the Alliance Navy accept it? Obviously it is impossible. Can the Navy Central Command accept it? Really? Although, they were also envious. If they could get control of the Alliance Navy, just like they controlled other Imperial Navy forces, it would be like getting a powerful frontier fleet for free, which would be of great significance. However, they also knew that the Alliance Navy was not built with funding from the Imperial Navy. Similar cases were everywhere in the Empire. Many local governments were not willing to let the Imperial Central Government intervene in the fleets they built. The lower the proportion of funding for the Navy Command, the weaker the control. The Alliance is not such an easy target to be seized. Gu Heng, the leader of the Alliance, is now the most popular political celebrity in Holy Terra. The Alliance Navy, from top to bottom, is all built from the Alliance-owned system. There is no room for the Imperial Navy Command to intervene. It is useless to change it. However, despite this, it does not prevent them from taking these things to get money. The heavy one is to mobilize the power of the Alliance Navy. The light one is also hoping to be able to place officers and commanders. Gu Heng gave a clear instruction: you want to eat shit. If the Central Command does not give a penny, then don't even think about taking a penny from the Alliance Navy. The right to transfer will not be given at all, and the commander will not be given. Some officer positions on the ship can be considered for negotiation, but the personnel quality must be passed. This is to get some talents from the Imperial Navy for free. However, a certain ratio needs to be maintained, and they must also go through a probation period and find an opportunity to undergo retraining at the Alliance Zhongxi Academy. All these communication tasks with the Imperial Navy Central are to be handled by Yi Lixia. She is really busy, but fortunately, the final result is still quite good. The Supreme Commander of the Imperial Navy, Sean Edwards, personally had a meeting with Yi Lixia, and also brought in the envoy sent by Prime Minister Gallardo of the Military Affairs Department to finalize many details together. All parties are quite satisfied. The Navy Central did not go too far, and a 1,000-man officer group will go to the Alliance to serve the Alliance. The Alliance purchased some warships that were eliminated by the Navy Central at a relatively high price. The Alliance Navy has established relatively smooth communication with the Navy Central, and established a joint command center that is much more formal than actual. Similar cooperation has been negotiated with the Star Army and the generals of the Alliance Army. On the government side, some Alliance government officials brought by Gu Heng will discuss with the Imperial Taxation Department the many detailed implementation issues under the general framework of the Alliance plan. Even among the Space Marines, the two chapter masters, Martins and Ewing, have their own work to do. Martins wants to return to the Phoenix family with the glory of the Phoenix, and rebuild the glory of the chapter in the Phoenix series. The current Phoenix chapter has the style of the second in the Phoenix series, except for the lack of the Queen of Glory class battleship. If you really compare, the mother group that has been crippled now is definitely not as strong as the Phoenix before it is rebuilt. And as the chapter master, Ewing also has to represent the Blood Shark chapter that has just returned to the Empire's territory and re-establish various connections with the Empire's officials. He also has some other little thoughts. Although the cooperation between the Blood Sharks and the Alliance was quite pleasant during the last war, who wouldn't want a better future? The strong comprehensive strength shown by the Blood Shark Corps also made many people look at them differently. There are indeed many forces that came to contact Ewing. Gu Heng let it go. You can chat. After Ewing had a lot of contact with politicians on Holy Terra, his mood went from high to low. They all said beautiful things, but in fact, there were very few conditions that could exceed those of the Alliance. The few that gave better conditions than the Alliance, or even much better, were actually just empty talk, pure pie in the sky, and their credibility was questionable. Ewing was not a fool. He could see it. In the end, he recognized it, made up his mind, and honestly followed Gu Heng to return to Dongjiang. Following the alliance, looking around, is still the best choice. Chapter 755 Wait and See. Gu Heng left Holy Terra. This news once again became the biggest news on the capital of the Empire, the human mother planet. In the eyes of the vast majority of Terran people, they were very reluctant to let him go. The most popular IP protagonist, a serious imperial hero. Why is he leaving now? Originally, when Gu Heng accepted the position of Chief Honorary Grand Master of the Psychic Order and then became a High Lord, the people of Holy Terra thought that Gu Heng would stay in Holy Terra for a long time and become one of the lofty rulers of the Empire. They were looking forward to this scene. Gu Heng was not born in Holy Terra, which was a demerit for him. The Terrans have a great sense of superiority. But Gu Heng's deeds have been spread on Holy Terra through various literary and artistic works since the beginning. The people of Terra can be said to have watched Gu Heng grow up and feel quite close to him. The demerit brought by Gu Heng's origin has been greatly pulled back. The Terrans can fully accept Gu Heng. Moreover, in the general psychology of the people, it is a better choice for a hero to lead the Empire than for a politician to lead the Empire. Because of this, the people of Terra were reluctant to let him go. But it is understandable. After all, the border is not settled yet, and there are still many hidden dangers, which may evolve into a disaster that threatens the entire Empire, and heroes are needed to solve it. This is what many literary works imply. In addition to the general public, for the senior officials of the central government of the Empire on Holy Terra, Gu Heng's departure is also a major news. Among these politicians, not many people welcome Gu Heng to lead the Empire. Of course, they also realize that Gu Heng will not stay in Holy Terra. His High Lord status is a false name, and this part of the power that can be nominally exerted in the central government of the Empire is actually in the hands of the Prime Minister. The Psychic Order has given up some big and useless false names, and instead has taken the route of low-key development. Although Gu Heng will not stay, his trip to Holy Terra, which lasted less than a year, has brought profound changes. Those with a keen eye can see that Prime Minister Chibodu's authority is becoming more and more solemn. With Gu Heng as a general in the camp, he can suppress the state religion with his left hand and unite with the mechanicus with his right hand. The Inquisition and the Assassin's Court must all obey his orders. In the more than 30 years since the death of the Sun King, another powerful figure has risen. Looking at this trend, if there is no trouble in the future, Prime Minister Chibodu will be able to truly control the power of the Empire for 100 years. Those with a more far-sighted vision can see that a powerful prince, who started from the border of the Empire, will have a far-reaching impact on the Empire's political arena. After the war, Gu Heng has now built a solid base and has obtained the legitimacy recognized by the central government, with both name and substance. There are many local princes in the Empire, but there is only one like Gu Heng now. An entire universe with 2-star regions under full control, nominally subject to the appointment of officials by the central government, but in fact all appointed by themselves. Have there been such vassals in the history of the Empire? There should be. After all, the overall scale of the Empire is too large, and the system is inevitably rigid. Once some places are cut off from information, or a key route node has problems, a large area will be cut off from information and communication with the central government. However, on the one hand, the scale of the territory actually controlled by the Alliance is rare in history. On the other hand, the unity is very high. The existing powerful cosmic domain chairman of the Empire may not be able to control all the star domain heads under their jurisdiction. Even if they can control them, they are more like vassal leaders and feudal leaders. Rather than establishing a unified regime, most of them still have to obey the central government of the Empire. At the worst, they can only pretend to obey and disobey, and dare not really do anything. But Gu Heng is different. His independence and legitimacy were all confirmed after the signing of the Alliance plan, and after he obtained the position of high-ranking chairman as the chairman of the Spider Web universe. This means that within the Alliance, it is legal to ignore the imperial officials, as long as Gu Heng does not openly rebel, as long as his high-ranking chairmanship is not deposed, and as long as the Alliance plan is not declared invalid by the central government of the Empire. The existence of the Alliance as an independent kingdom is legal and reasonable. At present, this will do more good than harm to the central government of the Empire. The Spiderweb universe, which was destroyed in the war, is a major reconstruction burden and a financial black hole. Now, not to mention that it has been thrown to the Alliance. The central government of the empire can also get 2 trillion yuan in annual income from Dongjiang. Even if the 2 trillion yuan is to be gradually increased in 10 years, the current 300 billion yuan in clear income is higher than the income of an ordinary universe under normal circumstances after deducting tax costs and losses. After 10 years, it will be equivalent to the income of 10 universes. The area controlled by the Alliance is 14 star regions, which is much larger than the general universe. This is because the spider-web universe is relatively large, with 12 universes, while the general universe does not exceed 10, and the smaller ones are even only 6 or 7. Counting the 2-star regions of Menghe and Dragon Eagle in the north of the Eastern Universe, there are 14 in total. This is even equivalent to the administrative divisions of 2 smaller universes. However, it should also be considered that the Spider-Web universe is the main battlefield of the Iron Armor War and the Zerg War. The war has almost burned thousands of worlds in the entire universe. Many places have even suffered from the weapons of extinction and cannot be reused at all. It requires a very large reconstruction investment. From this perspective, it has been pulled back a little. However, a considerable number of people believe that Gu Hang's so-called future tax amount of 2 trillion tax coins is purely for the purpose of gaining power, and it is an unrealizable promise. It is impossible for the Alliance to complete such a high amount of taxation under the premise of maintaining rule, post-war reconstruction, and bearing tax losses. Even if it can be maintained, is the Alliance still capable of doing anything? I'm afraid not. So, many central officials who support the Alliance do not want to see the emergence of a separatist regime. But they believe that Gu Hang is using the political form of the Alliance to demonstrate efficient administrative efficiency and provide huge tax revenues for the central government of the empire. Once this form is implemented, with the normal territory of 2 universes, it can pay the central government the tax amount of 10 universes. In the long run, this credit is not even less than winning a war. This is what many self-proclaimed smart people see. Terra is still the most important political stage, and Gu Hang is sacrificing the Alliance and relying on the central government's fiscal revenue of 2 trillion per year to gain greater power in the central government. Moreover, once this form can be promoted, then can he, a capable minister of governing the world, come to the big stage of Holy Terra naturally. Will the Prime Minister want him to promote the policies of the Alliance plan to other parts of the Empire, and carry out political and economic reforms throughout the Empire? That's hard to say. In that process, how will the relationship between Gu Hang and Chi Bo do? And the relationship between the Alliance and the central government of the Empire develop? There are many variables. The keen dignitaries are now secretly looking at the east border of the Empire, the area that has been portrayed as the land of hope in literary works. They are watching what kind of achievements Gu Hang, a very young High Lord, great mentor, chairman of the universe, marshal of the Star Army, can make in the east border. It has become a place where politicians focus their attention. In addition to ordinary people and politicians, there is another group that is also very interested in the east border. They are even planning to sail and run to the east border in droves. This group is the Empire merchants. Unlike ordinary trade, in the interstellar era, the cost of cross-galaxy trade is very high. Merchant ships and transport ships are not as expensive as warships, but it is difficult for ordinary forces to get so much money. Moreover, interstellar trade is officially controlled by the Empire and requires a license. Add to that the threat of pirates, the risk of interstellar travel, the risk of getting lost, the huge demand for manpower and energy during long voyages, all of which make the survival ability of small merchants very weak. The Imperial Chamber of Commerce came into being. They are responsible for issuing licenses, collecting commercial taxes on each license, and directly managing a large number of large-scale merchant fleets that do specific work. The president of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce is even a top dignitary who is eligible to run for the position of High Leader Chairman. Moreover, unlike the Psychic Order, which has declined and has not had the position of High Leader Chairman for a long time, the president of the General Commerce can still get the position frequently. But it has not been in recent decades. The Imperial Chamber of Commerce has a strong interest in Dongjiang. In terms of economy, they are much more sensitive than politicians. The Spiderweb universe is going to be rebuilt, and the Alliance unusually developed manufacturing industry. These are all business opportunities that can be smelled. When Gu Hang and many Alliance officials were still in Holy Terra, many Chamber of Commerce clerks stationed in Terra and even the Chamber of Commerce president personally came to discuss with the officials sent by the Alliance Commerce Department to accompany Governor Gu and sign many trade contracts and draft. The reason for the draft is that the merchants also need to look at the risks of the policy. If the alliance plan fails to be successfully signed, wouldn't it be in vain? But now, the dust has settled. A large number of adventurous merchants have already sailed on merchant ships loaded with goods to the east. Even some quick and decisive ones have directly formed a merchant fleet and set off from Holy Terra with Gu Heng and his party, who are heading east to return to their hometown. No matter what the parties thought, Gu Heng finally left Holy Terra. In a grand farewell ceremony, Gu Heng smiled and waved to the crowd and the camera. The door of the orbital elevator closed, and he and the large group of people accompanying him went up to the magnificent starport of Holy Terra, and then got on the airship and entered his vehicle, the Emperor-class battleship Jingguan. This time he came to Holy Terra. He brought the Jingguan. As for safety, Gu Heng was there, unless he had a falling out with the Central Empire. Otherwise, he would be safe on the way. The Jingguan in the starport had already prepared for departure, and the crew members who had gone out to play had been recalled and loaded with supplies a few weeks ago. At this moment, the Jingguan, which had waited for Gu Heng, slowly sailed out of the starport. Following the Jingguan, there was a fleet of about 20 cruisers, destroyers, and frigates. The number is small, and the scale is not large, so people will not feel any sense of crisis. At the same time, the style is enough and decent. Those merchant fleets that traveled east together also valued the sense of security, although they also have fleet escorts, in addition to their own armed merchant ships. Some powerful merchant ships have strong warships to escort, but in an emergency, where can you find a strong frigate? In any case, it is not safer to follow a battleship. After leaving the port, the Jingguan passed through the triumphal gate with many frigates. This is the honor of being a hero. Those accompanying merchant ships are definitely not worthy of passing through here. They can only bypass far away and then catch up. Gu Heng stood on the bridge, looking at the Holy Terra that was getting smaller and smaller on the big screen. And he did not move for a long time. This time, coming to Holy Terra, his goals were roughly achieved, but to different degrees. But overall, he was still very satisfied. The big worries have been solved. And he also got the seat of the High Lord, even if it is just a false name. This time he left with great pride. In the future, the alliance should be able to develop for a long time. Go home and farm well. As for Holy Terra, goodbye for now. This will not be the last time Gu Heng comes to Holy Terra. He will definitely come again. Speaking of which, every time he goes to Holy Terra, his identity will change. The first time he came, he was a nobody. He became famous by virtue of the victory of the Iron Teeth War. Because of the threat of iron armor, he was supported and given the title of Marshal, so that he could pull up the southern line and fight against iron armor. At that time, no one thought that the Alliance was the main force in the iron armor war. The dignitaries on Holy Terra just regarded him as a sacrifice. It was good enough to play a little role in the southern line. They all looked down on you, but you were the most competitive. The second time he came, he became a hero of the Empire by virtue of the victory of the Iron Armor War. He led the triumphal army, walked through the Arc de Triomphe, and received cheers from people all over the world. He won legal status for the Alliance. He became the honorary Grand Master of the Psychic Order, and actually controlled this organization, which was declining but still had a considerable influence. He shone in the political arena of the Empire, and even became a High Lord. So, what will happen when he returns to the Alliance? Develops again, and makes achievements? What will be his identity when he comes to Holy Terra for the third time? Gu Heng is waiting to see. Chapter 756. The Empire still has to pay me back. Lingza Star has never been so busy. This is a planet located in the west of the Tengu Star region in the Spider-Web universe, and is the capital of the Lingza Star region. Before the war, this planet had a developed starport system, and was a transportation hub connecting the central territory of the Empire with the Spider-Web universe. During the war, this place also became the focus of contention. But fortunately, the Empire defeated the Iron Armor after a war, and it has been controlled by the Empire since then. Even during the Iron Armor counterattack stage, the ground and starport parts of the planet were stationed by the Imperial Army, and the Iron Armor fleet skipped this planet. Later, when the Western Front Corps was reorganized, Lingza Star was used as an important logistics hub. Countless transport ships transported various war materials here, unloaded them, and then distributed them to various battlefields on the front line by small transport fleets. During this stage, the Lingza starport system, which was originally damaged by the war, was not only urgently repaired, but also further expanded and constructed. The location is good, and the planet itself has good hardware conditions as a transportation hub. After the Alliance took over, this place was chosen as the place where the Alliance and the Imperial Center delivered the Imperial tax. Originally, as a transportation hub and a logistics center during the war, Lingza Star had many ships coming and going, and the waterway was extremely prosperous. But all the prosperity in the past cannot be compared with the prosperity after it became the place for the delivery of Imperial taxes. Although the Alliance plan was signed less than a year ago, the delivery of Imperial taxes has already begun. The tax payment cycle agreed between the Alliance and the Empire is every 2 years. However, the Alliance is now so large that it controls nearly 10,000 worlds. It is no longer possible to wait for the tax officials to come to the door to do business, as it did in the past, when the scale of control was small. The Alliance plan stipulates that the Alliance will collect all the taxes of the 14 star fields at once. This work cannot be started until the tax period is approaching. Otherwise, the tax work will definitely not be completed. In fact, long before the Alliance plan was signed, the Alliance had a special Imperial tax working group, which had settled in Lingza Star and started working. This working group was specially set up under the Alliance Finance Department, and it was a high-level working group that reported to the Alliance Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance at the same time. It had great power. It also had great responsibility. It was fully responsible for the collection of the Alliance Imperial tax. A large number of transport ships, including the Chamber of Commerce fleet within the Alliance, were allocated to the working group for use. They could directly call on the official transport ships of the Alliance. Those ships of the Chamber of Commerce needed to pay some money and operate in the form of the Chamber of Commerce fleet taking on transportation orders. At this moment, the head of the working group, Director Guo, was accompanying Gu Heng, who was on his way back and transferred to Lingza Star on the way to inspect the tax situation together. At this time, it had been 7 months since Gu Heng left Holy Terra. Tax work was of course very important. So much so that Gu Heng had to turn around and take a look on his way back to the Dragon Eagle Star region. Our taxation work is going relatively smoothly. The materials transported from all over the star field have reached a total of 432.7 billion tax coins. And there will be more ships coming to transport materials and store them on Lingza Star. A batch of ships from the Central Empire is expected to arrive in 3 months, and will transport 160 billion tax coins of materials here. After that, a batch of ships will arrive about every month. It is estimated that it will take 8 months to transport the remaining 640 billion tax coins of materials. So far, the first taxation work of the Alliance has been completed. According to the Alliance plan, the tax amount of the Alliance in the first year is 300 billion, and 500 billion in the second year. The first phase of tax payment totals 800 billion. Then, it will increase to 800 billion in the third year, 1 trillion in the fourth year, and so on. It is a non-linear growth. The annual growth amount is the result of the quarrel between the officials of the Alliance and the officials of the Imperial Tax Department. But in short, it will increase to 2.1 trillion in the 10th year and maintain this number. Gu Heng nodded slightly, his eyes quickly flipping through the documents, his psychic energy covering the huge starport system of Lingza Star, quickly checking and verifying whether the content of the documents is consistent with the actual situation. There must be some inconsistencies. But Gu Heng is not a person who is full of criticism. It is normal for some mistakes to appear in such a large-scale material operation and statistics. It is necessary to give a little advice and give a warning. It is unnecessary to impose heavy penalties for this. No one can be perfect. Generally speaking, there are no problems. Then, Gu Heng asked about the second phase of the Imperial tax and the large-scale infrastructure construction made by Lingza Star for the Imperial tax. Guo answered them one by one, and he was obviously confident about it. The first phase of tax coins only needs 300 billion. But Lingza Star has already stored more than 400 billion materials. The extra ones are obviously prepared for the next tax payment. In fact, the ships from the central government of the Empire will not stop after delivering the first phase of 800 billion tax coins. The ships of the Empire will run in batches per month. And even in the future, the cycle will be shorter. 1 or 200 billion. During the third and fourth years, the second phase of materials totaling 1.7 trillion tax coins will be delivered to the central government of the empire. And so on. The same will be true when it stabilizes to 2.1 trillion in the future. It is difficult for the central government of the empire to immediately mobilize so many ships to transport such a large amount of materials at one time. It can only be sent out in batches. Every month. Or even every week. Of course, there is a cost. And the empire still needs to bear the transportation cost from Lingza Star to the central government of the empire. However, this cost is completely controllable. Like the general universe, we have to negotiate with the local government, including the star domain and the universe, about how much you keep and how much I take. Although there is a quota for this matter. If you are not careful, your 40% is 100 billion and my 30% is 150 billion. The local government has sufficient motivation to use a series of means such as false reporting, concealment, and reasonable calculation of losses to negotiate with the Imperial Taxation Department. All of them require negotiation, compromise, threats, and even the use of force when necessary. All of them are costs. Not to mention, there are many details. Who will bear the tax transportation costs between star domains? Who will bear the escort work in the middle? Who will be responsible for the rotting of food, expiration date, improper storage, etc. in the transportation of materials? With the Alliance, you don't have to consider these at all. Quota. Fixed point. The tax officer comes to count the amount. And after the counting, the fleet comes to transport the materials. It's simple and clear. However, there are also problems. The infrastructure of Lingza Star can cope with the tax amount of the past 2 years without much problem. However, in the future, when the third and fourth phases come, the tax amount that the Alliance has to pay will rise to a scale of more than 1 trillion. At that level, the infrastructure of Lingza Star will be unable to bear it. In Guichenyu's plan, Lingza Star is building a new star port, called the tax port. At the same time, on the surface, a huge tax storage space city is also under construction. There are cargo space elevators for direct and rapid transportation of goods between the space storage city, the ground storage city, and the tax port. And there are also fixed spacecraft orbits that are cheaper but can transport goods on a larger scale. Once completed, the cargo throughput of Lingza Star will be 3 times that of the current one. And it can fully shoulder the tax cargo throughput work of the future Alliance. There is even enough to provide to the trade fleet of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce to trade bulk commodities with the Alliance here. It is worth mentioning that the total cost of this tax port system is very high. It is divided into 4 construction periods, a total of 8 years to complete. And a part of it can be delivered for use after each construction period is completed. The total cost is 70 billion tax coins, which is equivalent to the cost of a battleship. However, this money is not paid by the Alliance. When the officials of the Alliance discussed the many implementation details of the Alliance plan with the officials of the Taxation Department in Holy Terra, they mentioned this matter. After a fierce discussion, the officials of the Alliance want a benefit. The construction funds of the Lingza Star tax port will be paid by the Imperial Taxation Department. The Taxation Department will definitely not allocate funds, and they are not willing to spend money to directly levy and hire a construction team to work on Lingza Star. It doesn't matter. The Alliance can do it. Just pay. If you don't want to pay, then deduct it from the tax. The Taxation Department agreed. After all, this is also necessary for the smooth progress of tax work. What's more, although they pay the money, it is much less stressful if it is counted in the deduction. Speaking of deductions, the Alliance tax deduction expenditures are not only for the construction of the tax port. 70 billion is not a small amount of money, but it is not critical. The most critical thing is the war expenditure of the Alliance during the Iron Armor War and the Zerg War. The central government of the Empire should reimburse it. Right? This was a promise made when the Western Front Legion was established. And it is also the political tradition of the Empire. In the Empire, local rulers have the responsibility to protect the country and the territory. The planetary governor should ensure the stability of his own world, putting aside the more abstract level of the star region. The star domain and the universe domain governments also have the responsibility to ensure the safety of their jurisdiction. This is also the fundamental reason why the Empire has to leave a part of the imperial tax to the star domain government and the universe domain government. Without money, how can people build and fight? However, This part of the responsibility is mainly limited to guarding the homeland. Just like the safety of the planet, the planetary governor solves it. If the planetary governor cannot solve it, then the governor is derelict in his duty, and he should be removed or shot. Then the Star Region will ask the Star Region government to intervene and mobilize troops from other planets to support. Or even the Star Region government will directly intervene. These troops from other planets who come to support cannot fight in vain, and the Star Region government has to pay for it. The problems within the Star Region government are solved by the 30% imperial tax received by the Star Region government. If they cannot be solved, ask the chairman of the Universe Region for help, and the leader of the princes will personally intervene, or summon troops from other star regions to solve the problem. This part of the money will be paid by the Universe Region government, and the Universe Region government also retains 30% of the imperial tax. By analogy, when the Universe Region government cannot solve the problem, or the Empire advocates launching an Empire-level war in a certain direction, then Holy Terra will mobilize the core troops of the Solar Universe region, or summon troops from other universe regions to participate in the war. And naturally, the central government has to pay for this money. The Iron Armor War is undoubtedly a war that crosses the universe, and a large number of troops need to be mobilized from other places to participate in the war. The Spiderweb universe itself has no ability to solve the problem internally. The Alliance responded to the call of the Empire, which is an act of loyalty that no one can blame. The Iron Armor War is completely beyond the scope of the Alliance obligations, and it is reasonable that the central government of the Empire should pay for it. Of course, due to the urgency of the situation, even if the central government of the Empire has money, it is difficult to allocate materials to various places where troops are to be sent in a short time. What's more, the central government of the Empire often does not have so much money. This also means that the supporting troops often need to bring their own dry food. The Northern and Southern Corps in the Iron Armor War are in this situation. On the one hand, there are some political demands for the troops participating in the war. On the other hand, the central government will reimburse the money spent on the war. If you can't afford it, you can give tax coins to offset the tax amount. This is a common practice, and the Alliance spends a lot on the war. The cost of building the army does not need to be paid by the central government of the Empire, but the many shells consumed, the sacrificed soldiers, the destroyed army equipment, naval ships, fuel consumption, all of these have to be calculated. Right? Equipment loss, rewards after victory in the war, and the payment of allowances during the war also have to be calculated. Right? What's more, when the war broke out, when the Southern Front Legion was still fighting in the Menghastar region, Holy Terra made a clear promise to urge the Alliance to go north as soon as possible when it was the cannon fodder that attracted the attention of the Iron Armor. Clear regulations, political conventions, pre-war promises, these things added up. Holy Terra had no way to evade the debt. This money should be paid by the Military Affairs Department. But the Military Affairs Department obviously does not have that much money. Conservatively estimated, the Iron Armor War consumed the Empire's resources of more than 100 trillion tax coins. Among them, the construction of the two Western Front legions was basically paid directly by Holy Terra, and these alone amounted to 50 trillion. The Empire did not pay for the North Front and the South Front, but it was still 50 trillion after conversion. According to the calculation, the total expenditure of the Alliance is 16 trillion. This is the number after the military department cut and cut again. The victory reward was cut a lot. And the army of the Southern Alliance was not like the Northern Army, where many people died, many ships were blown up, and many land forces were lost. So they had to pay a lot of pensions and compensation. But even if the data was calculated in this way, the central government of the Empire still found it difficult to accept. 16 trillion. What does it mean? The total tax amount of the Alliance increased from 300 billion to 2.1 trillion. And in 10 years, the total amount was only 12.7 trillion. Does it mean that after signing the Alliance plan and giving it to you, Lord Guhangao, Holy Terra, will have to pay you 3.3 trillion? Chapter 757, Eating from the Bowl and Looking at the Pot. According to the calculation, the central government of the Empire not only failed to collect taxes from the Alliance in 10 years, but also had to pay 3.3 trillion to the Alliance? That is absolutely impossible. Let's not talk about whether the Empire is willing to give it or not. They simply can't take out the money. On the contrary, the tax department and even the various imperial departments that need funding from the tax department are looking forward to the high taxes paid by the alliance to fill their holes. The total tax revenue of the central government of the empire in a year is about 15 trillion to 20 trillion. This is the net income after deducting the 40% total tax amount collected from various places after leaving it to various places, and then deducting a large amount of tax costs. This is a very large number. But the empire is too big, and there are too many places to spend money. No matter how much income there is, it is not enough. There are holes to fill everywhere, and wars to fight everywhere. They can't give money to the alliance, and they can't even refuse the alliance's money. However, the war expenditure that should be paid to the alliance is clearly laid out here. How can it be denied? This matter was also the key point of the repeated negotiations between the alliance officials and the imperial central government on Holy Terra before the signing of the alliance plan. At the beginning, the price calculated by the alliance was different from the price calculated by the Imperial Military Affairs Department. The alliance calculated that it would cost about 29 trillion, which was the result of greatly emphasizing the alliance military exploits and bonuses for results, and giving full combat allowances. For this part, the Military Affairs Department did not agree. The first version calculated by the Military Affairs Department was only 21 trillion. The two sides argued a lot, and Gallardo even personally went to Gu Hang and smiled bitterly and told Gu Hang not to go too far. 29 trillion was absolutely impossible, no matter how much he stood on the side of the alliance. This number was too exaggerated. So exaggerated that he could not agree to it at all. As long as he dared to nod, he would immediately be the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department. But even so, Gallardo was urgently called over by Chi Bodu and scolded, saying that 21 trillion was not enough. And this was still a price that the empire could not afford. Gallardo, who was covered in dust, could only come back to discuss with Gu Hang. Gu Hang said something to Gallardo and blocked Gallardo back. Let's not talk about this issue directly. You should also understand that I can neither give up the benefits won by the alliance nor do I want you to be caught in the middle. And I don't want this matter to affect our relationship. Since the Prime Minister insists on you to talk, then discuss it with the officials of the alliance. Gallardo also recognized this truth, and he would not look for Gu Hang in the future. Even if he did, he would not talk about this issue, but talk about other things. With the military officials racking their brains to figure out the calculation method and Prime Minister Chi Bodu personally paying attention, the final amount agreed upon was only 16 trillion. To be honest, the empire did not want to pay this money, but it had to pay. Political conventions are here, and it is easy to shirk the alliance payment. What should other universes and star regions think? In the future, when the empire recruits other local armies to cross the universe to participate in the war, those local armies will have to think twice. If the battle is too good or the sacrifice is too great, will the central government of the empire default on the debt? In comparison, the loss of reputation is very large, and it will even directly affect the orthodoxy and legitimacy of the central government of the empire. In the end, the result of the discussion is that the alliance will pay the imperial tax for the first period, that is, the first 2 years. In the second period, that is, the third and fourth years, a total of 1.7 trillion taxes will only need to pay 1 trillion. From then on, the alliance will only need to pay 1 trillion tax coins of materials every 2 years as imperial taxes. The remaining part will be deducted as the war expenses paid by the central government of the empire. Until the 16 trillion war expenses are fully deducted, the alliance will resume the normal imperial tax amount. All added up, it can be deducted for almost 15 years. That means that in almost 15 years, the alliance only needs to pay 500 billion tax coins every year. This will definitely not help the alliance as much as giving the 16 trillion directly to the alliance and then paying taxes normally. After all, if the alliance has 16 trillion in cash on hand, there will be a lot of things it can do. Leave some for tax, and the rest can be invested. That will significantly increase the development speed of the alliance. But it is good to be able to get such a result. After all, later on, Chi Bodu even personally went down and called Gu Hang over again and again, personally exerting pressure, and even showing the posture of turning against him. Gu Hang had no choice but to agree. In general, within 15 years, before the 16 trillion war expenditure is deducted, the tax pressure of the alliance will be greatly reduced. As the Prime Minister of the alliance, Osina's hair grew several more strands after hearing the news. She was really relieved. after inspecting Lingza star, confirming that the first phase of the Alliance tax work was progressing smoothly, and confirming that the key project of Lingza star, that is, the construction of the tax port, was advancing as expected and could be completed on time and with quality. Gu Heng did not stay in Lingza star for long, but continued his journey. His ultimate goal is to return to the Dragon Eagle star region, where he started. The capital of the Alliance is still the Angry Owl star, and the Dragon Eagle star region is still the most core area of the Alliance. Before, someone actually proposed whether to move the Alliance ruling center to the north. After all, the Alliance ruling area has now expanded to the entire spider web universe. Gu Heng's highest status is also the high-ranking chairmanship brought by the chairman of the spider web universe. It is indeed not appropriate to place the Alliance central government in the Dragon Eagle star region, among the 14 star regions actually controlled by the Alliance. The Dragon Eagle star region is located in the southernmost. It is too far from the spider web universe, especially the north of the universe, which is not conducive to governance. However, Gu Heng still rejected the idea. First of all, the Dragon Eagle star domain is the base camp of the Alliance for decades. Most of the construction resources that Gu Heng has invested, whether it is funds or gift points, are concentrated here. The productivity of one place in the Dragon Eagle star domain is almost equal to the other 13 combined. Of course, this will change in the years to come as the vitality of the spider web universe gradually recovers. Moving is not so appropriate. In addition, who said that the Dragon Eagle universe is not suitable to be the core? Gu Heng's eyes always look outward. The spider web universe in the bowl has not been eaten up yet, and he is already looking at the things in the pot. In that pot, the fragrant food is the Eastern universe. Chapter 758 Thoughts on the Eastern Universe. Gu Heng certainly has thoughts on the Eastern Universe. The Eastern Universe is not big. At least not as big as the 12 star regions of the spider web universe. It only has 9 star regions. And these star regions themselves are not particularly large. Overall, the Eastern Universe is a medium-sized, or even lower middle-sized universe. Secondly, the Eastern Universe is not very rich. The population is not large. Just like the territory, it can only be considered lower middle-sized. As long as the population does not increase, the production capacity will generally not increase. There are exceptions, but not many. But in any case, this is also an entire universe, with more than 5 trillion people, and a total of more than 3,500 worlds. Although 2 of the star regions are already in Gu Heng's hands, if the remaining 7 can be obtained, so that the Eastern Universe and the spider web universe are connected, then the Alliance sphere of influence will be more stable in the entire East frontier. And the Alliance has a natural advantage in seeking the Eastern Universe. The core territory of the Alliance is in the Eastern Universe. Of course, the idea of seizing the Eastern Universe is definitely not accomplished in the form of war. With the current political ecology of the Alliance in the entire empire, military expansion is almost impossible. However, in addition to military expansion, there are naturally other ways. Politics, economy, culture. All paths are possible. This is why Gu Heng did not take the Alliance central government from the Dragon Eagle Star region to the north. When the economic conditions of the Dragon Eagle Star region became more and more developed, it went south to conduct ocean trade with many other star regions in the Eastern Universe, and even with the Wuji star in the center of the universe, and then tied the economic conditions of both sides together. This is not something that can be done overnight. But fortunately, the Alliance has been advancing this work for many years. From the south of the spider web universe, the ancient totem star area on the west side can go to the craftsman star area. From the Black Bone Ridge, you can go to the carved silk star area. From the Bianma star area, you can enter the Donglin star area. From the south of the Dragon Eagle, you can fully connect to the hinterland of the Eastern Universe. The Alliance has also built a large number of waterways in these 3 star areas. As the productivity of the Dragon Eagle star area becomes more and more developed, the scale of trade with the hinterland of the Eastern Universe in the south is also becoming larger and larger. This has nurtured a large number of interest groups that make a living from this. The Alliance is relatively fair in doing business with the Eastern Universe in the south, as long as it is not the kind of predatory economic colonial trade. Normal trade is generally beneficial to both parties. These groups that have earned a lot of profits through economic trade with the Alliance have emerged in their respective regimes. Or simply the largest faction in the regime is doing this business. The relationship between them and the Alliance is naturally not bad. In addition, the political environment of the Eastern Universe is also very friendly to the Alliance. Mr. Zhu Xiaofeng, the chairman of the Eastern Universe, is not a prince who pays special attention to the situation of local territories, but more like a politician obsessed with power. For him, becoming the chairman of the universe is also a step forward in his political career. He never regards the territory of the universe as his own. The development of the universe is a political achievement for him, a tool for promotion and wealth, not his own things. The difference between these two mentalities will inevitably make a big difference when deciding on strategies. Moreover, although Zhu Xiaofeng and Gu Heng have never met in person, their relationship is not bad, and they can even be regarded as political allies. His identity as the chairman of the Eastern Universe was raised to him by Gallardo, and Gu Heng is undoubtedly a person who has a very close relationship with Gallardo. So naturally, the two can be regarded as a family. During the Iron Armor War, the Eastern Universe provided a lot of help among the Southern Legion. The Alliance itself is of course the main force among the main forces. But in fact, in addition to the Alliance, the Eastern Universe also sent at least 300 ships and more than 50 million ground troops to participate in the war. Although most of these ships are just transport ships, among the remaining warships, there is not a single battlecruiser or above-level giant ship. The highest is just a cruiser. Those land forces are all Star Army. But the entire universe has been fighting for more than 10 years, and only 50 million troops have participated in the war, which is really not a big effort. However, a lot of supplies have been transported here. Various war supplies. The 7-star regions of the Eastern Universe have accumulated more than 1 trillion tax coins. And these things are all thanks to the support of Zhu Xiaofeng. Otherwise, in the early stage of the Iron Armor War, the battlefield was mainly concentrated in the foodie of the Spider Web universe. And the Eastern Universe was not like the Devouring Star universe, which suffered direct military threats. Even if it suffered, there were still the Dragon Eagle and Mingha Star regions controlled by the Alliance in the north. And it could not threaten many star regions in the south. Many local princes did not have enough motivation to assist in the war. Only politicians like Zhu Xiaofeng, for the future of their own factions, reluctantly made a large investment after personally communicating with Gallardo. Of course, Zhu Xiaofeng also benefited from this. The Eastern Universe sent troops and materials, and the central government of the Empire also had to compensate, which was about several trillion in total. After all, it was a victory, and everyone shared it. Each family contributed manpower and effort, and it was still a little profitable. What's more, fighting for the country also gained political benefits. Those generals who participated in the war, their military ranks were promoted, and their status in the star domain or universe government was promoted, which could suppress those local forces that did not contribute or contributed less, and then reap some local benefits. Everyone benefited, and naturally the favorability of the Alliance would be higher. They led us to victory. It hasn't cost much, so there's nothing to be unhappy about. Zhu Xiaofeng himself, as the arbitrator of the distribution of the benefits issued by these empires, further secured his position. At the same time, he also received some promises. The victory of the Iron Armor War had something to do with him, but not much. He could not, like Gu Heng, gain supreme glory by winning this war. He could only share a little bit, which was not enough for him to move up in the position of chairman of the Eastern Universe. However, Gallardo also said that if he worked hard for a few more years and made some achievements, he would have a place on Holy Terra. It was not impossible for the chairman of the universe to go directly to the High Lord. After all, didn't Gu Heng get through it? However, in general, the gap between the two was still very large. What Zhu Xiaofeng wanted was only a position of deputy prime minister. He still had a good chance. Where was this opportunity? Of course, the economic and security situation of the Eastern Universe had to be improved, and all of this required contact with the Alliance. Chapter 759 Alliance Values. Chairman Zhu Xiaofeng has a good political alliance with the Alliance, and the strong economic strength of the Dragon Eagle Star region has established many communities of interest, which has become the core element of the Alliance influence on the Eastern Universe. At the same time, it has also created favorable conditions for the Alliance to carry out cultural propaganda in the Eastern Universe. With the frequent economic and political exchanges, high-end consumer goods produced by various alliances have entered the market of the Eastern Universe, especially some luxury goods produced by the Alliance. The industrial capacity of the Dragon Eagle Star region is very developed in many aspects, including agriculture. Among the planets taken back from the greenskins, some planets have a relatively good environment and have thousands of miles of fertile land. After clearing the greenskins, the population of immigrants is sparse, and they can often go for large farms and large-scale agriculture. The huge amount of food output can not only serve as military rations, but also be transported to industrial planets as food rations. And there are even a lot of abundant materials that can be used to pay taxes. But using primary food to pay taxes is quite a loss. And the money is not much. However, after processing primary agricultural products, high-quality food with various flavors will be much better. Furthermore, when agricultural products are abundant, ancient winemaking can be carried out luxuriously. The red wine and fine wine made in this way are much better in taste than industrial wines made by the food industry. Civilians and ordinary soldiers may not be able to afford it, but those above the middle class, or even the dignitaries, have no problem at all. The value of this thing is useless when it comes to paying imperial taxes. The imperial tax does not set a high price for luxury goods. However, it is a good choice to export it to the dignitaries in the Eastern universe. Luxury brand cars and hovercrafts made by the developed vehicle manufacturing industry. Luxury interstellar cruise ships customized by the shipbuilding industry. Leather materials developed by craftsmen in the textile industry with expensive aquaculture. Clothing and accessories made of surplus refined gold materials. These things have become popular in the Eastern universe. The reason for their popularity, in addition to good quality and scarcity, is also a big reason, which is cultural influence. The propaganda department of the Alliance spared no effort to promote the values of the Alliance in various places within the Eastern universe. The most important means is various literary and artistic works. All parts of the Empire have a top-to-bottom recognition of Holy Terra, the human mother planet. Things that are popular on Holy Terra can easily have a great influence in other places. Some commodities, lifestyles, fashion pursuits, and the like may be transmitted more slowly. After all, even if you want to pursue them, you have to have something. But popular literary and artistic works are much easier to copy. A series of films about the Iron Armor War, praising Gu Heng and the lifestyle of the Alliance can be popular in Holy Terra, and it is no problem to put them in other places. And in these films, alcohol, cigarettes, clothing, utensils used, decorative styles, luxury brands, everything, when they were produced, was intentionally implanted with the products of the Alliance. It's not a hard advertisement, but the luxury brand cigarette that Governor Gu was thinking about at the time. Do you want to have one? Even if Gu Heng doesn't smoke, it doesn't prevent Gu Heng from endorsing it. This is the favorite cigarette brand of the real hero of the Empire, the High Lord of the Empire, and under the developed agricultural production, its quality is indeed quite high. Using similar means, the Alliance products have a natural advantage in opening up sales. And these consumer goods, these literary and artistic works, all added up, have formed a cultural influence on all levels of the Eastern universe. Add to that the increased economic exchanges, the friendly political relations, the three aspects work together, and the added thing is called the Alliance values. This thing has an influence in Holy Terra. The people on Holy Terra are all the people of the imperial capital. What haven't they seen? In this way, they all buy into the Alliance tricks. Not to mention the border area of the Eastern universe. The effect is very good. Of course, the effect brought by the transmission of the Alliance values cannot be as direct as military means. This is a silent process, and no matter how much the values are transmitted, it is impossible to directly transform the Eastern universe into the Alliance. But as long as this peaceful evolution continues, and the Alliance in the middle can remain strong, the future will be quite bright. There is no need to transform the Eastern universe into an Alliance. Sometimes, direct rule may not be as good as indirect colonization. The advantage of direct rule is that it can fully mobilize the human and material resources of the ruled area and build the area in the direction you want. But in the same way, if it rules directly, the Alliance will have to bear huge political and financial burdens. Just like the Alliance bears the spider web universe. Indirect influence is not easy to mobilize, and it cannot be built. But it does not have such a heavy construction burden. With the economic exchanges between the two sides, although it cannot be regarded as economic plunder, the Alliance can make a lot of money from it. The Eastern universe will become the Alliance dumping market and source of raw materials. If enough money is made, there will be more abundant funds to invest in the Alliance-owned construction, which can be used to pay taxes and support the army. When the Eastern Universe is full of allies of the Alliance, a series of economic agreements have been signed or are being signed. Then, in the future, signing a series of military mutual assistance agreements will become a matter of course. When fighting, the Eastern Universe will easily stand on the side of the Alliance, as long as it is not fighting against the central government of the Empire. But this may not be the case. If the connection between the two sides reaches a certain level, maybe one day the Alliance will fall out with the central government of the Empire, and the Eastern Universe will stand on its side? At least when the Alliance army goes south, it will not encounter particularly strong resistance. Just like during the Iron Armor War, when the Iron Armor Regiment attacked from the Princess Star region, the Imperial army in the Spiderweb universe was almost shattered at the first touch. That is certainly because the gap in strength between the two sides is huge. But on the other hand, it is also the result of the Iron Armor's influence in the entire Spiderweb universe for hundreds of years, which makes many forces in the Spiderweb universe unwilling to fight to the death with the Iron Armor. Now, the Alliance has a larger size and greater advantages than the Iron Armor, and it is not difficult to achieve a similar level. But no matter what, the core of expanding influence outward still needs to be strong enough. The iron must be hard before it can be forged. The sustainable development of the Alliance is the most important. If you can't maintain strong economic, political and military capabilities, then everything is in vain. When Gu Heng returned to the Dragon Eagle Star region and returned to his old nest, the Angry Owl Star, the first thing he saw was Asuna, the Prime Minister of the Alliance, who was leading many high-ranking officials of the Alliance government to give a government work report to the Alliance leader, who had been away for 2.5 years. Almost 3 years. Chapter 760 Is the Alliance about to go bankrupt? Gu Heng looked around the huge conference room. There were so many people coming, which was quite rare. The Alliance's current ruling area is already very large, and many senior officials of the Alliance shoulder great responsibilities. Even the central senior officials often have to go to specific places because of their different responsibilities. On the Angry Owl Star, it is not common to get so many people together. The last time there was such a grand occasion, it seems that there was no such event, because in the Alliance, only Gu Heng has enough prestige to convene such a complete meeting of the heads of all departments of the Alliance government. The reason why it was not held in the past was that after the Iron Armor War began, Gu Heng personally led the army to go to war. Before the war, the scale of the Alliance was not so large. The war lasted for a long time, and Gu Heng had almost no time to come back to hold a meeting like this. There was no way to gather so many people during the war. It was not easy for everyone to run a trip, and it was easy to make mistakes. After the war, Gu Heng ran to Holy Terra again. After the Alliance expanded to 14-star regions, there was indeed no opportunity to hold such a general meeting. It was also thanks to Gu Heng's political commissar training that he had never fallen behind in each key position of the Alliance. Regardless of the ability of the personnel, at least the loyalty was guaranteed. This ensured that there would be no ideological problems for both political and administrative officers, when the principles and vision of the Alliance can be effectively implemented. Otherwise, the Alliance's highly centralized system, which relies heavily on the professionalism and purity of the bureaucratic system, would not be able to maintain such a large scale of the system, and would have collapsed long ago due to corruption and institutional rigidity. Many other imperial forces are actually secretly planting spies in the Alliance, gathering information, and studying the Alliance system, trying to figure out how they maintain such a large-scale, effective centralized rule. However, the Alliance set of rules is obvious, and there is no need to study too much. But no one can learn it, let alone 14-star regions, thousands of worlds, and a population of 1 trillion, managed by a unified government and a highly centralized semi-planned system. For ordinary forces, even if a similar system is implemented on just one planet, it cannot solve the sharply rising governance costs after the scale of rule increases. This is Gu Heng's golden finger, which cannot be learned. It is precisely because of the existence of this set of things that Gu Heng has not held a meeting for many years. And even when people are not in their ruling center during the 3-year Holy Terra journey, the Alliance is still running without any problems. But after all, similar meetings still have to be held. Although he can see a lot of information from the system panel, but there is also a lot of information that he cannot see, and he can only understand it by relying on the bureaucratic system of the Alliance and reporting to him. And similarly, he also needs a general meeting like this to carry out a clear will. As the Prime Minister of the Alliance, Asuna took the lead in opening. In the first part, she first introduced an overview of the current situation of the Alliance. At present, the Alliance has a total of 14 star regions, 577 administrative divisions at the star zone level, and a total of 7,109 worlds. There is no very accurate statistics on the total population. Only a possible estimate, 11.8 trillion people. The total output value of all 14 star regions in the past year is estimated to be 16.1 trillion. Among them, the largest share is the core territory of the Alliance, the Dragon Eagle Star region. The output value of the Dragon Eagle Star region alone is 5.2 trillion, accounting for 32.5%, and all kinds of expenditures for residence consumption, development investment, Star region military expenditure, all included. The total is 3.9 trillion. In the Dragon Eagle Star region, the Alliance has a surplus of 1.3 trillion. In addition, the strongest is the Alfonso Star region. Its annual total output value reached 1.4 trillion. The main reason for raising the total output value of the Star region is the Forging World Aramida. It's a pity that the other two Forging Worlds were destroyed. Otherwise, even if they have experienced war, as long as they are generally preserved, the output value of the entire Alfonso Star region can at least reach 3 trillion. It is a little worse than the Dragon Eagle Star region, but at least it is a great help. Unfortunately, further on, there are the Mingha Star region and the Aljwa Star region. These two star regions have been relatively less affected by disasters since the last war. Among them, Mingha is the smallest, with only a few star regions in the north fighting on a large scale, and it was considered the rear base of the Alliance during the war. The Alliance invested a lot of resources to build the Mingha Star region, which greatly improved the development of the entire star region. The people of Mingha were a blessing in disguise. The Aljwa Star region was at war all over. But the war between the Alliance and the Fury Flame Corps was mainly fought on the interstellar star sea, and it was rare for it to land on the planet and fight a decisive battle that was devastating to the planet's ecology and population, which preserved more vitality in the entire star region. Moreover, in the later period of the war, the Aljwa star field basically became the rear area, and it did not suffer much from insect plagues, and recovered quickly. The above 4 star fields are the star fields where the Alliance finances make money. The imperial tax is now paid by the Alliance. When calculating the fiscal surplus, the Alliance government does not count the tax, but only counts how much it earns from each planet, star region, and star field. The annual fiscal surplus of the Alliance can reach 1.55 trillion from these 4 star fields. Among the remaining 10 star fields, except for the Fox Moon star field, which is also basically able to break even because the war is not mainly fought there. The remaining 9 are losing money. The 9 loss-making star fields, added together, lost a total of 1.27 trillion, adding the 300 billion tax coins payable in the first year of the imperial tax, the Alliance-owned military expenses, and the financial expenditures of some special projects of the Alliance central government. The Alliance almost went bankrupt. Who would have thought that the glamorous Alliance, which boasted that it was a paradise on Earth every day, almost went bankrupt? This was the most troublesome stage for Osina. The overall fiscal deficit was huge, about 200 billion. Fortunately, there was a little surplus in the previous years, and some armaments were cut from the military that was not fighting now. On the one hand, it reduced expenditures, and on the other hand, the equipment cut down could be used as tax offset. This is a lot of money. In this way, the most difficult year was past. The 9 loss-making star regions are basically the entire spider web universe. Gu Hang took over the spider web universe, which was indeed a huge financial burden. From this perspective, it was right. Otherwise, if it was the Dragon Eagle Star region alone, the fiscal surplus would be 1.3 trillion a year. And if the spider web universe was not taken, the imperial tax of the Alliance would not be so high, and it would be much more comfortable. But Gu Hang did not regret it. Asuna also gave the reasons for the losses of the 9 star regions. The most important point, of course, was that the war had destroyed the 9 star regions.